Illusion versus Reality. Dialogues with Shri Ranjit Maharaj, compiled by Robert Wolfe.
Shortened Introduction to Illusion versus Reality.
Shri Ranjit Maharaj was born on January 4, 1913. At the age of 12, he met his master, Sri Siddharameshwar Maharaj. Shri Ranjit Maharaj only left India for the first time in 1996, when he was invited to teach in the West by his Western devotees. This book is a presentation of his dialogues with his devotees.
Chapter 1. Talks from June 1996. When I contemplate my real nature, the I am, a feeling of love without cause pervades me. Is this feeling correct, or is it still an illusion?
It is the bliss of the self. You feel the presence of I am. You forget everything, the concepts and illusion. It is a non-conditioned state. This bliss appears when you forget the object, but in the bliss there is still a little touch of the self. After all, it is still a concept. When you are tired of the outside world, you want to be alone, to be in yourself. It is the experience of a higher state, but still of the mind. The self has no pleasure or displeasure. It is without the I sense. The complete forgetfulness of illusion means that nothing is, nothing exists. It is still there, but for you it has no reality. That is what is called realization, or self-knowledge. It is the realization of the self without self. If someone calls you, you say, I am here. But before saying, I am here, you are. Illusion cannot give something more to reality. It cannot give something extraordinary to reality, because reality is at the base of everything that is. All that exists, all that you see, the objects of your perception, all that is due to reality. There, ignorance and knowledge do not exist. They are not. So what expression can you give to them? When you give an expression, that means there is something experienced. As soon as you feel the least existence, it is still ignorance and you are away from yourself. You may feel love, and that is okay, but after all, it is still a state, and a state is always conditioned. The non-conditioned is stateless. It is the experience of the non-existence of illusion. This is very subtle, and then both ignorance and knowledge don't remain. It is difficult to understand, but if you really inquire, you will get that stateless state. It is and has always been, but you don't know it. That is the difficulty. There is not a single point where reality is not. You experience its existence through objects, but all this is nothing. It is omnipresent, but you cannot see it. Why? Because you are the reality itself, so how can you see yourself? To see your face, you need a mirror. Real happiness is inside you and not outside. In deep sleep you are happy. You forget the world. Therefore, happiness lies in the forgetting of the world. Leave the world as it is, don't destroy it, but know that it is not. Do everything you have to do, but be detached by understanding, because whatever you feel, perceive, and achieve is illusion. It doesn't exist, and your mind must accept that. The saints say, since all is nothing, how can this nothing affect you or touch you? But what your mind says affects you and touches you. So what to do? The mind is nothing else but knowledge. People differentiate the mind from knowledge, but this is not correct. There is nothing in the world. It is illusion. Only reality is, and when you understand that the illusion is really illusion, how can it affect you? How can you even feel that it affects you? The lotus leaf lives in water, drinks water, but doesn't take the touch of water. If you pour water on it, the water rolls off, and the leaf is not touched by it. When you understand that nothing remains, there is no more question of love. The bliss of the self that you feel is still the pleasure of knowledge. First you must be aware of it, and then you become reality itself because you are He. Therefore, there is no harm in living in the illusion in the world, but as it doesn't exist, you are not touched. The lotus stays in water but doesn't care for it. In this way you must experience your true nature. I say experience, but there the words do not exist because it is beyond space, beyond zero. As the words cannot penetrate there, they stop there. In the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna said, "From where the words come back, that is my state." He was a king and was ruling, but still he knew that nothing is. You don't understand that everything is nothing, and that this nothing can't touch you. Even when you feel that nothing can touch you, you are still in illusion. That is the highest point of philosophy, and you can reach there. There is no master, nor disciple, for both are only one. The duality doesn't exist there, only oneness is, and nothing is outside of it. Therefore, stay in the illusion but with understanding. Two friends wanted to play a trick on another friend. One of them started to insult the other one, but he was laughing at the insult. A third friend was troubled and said, "How can you laugh when he is insulting you?" He was laughing because he had the key to the game, but the third boy didn't understand. In the same way, realized persons, though they are living in the world, understand that all this is nothing, and whatever happens, nothing is happening. Therefore, they are not touched. People are always in fear of what happens or what will happen. They are afraid of what people will say. They think, "What am I going to do? What will happen to me?" They fight or enjoy. All of this type of bondage is due to the mind. The one who is out of the circle understands that all is nothing. It doesn't exist, it is only ignorance. It is said that only the one who dives deep into the ocean can find the pearl. The one who remains on the surface is carried away in the stream of pleasure and suffering. You must dive deep into the depths of the unlimited because that is where you are. Never stop at the limited. The gold doesn't care for the shapes it takes in the ornaments. It may be in the shape of a dog or of a god. It is unconcerned with the form. In the same way, be indifferent to things because they do not exist. Nothing can touch you. You are unattached. The mind must come to the point of the complete understanding of the illusion. There lies your state. Nothing remains for he who has understood. There is no more gain or loss. Don't ask if you can achieve reality because you are the reality, so why say can I? First of all, get out of the circle. Leave everything one after the other and go deep in yourself. Come back then and be in the all. What you have described is a good state, no doubt, but go a little farther. When the mind accepts that all is illusion and only illusion, then you are in yourself. The body and the mind are illusion. You should be happy to know that. Get rid of your identifications. The only thing that the Master does is to show you the real value of the power which is in you, to which you pay no attention. He does nothing more. It was only a stone you thought, but the Master reveals its true nature, which is a diamond. He makes you the most precious stone. I am omnipresent and almighty. I am the creator of all that is. When you are at the base of all, you are in the all. Therefore, even a murderer cannot be considered as bad. Know that whatever is happening, it is by my order. Be the master, not the slave. You are the master.
I would like to know why some realized persons reincarnate in order to help others to realize themselves.
Nobody comes, nobody goes. Who told you that? You have read books and you repeat. It is said that the greatest man is the one who dies unknown. Rama and Krishna were secondary heroes. The accomplished man lives in silence and dies in silence. Then their thoughts work in someone else. But the idea that they come back is nonsense. Nobody comes, nobody goes. All is a dream. In a dream you can become a great master, but when you wake up you come back to your ordinary state. Who has gone there and who has come back? Nothing has happened. The concept of a great master has come upon you, and you become this great master. But when you wake up you feel, all this is nonsense. How can I be a great master? I know nothing. Still, in the dream you were giving lectures and were talking easily of all these things, but when awakening comes, all of this knowledge vanishes. It was a dream. From where has it come, and to where has it disappeared? When nothing is, all is only beliefs and concepts of the mind. The so-called sage who says, "I am the reincarnation of God," doesn't know him, doesn't know reality. On the contrary, he is the slave of his ego, of illusion. When knowledge itself has no entity, there is no question of all these things. He who understands gets rid of everything. This person looks like an ordinary one, but his heart is quite different. If you stay outside, how can you understand? To become the owner of the house, you must enter it. In the same way, you must penetrate your own self to become the owner. But there the I doesn't remain as I. There is no more question of master and disciple. The thought of a master can inspire whoever takes a body, because he and the one who is in silence are one. Penetrate the heart of the realized one, and you don't remain as you, because only he is. So it is said that those who teach are incarnations of God. The master gives out knowledge to all, but doesn't value it because he knows that knowledge is the greatest ignorance. Therefore, don't be touched by anything.
If all is illusion, are you yourself an illusion?
Oh yes, I am the greatest illusion. All that I say with full heart and so frankly is all false. But the false that the master tells you can make you reach that point. The address of the person is not real, only the person is real. When you reach the house thanks to the address that you have been given, the address is true only until the moment you enter the house. As soon as you come in, the address vanishes. Words are nothing else but indicators, they have no reality in themselves. If I remains, then illusion remains. Don't remain as I. That is the highest understanding of philosophy. Saint Tukaram said, "I have seen my own death, and what I have seen there, the joy that was revealed, that I know." First of all, you must die. You means illusion. Therefore, what I say is false, but at the same time true, because I speak for that. The address is false, but when you reach the destination, it is the reality. In the same way, all the scriptures and the mythological books are meant only to indicate that point, and when you reach it, they become non-existent, empty. Words are false, only the meaning that they convey is true. They are illusion, but they give meaning. Therefore, all is illusion, but to understand the illusion, illusion is needed. For example, to remove a thorn in your finger, you use another thorn. Then you throw both of them away. But if you keep the second thorn which was used to remove the first one, you'll surely be pricked again. To remove ignorance, knowledge is necessary, but finally both must dissolve into reality. Yourself is without ignorance and without knowledge. Therefore, the master and the seeker are illusion because they are one. The false can be removed only by the false. If you keep the second thorn, which means knowledge, even if it is a golden thorn, you'll be pricked by the second thorn. The ego is only illusion, and ego is knowledge. It is said that to catch a thief, you must become a thief. Then you can tell him, "Be aware, I am here and I know you are a thief, so you won't be able to rob me." But you cannot catch the thief because he has 4 eyes and you have only 2 eyes. At a glance, the thief notices the valuables, and if you are not aware, he robs you. Illusion is like the thief, so you must be stronger than the thief. Your mind must accept that all is illusion and only illusion. Then you'll be the greatest of the greatest. Knowledge is a great thing, but it must be only a remedy. When the fever goes off thanks to the medicine you take, you must stop taking it. Don't prolong the treatment, or you will create more problems. Knowledge is necessary only to remove the disease of ignorance. The doctor will always prescribe a limited dosage. First of all, understand that the I is illusion, and that what the I says is also illusion. The master and what he says are also illusion, because in reality there is only oneness and no duality. I and the other do not exist anymore. Go deep within yourself, so deep that you disappear. Otherwise, what will happen is like if a goat comes into your house and to make it go out, you open the door. The goat goes out, but a camel comes in. The camel is just like knowledge, so to get rid of the camel, you must break down the walls of the house. Then you are out of illusion. Whatever happens in illusion is only illusion, and in fact nothing ever happens. So many things happen in this world, birth and death, but it is only a dream. You must accept that. Your mind should not be touched. When someone dies, people cry. The realized being won't laugh, he just keeps mum and remains quiet. He knows that nothing has happened, nothing is lost, matter is never lost. The 5 elements that compose the body return to the 5 elements, and the power returns to the power. Only the name and form, which are illusion, disappear. Be formless, be nameless. If someone asks you your name, answer, no harm, but be conscious that you are not that. You must go beyond illusion because it is not and it doesn't remain. Understand that it is fire, but don't touch it. Don't try to extinguish the fire, or you will be burned. Just understand that nothing can touch me, nothing can limit me, nothing can fathom me, and nothing can evaluate me. Because it is all illusion. Due to the I thought, you feel a sense of importance. There you say, this is my house, it's my chair, these are my things, etc. The things themselves never say that they belong to you. They are mute and inanimate. Be mute. Stay in yourself and don't speak. I teach, but I never have the feeling that this one or that one should understand, because it is only by chance that one or the other will rise to this level. By his own luck he will find the key, and he will be the happiest of all beings. Everything depends on his capability or capacity to accept. You must always go straight to the essence of things. The essence of what is said has true meaning. Take the essence of the flower and be happy, but know that even the essence is not true.
If a beggar asks for money from a realized being, what will he do?
It is his choice whether to give or not, because after all, everything is illusion. He can seem merciless to the point of not giving water to a dying man. If a man is moaning, water, water, he won't give it because the man is going to die anyway, and giving water will only prolong his suffering. You think you are good by giving water, but you only add to his suffering. Due to the dying man's ignorance, he wants to live longer. But what can you get by breathing a little more? I don't advise you to be merciless, but understand that by giving into his wish, you give him more suffering. The one who thinks that by doing this he has done a good deed is misled. If you give 100 francs to a beggar, he won't be a rich man the next day. He will continue to beg because this habit of begging has become so deeply ingrained in him that his begging has become second nature. All beings beg to get happiness from the time of birth on, and then finally they die without attaining it. Even when you go to the church or temple to pray, you become a beggar in front of God. First you beg for yourself, then for your wife, and then for your children. First for you, and then for others. Everyone is primarily concerned with his own happiness, but you cannot get it because your methods to obtain it are wrong. Be always on the path that your master shows you, and you will be one with him. These habits are nothing but the results of a narrow mind. The mind is knowledge. When this knowledge comes into contact with matter, sense objects, it takes the form of passions and habits. These habits and passions make you miserable. So have the understanding that when you enter the prison you are not the culprit. Stay in the world but say nothing is true. Don't cater to your passions. Understand what they are, and you will be free in life as long as the body is there. One day the body will disappear, but actually nobody takes birth and nobody dies. Blessed is the one who realizes himself. Realization means understanding, and if you understand that all is illusion, you will always be happy.
Chapter 2, Talks from June 1997.
Is a person who is realized in a state of great happiness or joy. Is reality expressed through great joy or love, or is this still illusion?
Reality is always reality. It is oneness, so why speak of its expression through happiness? For example, if you have lost your wallet and someone returns it to you, you are happy. But in fact, he has only returned to you what has always belonged to you. This happiness is a temporary state, and if you understand correctly, it has nothing to do with reality. You only imagine that reality was lost, but it was never lost. This feeling is due to ignorance. When you know yourself, there is no question of joy. Therefore, this expression of happiness is also illusion. Who is there to express this joy, and to whom? Reality is non-duality, oneness. It is because you have forgotten yourself that this question of happiness comes up for you, but even in ignorance you are he. Clouds may be there so you cannot see the sun. Then, the clouds disappear. Why would the sun be happy? The sun doesn't have to worry about anything. When the clouds were there, no one saw the sun, but it was still there. Thus, the joy and peace you feel when the clouds disappear are also an illusion because the sun was never covered by anything. It was only that you couldn't see it. Why should it feel joy? Joy and happiness are still symptoms of illusion. You get your wallet back, but it was already yours. It is true that by the Master's grace you find yourself, but the Master does not feel that it is thanks to him. You respect him for that because he has given you the knowledge. And that knowledge, if you accept it with full conviction, takes you to the reality. But if he takes responsibility for it, saying, "I did it," that means he is not realized. You have forgotten yourself and he tells you this. But reality was never lost. You feel that you are limited or bound, but that is only a thought. Because of ignorance you feel imprisoned and suffer, but problems are an illusion, they don't exist. Whenever unhappiness or problems come to you in the illusion, accept what happens. Don't fight with what comes. In this way the ego will dissolve. The ignorant person never accepts when misfortune happens. One who understands says, "Let all misfortune come to me." Because he knows that whatever happens is not true. The ego is always looking for some benefit for itself. For example, I must be respected, loved, or recognized. Whenever your ego experiences hurt, it is due to a lack of understanding. Ego is the problem for you, so let it die. If it dies, it is for the best. It is the illusion that dies. If the ego dies, then only he, the reality, remains.
I have heard that the evolution of humanity should change from I into we, and that the individual consciousness must become universal consciousness. Is this true?
In fact, it is a misunderstanding that makes you believe you are a separate entity. Everyone functions in consciousness, knowledge. You also do. If you understand that you are not the body, your consciousness becomes universal. All limitation disappears. If you break the vase, the space contained in the vase becomes as big as the space of the room. And if you break down the walls of the house, it becomes vast cosmic space. It is all together as one great space, or Mahakasha. In the same way, if the consciousness of the ego, I am this or that, etc., is broken, you become universal consciousness, the all. But here you must understand that this consciousness is also illusion, or ignorance. In effect, ignorance is the source of consciousness or knowledge. So the source of consciousness itself is the forgetting or ignorance of the final reality. You become the total creation, the consciousness knowledge of the world, but this is still illusion. This ego that becomes universal consciousness is the worst of egos. I am the creator of the world, I am omnipotent, etc. But this creator only creates illusion. So what is the use of it? Knowledge creates more illusion. This understanding must ripen with the help of the master, and this knowledge itself will be absorbed in the reality. In the final reality there is neither consciousness, knowledge, nor ignorance, and that is what you are, your true nature. It is because of ignorance that you say, I am this or that, and it is also because of ignorance that you say, I am consciousness. This is the obstacle on the path to reality. So the statement, individual consciousness must become universal, is correct, but you must understand it completely. If you say, I am not this little creature, I am omnipresent, think about where am I not? You are equally present in the ignorant person and in the person who has knowledge. Every creature in the world has this consciousness. So why should I say, I know, I have realized, etc.? That only feeds the illusion. It is correct to say that individual consciousness must become universal consciousness, but the mind, or ego, is an obstacle for you because it does not want to die. Break the limitations that you yourself have created by your own thought. Feel that you are the creator of the world and that you can also destroy it. Break the limitations imposed by illusion and you become reality. It is oneness, non-duality, no mind. Why would the ocean be troubled by bubbles that appear on its surface? It knows that the bubbles are nothing but ocean, and there is no gain or loss to the ocean whether the bubbles are there or not. In the same way, final reality is not affected by anything. Nothing can happen to it. It cannot be greater or lesser. Only the illusion of ego hides it from you. The sun doesn't need to be worried about clouds, for they cannot stop it from shining. In the same way, reality has nothing to do with the illusion of ego, which has made you so small. The movie screen doesn't care if the film projected upon it is good or bad. There is neither good nor bad for the person who is out of the circle of ignorance. The realized being lives in the world but is never touched by it. Why is he not touched? Because he knows that it is illusion. How can you be touched by something which is not real? Because of ignorance you say that you are touched by the world, but if you awaken, nothing will bother you or affect you. In a dream, a lion appears and you are afraid, but then you wake up. Where did the fear go? In the same way, you cry when your ego is hurt. But when you awaken, everything disappears in an instant. In fact, when your ego is hurt, you make progress on the path to reality. The ignorant person cries when his house is destroyed, but the realized person says, now the whole world is mine, I can sleep anywhere. So all limitation and bondage disappears from your mind. To be universal consciousness, and therefore universal mind, is a good sign. But here, knowing means that you are in all beings and things. If you try to use this power by reading the minds of others, for instance, you will fall back into illusion. Ignorant people will be impressed by your powers of prediction or mind readings, and the ego becomes stronger then and says, I have knowledge and others are ignorant. So, understand that universal consciousness will bring you more problems in this case, because the nature of consciousness is expansion, to know more and more. Understand that you are universal consciousness, but do not try to use this power or the ego will return with greater force. And although you are close to reality, you will be even worse off than if you were just ignorant. When the power is at your disposal, the mind gets stronger and is eager to use it. I can do this or that, I can see this or that, I can make it rain, etc. When this opening happens in you, you know that, I am the creator, it is my will. But if this understanding stays at the level of I, it is ego. So whatever powers come to you, do not use them. The realized being says, I know that I do not know. If you say, I am everything, I know the mind of all, it is still ego. And when the power is there, one has the desire to use it. At this level, be very vigilant. Do not accept the ego of power. To have universal consciousness is a good sign, but know that the universal being is also illusion. The danger lies in thinking that you are all-powerful. Let all these things be and understand that nothing is. Universal consciousness means the great illusion, Mahamaya. To accept the great illusion means that you attract great problems. He who wears the crown carries the weight of problems. Why master illusion? Illusion is nothing, so you master nothing. Then where is the mastery? So what is the use of universal consciousness? Know that it is nothing, all is nothing. Consciousness itself is not true. Submerge your ego, do not be afraid of it. He who says, I am all-powerful, is sounding his trumpet in the desert. Go out of the ego. Do not be too big, or like the balloon that is overinflated, you will burst. Whenever the mind affirms, this is true, go against it and say, no, it is false. Do not let your enemy enter your home. When you open yourself to knowledge, you have the impression that you can know everything. But pay attention. First understand your own mind, or you will forget yourself. You will be as if under the influence of a strong emotion. You will do worse things than you ever thought yourself capable of doing. I heard about a sage in Bombay who was making miracles. He could walk on water or through fire without being burned, etc. But one day, and this day always comes, his powers stopped working and people made such a mockery of him that he committed suicide. Ignorant people can drive a sage crazy. He became their prey. Ignorant people spread all sorts of false ideas about sages. For example, they say that a sage should not feel pain. But the sage is alive, he is not a corpse. He must therefore feel the burn upon contact with fire. The sage feels pain, but he knows that it is his body that feels it and not himself, because he is not identified with the body. But if the so-called sage says that he does not feel pain, it is still his ego speaking. This body is not a corpse, it is alive, thus pain must be felt. As long as the electricity is connected, the bulb must give light. The same is true for the body. As long as the power is connected to the body, it must feel pain or feel something. Certain sages fall into this trap if they truly think that they must not feel anything. Jani was a poor maidservant, but she was an awakened being. She lived in a village, and like everyone else, she put cow manure patties to dry on her wall in the sunshine for later use as fuel. Her neighbor, who was always against her, stole them from her one day. Jani complained to the village judge, who said to her, "How can you recognize the ones that belong to you?" She answered, "Put your ear near them, and if you hear the name of Lord Vithala, that means they are mine." In this way they trapped the thief. Of course people asked how a cow manure patty could talk, but in fact it was Jani's power that spoke, for she was in all things. Everything that says, "I am reality," is mine, and that which says, "I am the body," is not. She had total faith in God, and her power was in everything. He who understands says, "I am not the body." The body is nothing other than a cow manure patty. If the knowledge "I am reality" penetrates you, everything is yours. Do not say that only realized beings are great. You yourself are great. Christ said, "I am God." If you understand that you are not the body, you are as great as He. But the ignorant person always feels powerless. "Oh, He is so great, and I am so small." It is the ego that makes you believe that you are a tiny creature. Throw off this false idea from your mind. You are as powerful as Christ, but you do not understand that. "I am reality" is the understanding you must have. That is what the Master wants to make you understand, and that is what the Master teaches, nothing else. But then, what is the meaning of this understanding? Understand and then forget everything, and you are He. If the ego blocks your path, crush it. Let others make their comments. When you understand that you are not a beggar, you instantly become rich. You all have the highest power in you, so welcome it. The mind must completely accept that. If you accept it with all your might, how can illusion persist? That which is nothing cannot persist. The problem is that you always have the habit of complaining, "Oh, I can't do this or that." That is ego. It is Maya, illusion. Be very strong in yourself. I tell you that you are the reality and that you can experience this. Try to accept it until there are no more limitations for you. You are unlimited. No one can limit you. But in spite of it all, you have put yourself in bondage. Forget all limitation and be He, the reality. Try to understand so profoundly that your mind cannot fight you. Then you will be able to defeat the ego. Otherwise, it is impossible. When a doubt comes upon you, for example, how can I be the reality? You lose your strength. You need strength and power to overcome it, or it will never disappear, I tell you. Only the power of understanding can defeat it. Let the world go to heaven or hell, I don't care. Be this determined, but you are afraid to leave illusion. What to do? Why do you fear that which is nothing? Everyone who comes to me says the same thing. I live in fear. I am powerless. I can't do this or that. What can I do? Forget all that. In an Indian text it is said that a man can get drunk for a few rupees with 1 glass of alcohol. That power makes him dance and hallucinate and say, "I am a king, I am everything." He is under the influence of ignorance. But if under the influence of the power of knowledge given by the Master, a man says the same thing, is it possible to control him? The power that you have is much greater than that of alcohol. This power, the effect of knowledge, must penetrate the mind. I am the reality. If you understand correctly, nothing and nobody can stop you. Be like Saint Janny, who declared forcefully, "There, where you hear the name of God, that belongs to me." Therefore, if I tell you that you are reality, you must accept it. Have that strength within yourself. The problem is that you only accept it halfway because your ego won't let you go too far. That means you do not drink the glass of wine down to the bottom. An ignorant man will never say, "I am king," if he is not drunk. He who drinks the wine of knowledge says, "I am reality," and no one has power over him. Be strong and have fear of nothing and no one, for everything is nothing. So how can nothing make you afraid? Many people say they have had these experiences and yet become caught again by the world. But what is the world? The Master tells you that the world is only illusion, so why be bothered by it? Then if you remember the world, just like remembering a dream, there is no harm. If you have a nightmare, upon awakening and remembering the bad dream, you feel nothing because you know that it has no hold on you. If you kill someone in a dream, you don't take responsibility upon awakening. The world is illusion. Why bother with it? If this determination penetrates you, no one can stop you. If not, that means you are giving preference to nothing, and you become a small creature. You must have the courage to accept what the Master says and to act accordingly. When you play cards, there is a king and a queen, but are they real? They are only paper. It is your concept that crowns them king and queen, but they have no real power. In the same way, this world is not real, so what can it do to you? Have this conviction, this determination within yourself. The so-called sages, who give you methods to follow, only reinforce illusion in you. You go to see a master in order to get out of illusion, and they plunge you more deeply into it. These are not true masters, and in this case it is better to remain in ignorance than to have false knowledge. Understand and be that.
Maharaj, if the body suffers, you say, "The body is suffering, but I am not suffering." Is that correct?
Yes, the body suffers, but I do not suffer. If your neighbor has problems, you say, "My neighbor has problems," but you don't feel anything. Consider your body as your neighbor. Thus, the problems of your body are the problems of your neighbor. It is when you say, "I am the body," that you suffer. If the body is burnt, It is the body that feels the burn, not you. When you are anesthetized for an operation, where does the pain go? The pain is there, but the mind sleeps, it forgets. Upon awakening, contact with the mind makes the pain reappear. The body has pain, not I. So, don't identify yourself with the body. This body, being alive, must feel pain. Otherwise, it is a corpse. One day Kabir was bitten on the leg by a dog. His disciples went wild. "O Maharaj, what has happened to you?" Kabir answered, "The dog knows, the body knows, why should I know?" But since you identify yourself as a body, you accept the pain as being yours. Kabir knew that the bite had happened to the body and not to him. He thought of his body as his neighbor. It is only because you accept the idea, I am the body, that you suffer. It is ego. The sage says, let things happen. When your neighbor dies, you are not affected. But your body is the most precious thing to you. You refuse to accept its disappearance, its death. The realized being says, oh, how wonderful, my problems are disappearing. For the body is a problem, nothing else. If you get a boil on your leg, for example, you ask the doctor to cut it out, even though this boil is part of your body. But because it is making you suffer, you are ready to part with it. In the same way, if you understand that the body is only a boil that has grown on you, you will be very happy to see it disappear. But since you identify yourself with the body, you suffer at its death and refuse to let it disappear. The realized being also says, at this very moment my body is a dead body. It only functions because the power is connected. When a light bulb is burned out, you throw it away. The electricity doesn't object, it doesn't care. So you yourself are this inner power. Then death will be nothing to you. Understand that the body is dead right now. In these two ways you can understand. It is the nature of knowledge to be dualistic. The body is an instrument. You must know how to use it. If you use it to understand reality, you will become reality. If you say, I am the body, you will go to hell. Hell means the garbage can, for the body is nothing more than a shit mill. Don't be the owner of a shit mill. Be the owner of reality.
How can we purify ourselves? How to get rid of ego in the quest for reality?
Ego is ignorance. By understanding, you can overcome ignorance. When ego disappears, understanding remains. But this knowledge is also a state. You must dissolve this knowledge in reality. All that the mind has accumulated and accepted as truth during so many years, understand that all of it is false. You believe in the truth of what you say, but that is wrong. It is because of knowledge that you have this feeling, but knowledge comes from ignorance. From where does this come? From zero. Thus, its origin is nothingness, just as when you are in deep sleep and you are in ignorance, and then suddenly a thought arises and a dream happens. All that you have acquired through knowledge is nothing more than illusion. Do nothing but understand where reality is. When you feel nothing, it is there, and you are certainly tempted to say, reality is thus nothingness. But this is not correct, for it is beyond zero. Everything that you see and perceive is false. By this understanding, the mind is purified. How did the mind become impure? It did so by believing the world is real. It takes itself as the reality, and thus reality is lost. The world is only the reflection of reality, and a reflection is not true. Suppose you see your face reflected in a mirror. The real one is your face, and not your reflection. But if you say that the reflection is reality, you are lost. If you understand that the reflection is false, you are reality. That is purification of the mind. Everything that I see and perceive is false. But in fact, how can the mind be purified? It is itself a concept, and how can a concept be true? What is not real is always impure. Everything is superimposed on your true nature, but you, reality, are never altered. You are so clear, so pure. So the mind takes everything as true, and that is the impurity. But when you understand that everything is false, the mind itself disappears. The mind is nothing other than your thought. It can be a thought of God or any thought, but a thought is only a thought. It comes from ignorance. So forget the thought, forget the knowledge, and you are He. You take the false for true and the true as false. That is the mistake. That is the impurity. This is like being in a courtroom and swearing on the Bible to tell the truth and nothing but the truth when in fact everything that you say is false. What to do? It is the nature of the mind to see and say only the false. So one can say that purity of mind is nothing other than forgetting the mind, for it doesn't exist. It is only a concept. By forgetting the mind, you are reality. The mind means thoughts. When they disappear, you are there.
You speak of doing nothing to be the non-doer, but for me this is the most difficult. My mind is always active. What to do?
Forget your mind. Do you think during deep sleep? Do you do anything? No. So why do you say that it is impossible for you to do nothing? It doesn't make any difference if the body and mind are there. The problem is that in the waking state you always want to do something. You feel that you are taking action when in fact you are doing nothing. Just like in the dream state you think you are taking action, but when you wake up you understand that you have done nothing. It is the same thing here. In the waking state, if you awaken, you understand that you have done nothing. You say to yourself, although I thought I was doing something, I did nothing. The mind is always in action, but let it die. For when the mind disappears, there is no more action. So be no mind, and reality is. The problem is that you want to be no mind, and at the same time be the mind. Is this possible? You are in action because of ignorance. In the waking state, you must reach no mind by understanding that all is illusion. This is the understanding. Nobody does anything. Ignorance is in thinking that you are the doer. If you kill someone in a dream, do you take responsibility for it when you awaken? You are certain that you didn't kill anyone, and yet in the dream this experience seemed real. Whatever you do is nothing anyway, so do nothing. For your true nature there is nothing to do because you are always there and everywhere. Anything can be lost but you yourself. You are never lost. So my master, Shri Ranjit Maharaj said, you report at the police station that you have lost something, your money, your child, your wife, etc. But until now, no one has ever reported losing himself. Even in ignorance you never say that, for if you say it the police will answer, but you are here in front of me, how can you be lost? So you are never lost. Then why do anything to find yourself? It is always for something which is not, which doesn't exist, that you must do something. For that which is always there is nothing to do. Philosophy is like that. It is very easy and very difficult at the same time because you can't accept it. If you do something, you are in bondage. If you do nothing, you are free. Although I am doing, I am not doing. This is the true samadhi. Sama means as I am and dhi means before. You are that, but you persist in saying, I am the doer. This ignorance can be overcome by understanding only. Forget everything because nothing exists. In this way, everything disappears. Nothing is left. It is exactly like when you wake up from a dream and say, I didn't do anything. Understand that everything you see and perceive is only a dream. From deep sleep, a thought arises and the dream appears. You feel like you are acting in the dream, but in fact you are not doing anything. If in the waking state you understand that, although I do something, I do nothing, then you are reality at that moment. That is the trick of understanding. If you think you are the doer, you are lost, because you believe that illusion is true.
Listening to you, is it doing something or not doing anything?
You are doing nothing because everything is illusion. To listen is illusion, and what I say is also illusion. But for whom I speak, that is true. To speak is also illusion. I can tell you that what I say is a lie, but what I speak about, reality, is true. Words are false because they cannot reach reality, but we need them in order to understand. The address written on paper has no reality. Only the designated place is true, and when you reach it, the address has no more use. The words disappear, only the meaning remains. The steps of the staircase no longer exist when you enter the room. In that way, words are spoken to understand reality, but the words are in themselves false. When you see the person you were looking for, the address has no more use. Since all is illusion, I also am illusion. I cannot be an exception to that. The person who speaks and the person who listens are both illusion, but reality is. You and I do not exist. It is a very good question. Understand that words can give you a certain understanding of reality, but then you must experience it yourself. The master teaches you up to a certain point. Beyond that point, you must understand for yourself. Then there is no more duality, there is only oneness, so who can understand whom? Can you have an experience of yourself? So the master and the aspirant are both illusion, like the heroes in a movie. Only the screen is true. If the heroine wanted to know herself, she would disappear and only the screen would remain. If what I say and what you hear are illusion, then what is left? Only the final reality exists. If the understanding penetrates you, this is the truth. In reality, there is neither truth nor ignorance, there is nothing. Reality is always reality. This is the magic and the miracle of the world. Even though everything seems to be, nothing is. It is exactly like a card trick. What you see doesn't exist, but to get rid of illusion, the trick of understanding is necessary. How can something that doesn't exist be real? It is by the trick of understanding that you will get rid of it. Many people speak of their experiences, but whatever can be experienced is illusion. So what to do? As soon as there is an experience, the trio appears. The experiencer, the object to be experienced, and the experience. But reality is only oneness. In reality, there is no world even though the world appears. To experience oneness is always illusion. To say, I have experienced oneness, is a false statement because oneness cannot be experienced. Forget all that and reality is. You only have an idea of reality from words and teachings. The one who is reality doesn't need an address, so everything is false and illusion is seen upon reality. If you stay on the staircase, how can you enter the room? Forget the staircase, the room is there. Because of ignorance you say, I do something. Reality lies in not doing anything. Reaching reality requires nothing because it is always there. You simply must be rid of the illusion of doing that is imprinted on your mind. The mind does not accept this because it does not want to die. The mind by nature likes to think and believes it is the doer. Everything you like and don't like, and all of your habits disappear when you understand, because they are nothing.
Maharaj, if everything is illusion, why are we here? Why can't we remain in the silence or deep sleep?
You don't understand what deep sleep is. In deep sleep there is nothing. It is zero. Why are you here? To understand. Let everything happen but know that it is nothing. Because of ignorance you go to zero in deep sleep. But here in the waking state, you must first go to this 0 point and then go beyond this nothingness because reality is beyond that. Go beyond the 0 point and reality is. You are here to understand that although I am doing, I am not doing. That is what I am talking about. There is neither I nor am, there is only reality. Everything that I see and perceive is nothing, even at this very moment. In deep sleep you cannot understand that the waking state is only a dream. People are all in ignorance. They are born in ignorance, they live in ignorance and die in ignorance. You are here in order to get out of this circle of ignorance. In deep sleep you forget everything. Here, In the waking state, forgetting is remembering, and remembering is forgetting. That's the trick. To remember is to forget is to remember. Do not try to find reality or to recall it, for it is always there. As soon as you remember, you are lost, for you are seeing something other than reality. You make it an object. These two states of waking and sleeping appear different, but they are the same. Reality is not a state, it is stateless.
Chapter 3. Talks from December 18, 1997.
So let thoughts come and go, high tide, low tide. If low tide comes to the ocean never worries about it. So whatever thoughts come and go, why should you worry? You are beyond thoughts, so first one should know, who am I? That is called knowledge of the self, Atma Jnana. Just as with a dream, you say it's not true when you wake up, it is the same here. You see the world, you experience everything, but who experiences? The world is just your thoughts, or ego, and ego sees and experiences everything. This world is nothing but a long dream, take it for granted. Everybody says, I'm so and so. Is your name anywhere written on you? If it were written on you, there would be no need for anyone to ask your name. Many thoughts trouble you, but all thoughts, whether good or bad, pleasant or unpleasant, come and go. Whatever comes and goes, and whatever doesn't remain, how can it be true? It's all the mind's work. The mind has the habit to see wrong things and then accept them as true. You say you exist, prove it. The 5 elements and the power Chaitanya have come up, and a name is given to you by your parents. No object of the world says that I am this or that. A table never says it's a table. It is all only your thoughts, so how can you be a name? There is something in there, that power that is in you. First know that. Know yourself as that, and the world as that, nothing else. Bad and good, right and wrong, is all the mind's work, so you must examine your mind. Many people come here and leave, but I remain. You are never lost, you always remain. So many thoughts, good and bad, pleasant and unpleasant, come and go. Why to worry? Whatever appears and disappears, and doesn't remain, cannot be true. Thoughts are the mind's work, and the mind has the habit to accept wrong things as true. This body you have is just playing a part. Some play a man's part and some a woman's. But the knowledge in both is the same. She and he both work with that knowledge. In this way one should understand. First the master teaches you, then finally you understand that you are he, capital H, and everybody is he. So why to worry? Nobody is bad, nobody is good. You have 5 fingers, some are smaller, some are bigger. Which one is good or bad? All are made of flesh and blood. If you have a 100 or a 50-watt bulb, both work with electricity. Electricity is one. You all breathe air and eat with your mouths, so everything is common for all. The power that works in every body is the same, that's the main point. Everything is a thought. Thought means knowledge, and knowledge is mind. It all works with the power. But you are neither the mind nor the power, you are he. Everyone is running after wrong things. They live in a ruthless way. Everyone lives because of the breathing. No breathing and then everything goes off. So everyone is desiring the breathing. If you are sick, you call the doctor right away. Give me medicine so I can breathe more and more. So as long as the power is there, you are happy. But the breathing takes place in a dream. Every day you do the same things. You get up and brush your teeth, take breakfast, take tea, go to work, come home, take your dinner and sleep. You do the same things and then create duties for yourself and live like that endlessly. I have to do this, I have to do that. But when you were born, you had no sense of duty. You didn't know if you were a girl or a boy. All these actions are the mind's work. You must find out what is not you. The mind is not you. Your thoughts are always changing. How can that be you? You never change. The power in you as a baby is the same power that is in you as an adult. That same power is working in you. The problem is that you do all these things, but don't know yourself. So people go to the realized person because they want some understanding of who they are. Then the realized person says to know yourself first before you try and understand the world. All the time you are going around the world with an identity card. A passport is your validity card. But that validity card which is stamped wherever you go is not true. To be the reality, a passport is not required. You are he, so wherever you go it's okay. You say, I'm so many years old, I live in America, and so on. But you don't exist, and your identity card is a fraud. Only the master can say that you are an imposter. Everyone else are mad and foolish. You have to think about these things as you have the discrimination power to know what you are not. The human being is always after money. If you throw money to a dog, will he care about it? Only man cares for pieces of paper. All other creatures want something to eat. In ignorance you have become so small, smaller than a dog, I say. You run after money you can't eat, and then you hoard it and never give it to anybody. You are just like a dog in the manger. He doesn't eat and won't allow anyone else to eat. You'll never give a cent to anybody unless you want something. So you are just like a dog in the manger, hoarding and barking at anyone who comes near. Reality never eats and he never wants anything. Knowledge wants to eat more and more. Knowledge wants money and everything. When you sleep you don't want anything for 8 hours, but when you awake you want juice, biscuits, etc. You don't need anything. I want to say that, body needs, you don't need. At this point a man came late into the room and began asking questions.
I have been here for 20 years and I have not heard of you. I think only the lucky ones know about you. The questioner is a Mohammedan, a Muslim.
I don't advertise myself because I don't exist.
You remind me of Krishnamurti, and for a moment I was taken aback.
Yes, from the face people say that, but I have never seen him.
Maybe he has seen you.
Many people have come to see me, but I don't remember everybody. Some people agree with you about the resemblance.
Yes, but the Atman self, soul is still the same.
Atman is the same, okay, but Atman is also not true. Reality is true. Allah is true, but knowledge is the Atman.
But when one dies, the Atman goes off.
Yes, Atman goes in the power. Power is Atman, nothing else.
In English, what is the meaning of the Atman?
Atma means soul. Ra is a wish. It is also a thought.
It is not Ruhani Tagnet, soul power.
Ra is also not final power. Ruhani Tagnet is also the power of knowledge. Knowledge itself is also not true. So in your Mohammedism, Islam, they say that you can't be Allah, but they don't understand the meaning of that. When you are there, Allah cannot be there. Let the I disappear and Allah is there.
Allah is the creator, and we are his creatures.
No, they are not creatures. The power is the same for you and the Creator. The power in you is that power. You create many things, but you don't understand. You create dreams and the dream comes. Who creates the dream? It is in yourself. You create many things by thoughts also, so the Creator is not true. Creator of the wrong is not true. Who created the dream that you saw? You were sleeping.
The subconscious.
Subconscious is also a thought. So thought created the dream and thought itself is wrong. Thought cannot be true. The world itself is an illusion.
When the rishis, ancient seers, sages said that all is illusion, the whole of India started going inwards. Hence India is backwards, but the West developed outside.
Because they are in Maya, they are always in illusion. They don't know that the power that is in me is the same power which created the world. Why is it called Atma? Because you are in the body. When you leave the body, Atma becomes one with Brahman, so you are also the creator. You have created many things. Who has created all these contrivances? Inward development is greater than outer. Now these foreigners run to India because they want the inner development. They are tired of the outer development. After the Second World War, they realized that happiness lies in knowing yourself and not in the material life. My master in 1926 published a book called The Golden Day. It is about the same subject that we are talking about now, but nobody wanted to hear it then. Now, the Westerners come looking for inner development. Outer development appears to be true while you are living, but where is outer development when the body goes off? It has no entity at all. Saints say that the world is not true, and come with me to my side. Then you will understand the power that is in every body. So the one who develops this power can understand. You're a foreigner if you don't have this understanding, no matter which country you're from.
Is there a place called hell?
Hell is here. When you say, I'm the body, you are in hell. When you understand you are not the body, then you are in heaven. Heaven is not in the sky. Heaven is in yourself. Heaven starts from you. If you don't take a birth, then where is the world? You may have crores, tens of millions of rupees in the bank, but what is the use of it to your body after it dies?
In the Bible, it is said that it is more difficult for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven than it is for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle.
Rich people cannot accept this because they don't know that the world is not true. If you understand that the world is illusion, then you can understand what reality, or what Kuda, or God is. Kud is Kuda. It means the one who signs is the reality and not the hand that is doing the signing. The person or the name. Follow me. You are he, but you don't understand, so you say that he is in heaven and we are in hell.
With which part of Islam do you not agree?
I agree with them. God is one only. So Kabir says, Allah tu he re Allah tu he re Allah. You are only this, so one should know oneness reality. So it is told, united we stand, divided you fall, you are the reality. You never fall, you never die. Nobody dies. Birth and death are both an illusion.
I lost my mother and father. How can I regard them as an illusion?
They have gone because they were not there. Where have they gone, tell me? You have put their bodies in the earth.
So they merged with the 5 elements.
Even the 5 elements don't exist. In a dream you saw everything, does it exist? In the same way, this world doesn't exist. Where are your mother and father? They have no entity now. They came, took birth, and a name was given. So you became a son and he became a father. Nothing is there and no connection exists. Nobody can go with anybody. Everybody wants to live. Nobody wants to die.
The life in this world is a sport and pastime, and real life is to come.
Yes, yes, real life is to come means you should understand what is reality. So I say that the world is fun and fair, nothing else.
You shouldn't take it seriously.
Know, since it is not, what to take seriously and what not to take seriously. True is the reality, and that is yourself.
But sir, it takes time to come to that stage. How can you look at the bat and say it's not true? You may take the bat and hit my head with it. It's very real.
No, not to worry, you can think that.
But I can't say it is an illusion. They give the example of the master who said the same thing and finally the pupil beat him. He said to the master, "Do you still believe that the world is illusion?" Still the master said yes.
Let that beating be an illusion. Why should you worry? Master doesn't worry. If someone calls you a fool, say, "I'm a double fool." When I was in America, they asked if I was also an illusion. I told them I was a first-class illusion. First class means Maha illusion, great illusion, or Mahamaya. What I speak and what I tell is all wrong, but for whom I speak is the truth.
But are you talking to our Atman? Who are you talking to?
Nobody, nothing is there. All is illusion, what to do. Speaker and listener are both false. If one comes up to that point, then they become realized.
Then what is the opposite of illusion?
That is yourself without self.
But when the self itself is an illusion,
Reality has nothing to do with all these questions. It's just like a screen. Reality doesn't take the touch of all these pictures. That's why what comes and goes is called a dream. Nobody can take the world with him when he dies. You can't dream the dream then. Whether you are a rich person in the dream or a saint, where has it gone? Now come on, listen, if illusion is wrong, not true, then the one who understands that is he. He becomes he. He doesn't remain himself also. Only final reality remains. You can give any name for that. Call it Kuda.
when we study all of this and think this way, it has put India 50 years behind the West.
Let it be. When it is a dream, 50 years back or forward is only in your mind.
In the Olympics, we are nowhere. In recognition, we are nowhere.
Nehru wanted to put India in the best place, so he did everything. He himself doesn't exist now. What to do?
His statue is there.
What is the meaning of a statue? A statue can't do anything.
Every year, we celebrate his birthday.
You can honor him, no harm. Honoring him is of no use whatsoever. What does he get? Where is he?
Okay, the memory I have of him, that is not an illusion.
Memory is illusion. Memory itself is an illusion. Memory means what? Knowledge.
If I pinch myself, I feel the pain and it is real to me.
Pain is not real.
It is true that I can't show you the pain, but I can feel it.
Pain happens to the body, not to you. Suppose you are operated on and you are in pain. You ask for medication to sleep. In sleep, everything goes off, and when you awake again, you say, "Ah." So the pain is nothing but the touch of mind, the identification of the mind with the body.
But it's real to the person who feels it.
You don't follow what I want to say.
That's is why I'm waiting and sitting at your feet.
In a dream, somebody slaps you. You feel the pain of the slap in the dream. You awake and there is only a pillow next to you. So how did you get the slap and who felt it? Follow me. So the pain you felt in the dream is not true. Same way here with the world also. It is not there. This is nothing but a long dream. When you awake, the picture is going on like one on a TV screen. When you turn it off, the picture goes off. When you turn it on again, the picture comes. When you die, the picture goes off. When you take birth again, the picture turns on. That is all that happens. Understanding this is required. It is not a simple thing, but if you listen and accept what the Master says, it can happen in a second. On the other hand, people go after the reality, but they lack the ability to grasp what the Master says. The Master says that you yourself are He. There is nothing to get. Come with me, nothing else is required. Time is an illusion, so 50 years one way or another is meaningless. No matter where you are always there, everywhere you are. There is nothing that exists that is apart from you. Myself is everywhere and anywhere.
Everybody wants a shortcut to reality. So is the idea of Shaktipat transmission of energy, like what Swami Ramakrishna did to Swami Vivekananda, possible. He became great overnight.
I don't believe in Shaktipat. You must listen to the Master. Ignorance has come by hearing. Therefore you must listen to a realized person and then realization is possible. By hearing, ignorance has come up and by hearing it goes off. How can Shaktipat help? If I put my hand on someone's head, can he know anything? For example, suppose one boy is running and another boy doesn't want to run. Can you put your hand on his head and make him run? How can you get energy in his mind and body to run by just doing that?
What I mean is the transfer of energy from your chakras, energy centers, to another person.
No, that cannot be done. When the Master guides you, and if you grasp what he says and put it in practice, then yes, you can get the understanding.
Then, what do you make of what those swamis have said?
I am not saying that they are not great. What they say is their business. I just don't agree with this concept. What to do?
I agree that by hearing one can see the light, but now have we got the time? In this rat race of a world, have we the time to become enlightened? There is only 24 hours in a day. I believe that Swami Vivekananda wouldn't lie.
I don't say anybody lied. I told you that what I speak is wrong, it doesn't exist, but for whom I speak is true. That's the meaning in it. Right or wrong, I don't criticize anyone. I don't care what others say. I know what my Master has told me, and I have experienced that. A young boy doesn't have to learn his mother tongue because he hears it from his parents. It happens automatically. Other languages he must learn. When you were born, you didn't know what ignorance was or what knowledge is. The child gets imprints on his mind from what he hears, and then he understands. So imprints come on the mind and the mind replies. Then he speaks. Follow me. Same way here also. By hearing, ignorance has come, and it can only go by hearing. Shaktipat actually means a master speaks, and if the disciple listens and takes it to heart, then he can also be a master himself. If he is attentive and has a clear-cut understanding, then why not? You are he.
I am that.
Yes, when the ego doesn't remain, only reality is there. But I and that are both wrong. They are words. You have to go beyond words. Words come back from there. Reality is beyond words.
Reality is always emphasized, but nobody explains how to get there and what it is.
Reality is reality. How can you say what it is? When you say something about reality, you are in a dream. How can a person who is sleeping know who he is? This world is the Creator's dream. The Creator's creation is also a dream. The Creator itself is also wrong.
Dreams do have significance.
A dream is always a dream, no matter who dreams it. The realized person understands it is all a dream and that it is not true. That is the difference. The phone rings and Maharaj answers it.
You just talked to someone on the phone. Is that real or an illusion?
It's an illusion.
But you talked on the phone.
I should talk. While I am living, I have to talk. A dead body cannot talk. As long as the body is living, he lives in knowledge and in final reality. But the realized person, in fact, doesn't do anything. He understands that when he talks, he doesn't talk. He sleeps, but he doesn't sleep, that he understands. Nothing exists, and yet you say it is there, what to do. That's knowledge or the lack of it.
In darkness, we see a rope and say it is a snake.
Yes, that is ignorance. Even at the moment you say it's a snake, it is still a rope. Due to ignorance or darkness, you say that what is not true is true. You say the world is not an illusion, that it is true. By the grace of the Master, you get the understanding, and if you accept what the Master says, the world becomes nothing. It's only your thought. Thought has come upon you. You are the thoughtless reality, self without self.
But is thought material or non-material?
It doesn't exist. It has no real existence. Many thoughts have come. Where are they now? They come and they go. Guests come and go. The host always remains.
People emphasize what is called higher reality or truth.
Reality is truth. Truth is not a thing. In a dream you did many things. Can you say it's true or the truth? Suppose you kill someone in the dream and go to the police station and say, "I've killed someone." Then they put handcuffs on you. But when you tell them it was in a dream, you're set free.
But why does one dream of violence?
Why means there is no question of why of that which is not. For that which doesn't exist, how can there be a why? The question doesn't arise. First, try to understand the point I am trying to make and then argue. No harm, I don't mind arguing.
I am not arguing with you, sir. I am trying to clarify my doubts.
So I am clarifying your doubts. Yes, yes, I understand. So when doubts are there, your ego is there. One who has doubts is not he. One who has no doubts is he always. Everyone in fact is he whether he doubts or not. It is the ego that has these concerns. So, as you don't know, you have to ask questions. Anybody can ask questions, why not? One should not worry about it. I always say that I speak like a loudspeaker. If you hear or don't hear, it's your choice.
That is why you see Westerners. They have a thirst for spiritual knowledge.
Why is that?
Because in the previous birth, they might have been Indian.
No, forget about that previous life. How can it be? When you take the birth, you become the smallest creature. The ego takes birth. Your body does not come back again. What good have you done with this body anyway? You all tell lies. You say, "I'm so and so." Your signature is a forgery. You are in prison many years for this. Only in this human form can you think of what is real and unreal. Once you forget your real self, then the world becomes real for you. Your heaven is lost and you live in hell. Hell means you live in fear and you become the smallest creature. Always say I am he and not this. You may be a bad person or a pious person, but still you are he. Your fear is for what you think exists. That is ignorance. Nothing can touch or affect you. How can nothing touch nothing? When you feel that that which is nothing is touching me, that is ignorance. If you understand that nothing cannot touch me, then you are a realized person.
Can you tell me about Sthiropragma in the Bhagavad Gita?
Sthiropragma means that one understands that everybody is myself. He lives in that. He doesn't say anything. He understands that all are myself.
So if you are fearless, you can reach that stage.
Yes, then you can be Sthiropragma.
Like Bhagat Singh, historical patriot, when he was sentenced to death, he saw it as dying for his country.
That is okay, they don't know anything. They know the country only. You should not speak for anybody. He gave his life, that much he did. You can't do it, so you praise him. Follow me. A realized person doesn't praise him. What is there? What dies? The body dies, he didn't die.
Chapter 4. Talks from December 22, 1997.
My mind is always noisy. What to do?
The mind is always noisy. It wants to think all the time. Water must move, otherwise it's not water. In the same way, mind is a thought, nothing else. Thoughts come to you and then they go. You are not the mind. When you sleep, mind sleeps, so thoughts don't come. So when mind is working, thoughts must come. One should know what is the mind. If you understand your thoughts or mind, then you can understand yourself, otherwise not. What kind of thoughts come in your mind?
Work what I have to do, what will happen? I seem to live in the future.
Everyone lives in the future. The mind should be taught not to think more. Why does the mind think? Because you take everything to be true. The world is true, myself is true. What is your name? Mary. Is Mary true? Is it anywhere written on your body? Can you point it out? So what you are not, you always think of more and more. That is mind. The mind always thinks of what doesn't exist. When you were born, you didn't know anything. Your father and mother gave you the name. You had no name at that time. You took the birth not knowing I am a child or anything. Existence came in your mind as I am here. That I is ego, nothing else. You should know who am I. So in the Bible it is said, know thyself and you will know the world. The world is very big. How can you know everybody or everything? See yourself first. Go to the source from where it starts. The world starts from where? When you awake, the world starts, otherwise it is not there at all. When you are sleeping, there is no world and no Mary. You forget everything. When you get up, then you say, oh, I'm Mary. In the beginning, you are not able to say your name, so your father and mother prod you to say your name over and over again. At that time, you are not at all attached to anything. Suppose a boy sees the ocean but says it is water. He is told that it is not water, it is called ocean. Then he takes that in his mind. It is only water, but you give the names to things. Has this table over here ever told you, I'm a table? You say it's a table, but it's nothing but the power. If you put a match to it, it goes off in a second. It starts from zero and ends in zero. Go to the source from where it has started. If you go to the source, the thing itself doesn't remain. You take it true when it's not true. The mind always thinks wrong things. When you sleep, your body and mind both sleep. You go into zero, there's nothing you say. Something told you that nothing is there, and that's the power. So one should know what I am and what I'm not. You are not the body and you're not the name of the body. Suppose instead someone had called you Elizabeth, you would have become Elizabeth. There is nothing in a name. Changing your name doesn't change you. You are what you are. First find out who am I. The mind is a thought, nothing else. What you say is the mind. If you say, I'm Mary, then you are Mary, what to do? You are not always Mary, sometimes you are unhappy. If you're given the name Krishna, are you Krishna? The name is there. The name cannot be he. By name you cannot be that. Go to the source. If you go to the source of the river, does it still remain a river? When you go to the source of yourself, you also disappear. That is called power. For example, electricity is the power, and when connected to the bulb it gives the light. It doesn't know it's the light. In the same way, when power enters the body it becomes knowledge. If you touch electricity you die, if you touch the knowledge, knowledge goes off. Knowledge doesn't remain because you are beyond knowledge. Final reality is beyond knowledge and beyond ignorance. If you understand or touch the knowledge, it goes off and you remain. Knowledge has no value at all. It is nothing but your ego. You say, I know, I do everything. But it is in a dream. Who is the doer now? Nobody is the doer. If you put electricity in a fan or a computer or anything, it works. Does electricity say I do it? It is just the power. So the power connects to the body and knowledge comes. Knowledge means I know, I understand. Then ego comes. The I comes when you say, I know. Understand who am I. First, that's the main point. Say as Socrates said, I know nothing. What you know is nothing. What reality is you cannot know. Why? Because you are he. How can you know yourself? This body is made of 5 elements. When one dies, what happens? Scientists say that matter never dies. The body goes to the earth, or ashes in my country, India. The power goes to the power, and the elements go to the elements.
Why then do all the religions talk about destiny and predestination?
Because they don't know. They don't know the inner meaning of their own teachings. They teach the wrong things, I tell you. Be he and then teach.
We're all educated here, and we can understand the philosophy, but the experience of it is different.
Make that experience yourself. Everything is nothing, everything is illusion. Then you can understand who am I, otherwise not. When it is illusion, how can it be destined? The creator of the world is also illusion. You are having a dream, you are not doing anything. Who is the creator of the dream? Tell me, can you find him? Nobody is there, only your thought is there. And then you see many things there, but someone might ask who gives the thought. The thought comes from ignorance.
How can that be? On the contrary, the more learned you are, the more thoughts you have.
Ignorant persons have many thoughts. That's the difficulty. What you understand up to now is all wrong. The mind must be changed, and that is what the master does. You are always free, but you say, I'm in bondage, what to do? As you have forgotten yourself, I say these things. Who am I to give anybody liberation? If a boy is ignorant, he goes to school. If he's not ignorant, then. There is a story in Marathi of a realized man who had a son about 14 years old. His wife wanted the boy to go to school to learn about the world, so they sent the boy to school. One day the boy was taught the sloka, Om Nama Siddha, what is true, I bow down to you. Just on that one verse, the boy wrote 1,500 verses. So the man asked his wife, what to teach him now? If you have the wrong things in your mind, it is difficult to change it. In a way, the mind should be blank or open, then acceptance comes very fast.
When you sit in meditation and you have experiences, is that also illusion?
Yes, everything is illusion. The knowledge that you have is playing with itself. What you see is just knowledge. If you remember yourself, you forget him. Forget him, and you are there. Forget I, and he is there. You want to see him, but you can't see him. You want to understand him, but then the mind comes in. When you are he, what to achieve and what not to achieve. So much has come in the mind, how can you leave it? When the master says, you are he, how can you believe it? Mohammedans say one thing, Hindus another. Everyone has their own ideas. Who is right? Nobody is right because it is all nothing. If you see someone being killed and you are asked, what has happened? One who understands says, I don't know anything. The one who is killed is he, and the killer is he. What to do and what to tell. Nothing has happened, everything is wrong. You want to say it's all true. How can it be true? Eyes always show the wrong things. What to do? When you see a dream, the eyes are closed. A thought comes and everything happens. Is it true? With which eye did you see the dream? When you have understanding, the mind becomes satisfied and no thoughts come. The mind always thinks of others and not of itself. If the mind thought of the self, it wouldn't exist. So, you asked earlier about your noisy mind. The mind doesn't exist, but it's always noisy. It's always noisy because you think of the wrong things. Someone tells a lie, and to maintain that one lie, you tell a 100 more lies. The one who understands says, I haven't seen, I don't know. If you ask him 1,000 times, he will say, I've not seen. What you witness is always wrong. so what you see and perceive is all wrong. The eyes cannot see in darkness. The power in you can see the darkness and the light. You see with the power, not the eyes. The eyes don't work in darkness. Understand the power that is in you. Understand who am I. First, then you can get the heaven. But you must die first. You doesn't mean the body. The body can't go to heaven. The body starts from zero and ends in zero. The self is heaven. There is no heaven in the sky. Everything starts from you. The mind always thinks, but if that mind is given the understanding, then the mind becomes quiet. The boy is crying and crying, but if you give him chocolate, he is happy. He forgets crying. So, if the mind is given the correct thoughts, it automatically stops. The mind searches for the wrong thoughts. If you understand your mind, it can take you up to the reality. Realized persons understand by mind, I am not this or anything else. Bondage and liberation is also the mind's work. Why do you want liberation? No need for it. This knowledge can be understood by the grace of the Master and nothing else. Siddharameshwar Maharaj is my master, and he gave that understanding. But you must want to understand. All religions say to know yourself. Kabir says, what is the point of going to sacred places if you don't know yourself? If you understand, then every place becomes sacred. He pervades everywhere. He is in everybody. Every bubble in the ocean is nothing but ocean. So break yourself now from the ego and you are he. Nothing to do, only a change of understanding is required. Be out of the circle of ignorance. You take birth in ignorance and die in ignorance. Ignorance means nothing, zero. Space is also zero, everything comes into space. If there is no space, then how can anything happen? The self is spaceless and thoughtless. So mind can be thoughtless if you understand yourself. You say the world is true, the saint says that the world is not true. That is the difference. There may be many noises in the world, but the one who understands remains noiseless.
Is there any such thing as the spirit world when the body goes?
The power is there, but the power is wrong. It's not true. In the power you see gods and you see demons. Both are there. Both are false. God is power, the knowledge. Reality is there, and on that reality you see everything. Unless the basement, foundation is there, no floors can come.
Religions talk of life after death. Is that just a concept?
Yes, it is simply your wish. There was an interruption, and some new people came into the room. Saints say many things. Some say do this or do that, but that's not correct. One should know oneself first. Everything is wrong, but you are right. You without you is the reality. How much time does it take to know oneself? Some teachers say the understanding will come later. I don't agree with that. They say that if you do this and that, then understanding will come. You are always there. His name is Bob. Suppose he has some brandy and gets the kick of the drink. He then does and says silly things. Someone comes along and gives him a slap. Then he comes around or not. What the master says is just like a slap. You can understand at this very moment. Maharaj then recounts the story of the 10th man. 10 men had crossed the river, and when they got to the other side, they each only counted 9 men. They assumed that one man had drowned crossing the river. Each person counted, and they all came to the same conclusion that one man was lost. Some wise man came along and saw that the men were crying, so he asked what was the matter. He said after hearing the story that there are 10 men here. So he asked one of them to count. He counted 9. He then gave a slap to the man who was counting, and he said, "Oh, the 10th is found." The others were still in doubt. When each man got a slap, they understood the 10th man. When you forget yourself, then all troubles come. So if you are unconscious and you get the injection from the doctor, you come to your senses or not. Finding yourself can be very easy. The wrong thoughts of the mind should be taken out, that is all. To say that after some time or after many births you can know yourself, I don't agree. You never forget yourself anywhere in the world. I take it a little further now. If the body goes to the cemetery, you remain, you don't die. Everyone is the same. People have different skin color, but everyone eats, everyone breathes the same air, everyone wants water. The 5 elements are required. Existence rides on the breath for all. When there is understanding, oneness comes in the mind. There is no duality at all, so it is said, common sense is not a common thing. Differences and separation are the mind's work. Everyone is he.
Chapter 5. Talks from December 23, 1997.
Should the practice of meditation be with effort or effortless?
Meditation is there only to make your mind subtle. The mind has become very objective. So, in the beginning, only in the beginning, meditation is necessary to understand what the master is saying. It is an initial stage. It's not the final stage. Meditation can lead you to the final reality, but it is a long and very hard discipline. In the beginning it is useful, but eventually it gets absorbed in the final reality. In our tradition, meditation is referred to as the ant's way, and understanding is called the bird's way. Birds can fly from tree to tree, and ants, of course, move very slowly. The bird's way is by thinking only. In meditation, you have to practice many hours a day, and there are also many restrictions. Sleep and food are restricted, and it is a very difficult practice. So saints who have realized by understanding say to meditate in the beginning to prepare your mind for understanding. So both ways are necessary. When a realized person speaks, he talks beyond sky, beyond zero. An objective mind will not understand so fast. Most important in the beginning is the notion that he is my master and what he says is correct. Faith and dedication is essential. In the beginning, the master says that knowledge is necessary. But in the end, that knowledge must be submerged in the final reality. Knowledge belongs to the ego. But gaining that knowledge is an important step you must go through. You have to practice, I'm not the body, not the mind, not the knowledge, not the ego. Your habits must be changed, so practice is necessary, otherwise it's impossible. In everyone's mind is the concept, I am so and so. You must practice with the understanding, by doing I am not doing, and by eating I am not eating. There are 3 kinds of karma, see appendix. Karma means action. When you do an action, at that moment it becomes actionless. It doesn't remain akarma. You've done it and it is over at that moment. You then think many things about your actions. Suppose you hurt someone and many thoughts come in your mind. As a result of that, it becomes karma. Action and reaction are opposite and equal. Karma is a function of your mind only. If you say, I've done it, then you're stuck with karma. So how to get out of the circle of ignorance? By understanding only. When nothing is true and you don't exist, then what remains? As long as you are there, everything exists. When the body dies, does everything go off or not? If you have many dollars in the bank, what is the use of it there? Can you sign a check? When one dies, one thinks of the good and bad actions that one has done. This is carried with you in the mind, nowhere else. These thoughts have no real existence, but because you say it exists, it follows you. If you come to India, and some things are required for your personal habits, you bring these things with you or not. It's the same way when you die and leave the body. You bring your good and bad actions with you only in your mind. They don't exist, but your mind says that they do. I've done these things. Nothing is good and nothing is bad in the world. Why? Because it's not true. There is no barren woman's son. He never existed. The ego is like the barren woman's son. It doesn't exist, but still you say, I've done it. The ego should be understood and left. I don't exist, I am not, should be your understanding. In this way, all actions are actionless in the moment. If in a dream you kill somebody, when you awake, where is your action and who did the action? Who is responsible? You are sleeping. You've done nothing and you can't even remember your name. Your mind is at rest and you forget everything. Only ignorance remains, and knowledge also, in a latent form. They always go together. If ignorance goes off, then knowledge must go too. They are two sides of one coin. They are two sides, still they are one. Someone came in late and was standing outside the door, but Maharaj asked the person to come in so he could hear. One who comes must hear the master's words. Ignorance has come by hearing. Without hearing, it's not possible to get the understanding. When you took the body, you didn't know anything. Afterwards, everything has come upon you. Your name, where I am, who I am, all these things have entered your mind. All of your knowledge has come from your parent, teachers, and everyone else you meet. All of them are in ignorance what to do. Only a realized person can say none of this is true. Come with me, he says. All are going to the east side, come with me to the west side. Everything you have learned is wrong, nothing is true, and this world you experience is nothing but a long dream. Take it for granted. So you've done something good or bad in the past. Does it exist in this moment? It is only in your mind that I've done good or bad. Somewhere people are celebrating their marriage or maybe their birthday. Where is it? There is no time or space in the final reality. This should be your understanding. Then actions become actionless at the moment. Once done, it's finished. So it is said, when you spit, you can't take it back. When you say something bad to someone, you often say, I'm sorry, but you can't take it back. What is said is said. All these fathers and forefathers, where have they gone? Do they write to you? So, in the beginning, you must go to the school for the understanding. You can't meditate for the whole day. At first, you encounter some resistance to learning, and sometimes one has to bribe the child to go to school. But after a while, when you get the taste of what the master has said, that nothing is true, not even yourself, you'll never care for the world. What is there? It starts in zero and ends in zero. Zero is always zero, it is nothing. In reality, there is only oneness, no duality at all. Due to ignorance, you say, I am an American or I am a Frenchman. Where is it written anywhere? It's only in your mind. You're always in bondage. When you go to sleep, you close all the doors and windows. So you make yourself a prisoner or not. By your own wish, you become a prisoner. You lock the door from the inside and willingly do it. I tell you, nothing exists. Just as in a dream, it's all in your mind. Tell me, with which eyes did you see the dream and who made it? You did nothing. Your thoughts made it. Take it for granted. Some thought came and it all happened. Who can say? There is no entity there, and where did it happen? Who can say? Understanding should come, that's all. The sky is very big. When you close your eyes, where is the sky? It's the biggest thing, but close your eyes and it's gone. Only the power remains. To demolish the sky, close your eyes. Only you and the power remain. Due to the sky or space, our eyes can see everything. In 1 second, everything can go off. Put a match to this table and it becomes ashes. It has no existence. The wind comes and goes. Where has it come from and where will it end? Understanding should come. Your mind is nothing but your thoughts. Understand your thoughts and thoughts won't remain. When a guest comes to your house and doesn't go, he is no longer a guest but the host. Then he claims to be the owner of the house. Now we are partners, he says. The body is the same. The body is only a guest. The guest is not the owner of the house. The body wants everything. It's not even a good guest. When it goes, does it ever say thank you for all the sustenance and care that you've provided? Does it ever say bye-bye? You've entertained it all your life and it goes without a word, but still you say, I'm this. What to do? A change of mind is required, nothing else. The mind itself is bondage and mind itself is liberation. So meditation is required in the beginning, but after a while the master tells you, no need, forget that meditation also. Understanding makes you he, and you don't remain. When that happens, what to do and what not to do. The power in you is the creator of the world. What happens is your choice and not the creator's choice. Understand that way and you'll never feel anything. I am nothing. Due to the body, you have become a very small creature. Forget the bondage, nothing else. In France, once we went to see the Eiffel Tower. In front of the tower there was a man standing there. He looked like a statue, but he was a mime. His face was painted white. Then he began to move so everyone knew that he wasn't a statue. And when he was finished with his act, he asked for money. Everybody wants something, they do something, create some illusion, and then they expect something in return. It's essential to have a real master for the understanding. If a master does like the mime, he's no master, I tell you. To make a show or to create miracles is all nonsense. What miracles can you do? There is no miracle at all. Can you make anything more than the 5 elements? If there is a miracle, the body itself is a miracle. The 5 senses are extremely close to one another, but their abilities are quite different. So what more miracles can you make? Why try to attract people? Where is the necessity? It's only the power, the 6th element, that does anything. Suppose you have a dream that it's raining like hell. When you wake up, is anything wet? So when you are awakened by the master, you will say the same thing. It's not true. The mind can be awakened, nothing else. Understand your thoughts and they won't remain. Go to the source. In one little seed the whole tree is there, so go to the source. The mind makes noise because you say everything is true. Nothing is true, myself is not true. I don't exist. A dead man doesn't think anything. Can he ask for water? Nothing is nothing. You are beyond space and time. When you say I am, then everything comes, what to do. You must think again and again. By not thinking, you have become a small creature. By thinking, you can become the greatest of the greatest. Finally, that thinking gets absorbed in the reality and you don't remain. Say, I'm the creator of the world. Be big, no harm. But also say, what I have created is not true, I am not. Understand who am I first, and then that I will be absorbed by understanding. If you examine the ego, it doesn't remain. You say, ego is myself. Understand finally that even understanding is not true. Everything starts from 0. Multiply or add or divide, 0 remains 0. You can never see yourself, you can only see your reflection in the looking glass. Nothing is to be done, only understanding is required. There is no doer and nothing is done. But the ego does not want to die. There are certain worms that when you cut them, they don't die. The ego is just like that. Thought is ego. Knowledge is ego. If I goes off, then he is there. He is always there, nothing to worry. One who goes to the depths of the ocean gets the pearl. Go to the depth of yourself and he remains. One who gets the understanding doesn't feel anything. Whatever happens, let it happen. It's okay. It's my choice now. The understanding should be so strong that if someone wants to kill you, let it happen. So go to the death of that ego and knowledge, and the one who wants to kill you will not hurt you because you say, go ahead, I'm not going to die. You must be watchful here, because the knowledge you get from the master is also wrong. And if you then say, I'm the master now, that is also wrong. There is only oneness in the world, no duality at all. Everybody is he, why to worry? Nothing is bad, nothing is good. These are all thoughts. All are liars, so where is the truth? Can you find truth in all these lies? Everyone says the wrong things. You say this is a table. It's not a table. Many names are given. There is a name given to you, but you are not that. So, whatever you do, good or bad, is all wrong. Knowledge is wrong. The mind must be changed, that is all. When you are in deep sleep, does knowledge go off or not? If you die, whether you're a doctor or lawyer, and you take another birth, you still have to relearn your ABCs all over again. Where has the knowledge gone? One should think in this way. Ik verste denen wunsch ist einfacher, nach einer bestimmten Anzahl von Sätzen zu gehen. Ik word passen nach maximal 4 Sätzen einfügen, sei denn, ein Satz ist außergewöhnlich lang. Das macht es konsistenter. Higher ist die Fortsetzung.
Chapter 6. Talks from December 26, 1997.
Yesterday you said that the mind does not want to die. So is it a good way to repeat to ourselves that, I am not the body, not the mind? Is this a way to get rid of the mind?
It's okay, that is a way. But I myself is also a thought. That I thought must finally be absorbed in the reality. It's okay to say, I'm not this, not this. Discriminate everything first. The mind says yes, but understand that you are not doing anything. You are not sleeping, you are not talking, and so on. What you feel is also mind, forget that too. That thought, I am not doing, is just like a thorn that helps you to discriminate. Then that thought gets absorbed in the reality. I don't exist and I am not doing this or that. What you have set up to now is nothing but an illusion. You are really not doing anything, but the mind thinks the opposite. That mind must also be absorbed. Discrimination is the main point. Then you will understand that I am everywhere. Where am I not? The mind must be taken out by nullifying thoughts such as, I know, I do, I understand, etc. Nothing is true. In a dream you've seen many things, but you've not seen. Your eyes are closed. Then who saw? So what you see and perceive is nothing but your thoughts. The master tells you these things so the I, or ego, doesn't remain. Final reality has nothing to do with all these things. I is only a thought. Thoughtless reality has no emotions and no concepts in it. Everything comes upon it. The screen doesn't think of anything, good or bad. The screen doesn't say yes or no. It shows everything, but it doesn't take the touch of it. Don't take the touch of anything. All the ornaments are nothing but gold. Agree. You give it different names, that's all. So the name has no entity at all. Shape and name are given, but it is nothing but an ornament. So practice by saying, I do nothing. Just like in sleep, everything happens but you do nothing. When you awake, you know that you haven't done anything. You know that, same way here. I am not speaking, I am not eating, that should be your understanding. All of these thoughts such as I am right, he is wrong, come in your mind. So when emotion or thoughts come in your mind to take out these wrong notions, understand that you do nothing and that the I doesn't exist. Everything starts from zero and returns to zero, and nothing remains because it's not true. One thorn can take out another, but if you keep the second thorn, it will pinch you. Finally, that emotion of the I thought should be absorbed. If you are not, then who is the doer? The I has no entity at all. That is what you must ponder over. If you don't, how can you understand this philosophy? The thinking is the second thorn, and that also must go. Thinking is not you, who thinks. Here the thinker is not found. In the beginning, one must look at what the I is doing, but what is done by I is not you. You don't do anything. The I thought exists in a dream, nothing else. So if you understand that this is not true, then why to worry? So say I don't do anything, then there is no doer. Finally, the I goes off. You must be careful here because if you say, I've got the knowledge or I'm a master, that is ego. People often make a show of their knowledge. Some renounce and put on special clothes. Showing anything is not correct. Understanding is what is required, nothing else. If a man puts on women's clothes, that does not make him a woman, and vice versa. Thinking is the first obstacle that has come upon you, but you are thoughtless. Thoughts are of the mind only. Thinking is like a boil that has appeared on you. It must be removed by understanding and then forgotten. But without understanding, you remain in ignorance and can't do anything. In the beginning, knowledge needs to be acquired. To remove ignorance or darkness, light is necessary. Both are wrong, however. When there is light, there is darkness, and when there is knowledge, there is ignorance. But you are neither knowledge, nor ignorance, nor light, nor darkness. The world doesn't exist. Who exists? He exists, or myself without self. One should leave the room, otherwise he can't enter. As long as space is there, you see everything. No space, then there is nobody and nothing. If you understand that space is nothing, then everything in it is wrong. Ego is knowledge, ego is mind, and mind is nothing but your thoughts. The mind is the greatest factor. The mind is knowledge. When real understanding comes, then everything is thrown off. Doubts are many in the world. The mind always has doubts. The Master says, "You are God." You say, "How can I be that? I am a simple person." What you say is impossible. The mind won't accept it. You may be a sinner, a thief, or anything, but the realized person doesn't worry because he knows that you are all. He sees ornaments as gold. Suppose you put gold in shit, does it change its nature? Gold is gold, same way here. Reality is always reality. Don't be something, be everything. Something is ego. People ask me, what time is darshan? What is the meaning in it? By giving darshan you become something. I am not this. The temple is ever open and everyone is he. Anyone can go to the graveyard or temple at any time. There is no bondage for anyone. Everyone is he, so who will give darshan to whom? So I tell people that if they want to hear something in English, come at 3:30 p.m. When you go to your own place, do you need permission? Be open and everything is your choice. In your own home you can do anything. You are not bound by any laws. You are he, so why to doubt? You are in everybody. Yourself is so open, but you have forgotten yourself and say, "I'm this." You are everywhere and nobody can stop you. Can you stop the wind? You are the shit and the God also. When you become subtle, nothing comes in your mind. Be subtle. But as you have forgotten yourself, you have to go to the Master. To take out ignorance, you have to go. You have taken ignorance on yourself. In ignorance, you say that everything which is not is true. A drunkard gets the kick and says, "I'm a king." Give him a good slap and he'll remember himself. A slap from the Master is the mind's slap, nothing else. And he gives you such a good slap that your mind doesn't remain. You are always in everybody, and everything is okay. Choose a master that is free from everything, that doesn't worry for anything. In a dream you accept what comes. Here do the same, accept everything. Things come and go, but nothing stays. The guest must go, the host remains. The guest cannot say, "This is my house." If you are everywhere, how can you be a devil, a saint, or God? Or you are all these things, all are your thoughts. So he knows that there is nothing good in him and nothing bad in him. For the saint, everybody can come in. He is open and welcomes everyone. Everyone is himself, and why even say my house? Be out of everything. Throw off all the appearances on you. The mind, knowledge, intellect, possessions, all of these are appearances on you. Only then can you see yourself. The temple and the graveyard are always open. The graveyard is also a temple. Dead bodies go off, and what remains is true. Some people go to the graveyard to meditate. Nobody disturbs you, it's quiet. However, if you understand your body is a dead body at this very moment, no need for the graveyard. You may live in a cottage or a palace. Take it for granted that it's still a graveyard. All of the dead bodies are moving in the world. Everybody cries in the world. All are unhappy. Saints don't cry because they know everything is wrong. Unnecessarily people worry. People worry for the death while they are living. A saint was told that he was going to die tomorrow. He said, "I'll worry about it tomorrow." Tomorrow never comes, take it for granted. Every day is today. There is no time or space in the reality, no today, tomorrow, or yesterday. In the beginning, you have to give all of this some thought and attention. Welcome everything and then throw it off. Bondage is when you take it as true, to the original questioner. What you said is okay, but still it is a thought. You are not that. Be out of the circle of ignorance and then re-enter, no harm. Ignorance cannot come to you if you have understood that you don't exist.
Before awakening, does what you eat or drink make a difference, helpful or harmful?
Whatever you like to eat or drink, who is there to stop you?
Nobody but me.
That me is the dirty thing, take out that me. If the snake is there, take out its poisonous tooth, and then you can play with him. Even if he bites you, you know you are not going to die because it's not true.
I don't know that now.
So now what?
Some people say that certain food and drink block the subtle body, so they suggest a vegetarian diet.
These are all thoughts. In your Christian tradition, wasn't wine brought at Christ's birth? Wasn't he God? In the Indian tradition, they never put wine before God. So, water is also the basis of wine, and both water and wine help to digest food. Are they one or not? If you take brandy and get a kick, you forget yourself. But that is not the real forgetting, because you remember after the kick wears off. Real forgetting is when you take the brandy and you don't get the kick in your mind. A man who drinks and says, "Give me the change, I can count it." He is not intoxicated. In the same way, accept anything in the world, but don't get the kick in the mind. If you say it's true, then you get the kick. When you say it's not, then what harms you?
It was a teaching of my previous master that being a vegetarian was helpful. It was good for the vibrations in the body. Is that true?
Suppose you drink and eat non-vegetarian food, can you not understand? These are all bodily affairs. By taking only good things have you become good. Are those people realized by all of this? Bodily affairs are not my concern, be out of it.
Are there any masters who eat meat?
Understand yourself, that's the point. The body is not you, you see yourself as a body, you are not the body. What is good and what is bad? These are all nonsense thoughts, I tell you. Get out of your mind. Good and bad is the mind's work. My own master asked his disciples, "Bring me anything that is bad in the world." They couldn't find anything bad, but finally someone brought shit. But without shit you can't get food. Fertilizers are required. Nothing is bad in the world, nothing is good. The I that judges what is good and what is bad, and that doesn't accept, is what is bad. That's the meaning in it. Good and bad is according to circumstances.
So what you are saying is total separation between body and God.
He pervades everywhere, where is he not? He may even be in the brandy or in the shit, why not? I don't eat meat or drink, that's my choice. Suppose someone is sitting next to me eating meat and drinking wine. Should I say he's bad? I should not feel anything. Then the idea of oneness comes in your mind. One of Siddharameshwar's disciples was playing cards with him, and he was in the habit of smoking. So he excused himself so as not to smoke in front of the master. So the master gave him a bidi, an Indian cigarette, to smoke. The master didn't mind, that's the meaning in it. One can be so open, but due to the body you become a small creature. Why all this worry? When you say good food and good things bring good ideas, that is bondage. A dog eats meat and so does a tiger. One is a faithful companion and the other is dangerous. They both eat the same things. Is one bad and one good? So nothing is bad, take it for granted. Good is bondage. Reality is everywhere. Accept it. Krishna always told lies and never told the truth, and Rama was always telling the truth. Krishna is considered a full incarnation and Rama a half incarnation. Everything is in me, good and bad. If you don't drink, that is your choice, but don't judge others. Everything is simply okay. This is real freedom. If you are in the jail, all you think of is being in jail. When you are out of jail, what to think of and what not to think of. You're ever free.
Chapter 7. Talks from January 6, 1998.
When Shri Maharaj was there were no cassettes. The master must be a complete master, and he was a complete master. He gave everything, and that was his greatness. Many teachers don't give the final understanding. One has to go beyond knowledge, where the knowledge becomes ignorance. That stage he explained to us and made us understand. Krishna had a friend, a bosom friend, and when Krishna was going to leave the body, he asked Krishna to take him with him. Krishna said, "Where I'm going, I can't take you." Though he was a close friend of Krishna, he didn't know the heart of Krishna. He insisted that Krishna take him with him, so Krishna began to teach him, to give him the knowledge, the understanding. You cannot remain in the body. When it's time, the body must go. So the friend said to Krishna, "You are a very shrewd fellow. Only when I wanted to go with you did you tell me these things. And now that I understand, and you have given this precious knowledge to me, I must praise you for this. You must show me your heart as well. After liberation, one should worship. Once you have understood, what is left for you to do? There is nothing to be done. Only praise the one who has taught you these things. He is in your heart, no doubt, and you and he are one. Make duality there, make incompleteness, but only for the thanking. When you have the final understanding and then you worship, that is the best."
Is it true that the guru does everything and the disciple does nothing?
Yes, but the disciple must enter the door. That is his responsibility. But you must meet the right guru. Otherwise you are lost in heaven. Lost in heaven means lost in hell. One must be very shrewd to see how the master acts and what he does, and then you can accept his heart in you. Then the friend told Krishna, "I'm not going with you because you are not going anywhere. All the bubbles are ocean, nothing but ocean. The master cannot give you anything. He guides you to the right place. Nothing is to be achieved here. As you have forgotten yourself, he gives you the right understanding." I don't criticize anybody, but a master must give the right understanding. But in reality, how can the master give you anything? There is only oneness in the world, so who is the giver and who will be given to? If you get the right address and you don't knock on the door, who is responsible? You have to knock, then you get the final understanding without doing anything, and then you are he. So in the beginning, faith is required, complete faith in the master. Meditation is also required in the beginning. It is an initial stage. Then you can feel, he is my master. If you don't go to the school, you can't learn. My master always said this is a college or school for ignorant persons. What the master says, accept it. Master sometimes says wrong things also to test your faith. You as the aspirant must always be on the alert, otherwise you won't understand the master. The master says so many things, some of them are beyond the sky. Many teachers go up to the sky, but they don't go beyond zero or the sky space. Don't take your master as an ordinary person. That's the main point. What he does is okay. He can make you all gods. He makes you aware of your own power, and then you can act any way you like, because a king has no law. If the power is used wrongly, then the ego comes. If you are after fame and name, or whatever, you are misguided. When there is only oneness, how can you separate yourself from others? In this way, Shri Maharaj gave us the understanding. Everybody is myself, so who to bow down to and who not to. So Lord Krishna gave his heart and showed how to act after understanding, how to live and what to do and what not to do. There is no duality at all, only oneness. If the master makes the duality, he has not understood. All the ornaments are nothing but gold. No matter where you are always he. But as long as the body is there, one should always be an aspirant. Even if you make duality, still it's only one. If you put money in your left pocket or in your right pocket, it's still yours. Is it one or not? Everything is yours anyway. When you understand that you are he, you are always free and you are independent of what happens or doesn't happen. The screen has nothing to do with the pictures. Be touchless, untouched. Why? Because it is nothing. If nothing touches you, you are in ignorance. The highest understanding is that there is nobody but me, everyone is myself, so who to care for and who not to care for.
Maharaj, did you get the understanding before or after your master left his body?
Don't ask that question, why? Nothing is to be done. I saw him and he conquered me. I was an ignorant person. I was just 12 years old, I didn't know anything. I saw him and that's all. All are he, what to understand more. If an ant concentrates on a bee one day, the ant will fly without wings. Why not?
All I can do is meditate on you.
Meditate on me, not the body. Then he is in the form of the reality. The master is in the form of reality because he is always in reality. I should be taken off, nothing else. I is the black cloud before the sun. Because of the ego you can't see the sun. There was a saint who over many lifetimes was wandering here and there, but still could not reach the destination. If a real person meets you, he is the destination, nothing else. Understand that you are he, then you can do anything. Once you get the degree, the college has no authority over you. Do what you like. When you understand your own power, to whom can you show the power? There is nothing of any importance afterwards. When everything is illusion, what is there to be impressed by? Illusion cannot be true, I agree. Concentrate on the master, but the master is not master. The master doesn't remain master, otherwise he's lost. If I say, I'm the master, then I'm not a master. Nobody is separate. Separation is gone. Be out of the circle of ignorance, then re-enter and the ego won't remain. Don't say I'm something. The disease of knowledge is the worst. Don't be an entity. Something is nothing, take it for granted. Self without self is the final reality. Say, I'm nothing. Socrates said, I know nothing. All the people sitting here are all one, only the shape and names differ. When you sleep you don't exist, why say more? The I doesn't exist. When a king and a poor chap sleep, they both forget who they are. Awakening comes and then he says, I'm a king or I'm a beggar. So, due to the mind, everything is going on. The mind should be made no mind. No mind means I do nothing. People run to see what has happened, what is going on. When one understands that nothing has happened, then no mind. The world is nothing. Understand at the moment this is a dead body. As long as the power is there, the body works, and when disconnection comes, it's finished. If you understand that which is not, at the moment it frees you from the worry of death also. So, to be a master is also an illusion. Don't be the master. You can play your part as a master if somebody wants to hear, no harm. Give the right understanding. Some teachers say that after many births you can get the reality, or do this or that, and then you can get it. That's all nonsense, foolishness. So she asked me when I got to the destination. I was he before I met him, and after I met him he conquered me, that's all. Have complete faith in the master, and afterwards faith is not required. The one who keeps the faith becomes he. If you have 10 lakhs, 1 lakh is equal to 100,000 in the bank, and I say keep faith in it, is there any meaning in it? I know I've got it, why tell me? You see the whole dream, and when you get up, you say it never happened. It never existed. It is nothing. Nothing is always nothing. You say nothing is something, and that is ignorance. First know yourself, otherwise how can you know others? So in the Bible, Christ says, "Know thyself and you'll know the world." All of the fruits of the tree come from one seed. In the same way, all are the fruits of the oneness. Attributes may be in different combinations, but still there is only oneness. Everything is mine, all hands, legs, and minds, they are all mine. Then opposition doesn't remain. Nothing is bad in the world and nothing is good also. I have two hands, that which one is bad and which one is good. When there is nothing, everything comes in. It all comes from zero. Virtue, sin, right and wrong all come from nothing. Be ignorant to the world and knowledgeable to the reality. Say, I'm not this, and the ego goes off. Ego has no entity what to do. Everybody says, I. Can you show your eye? You can't see your face, so a looking glass is required. All senses work with the power, yet you can't see the power. Understand what is the source where everything starts. It all starts from zero. The world is nothing but zero. The sky is zero, so everything comes from zero. And reality is beyond zero. That's why researchers will never find him, because he is beyond zero. The power that is so subtle, which makes everything work, can you feel it? Why? Because it is nothing, how can you feel it? The power starts from zero, but reality is beyond zero. So everything can be forgotten in a fraction of a second, just as you see it in a dream. The year 1997 came, now it is gone. Where has it gone? And where has 1998 come from? And where will it go? You cannot say anything. As long as consciousness is there, you say everything. Everything is in consciousness, nothing else. Time, place, distance, everything comes there. The power is in everybody, and everybody works with that power. Understand that, and you are out of the circle of ignorance. In the final reality, there is no time or place or distance. You cannot forget yourself. You are always there. You never forget I, because you are the source of all these things. If you are not there, who will say anything? A dead man cannot say anything, so you have to die. When I am not, then who is there? He is there, nobody wants to die, what to do?
Is it true that only the guru can remove the fear of death?
Because you don't die, death is to the body. You are not the body. What comes must go, but you are ever there. Electricity doesn't worry if a bulb goes off. Put in another bulb and you get the light. You are everywhere, you are the source of everything. How can you die? The Master makes you he, and there is no death for you. I still go ahead and say this is a dead body at the moment. The power is connected, so it speaks. In a fraction of a second, the power can be disconnected. Be he, that's the main point. Everybody fears death. Don't be an ant, be a lion, and say, no death for me. All these notions of birth and death come from the mind. They are the pictures in the mind, be the producer. These pictures are made by me. Everything starts from you, but then you identify with the picture. You forget that you are the producer of these thoughts. If you are not there, who can say anything? Have the knowledge but say, I am an ignorant person. I know that I know nothing. The Master plays a part and teaches you, that is all. The kick of ignorance has come in the mind, what to do. The kick of the drink comes and you can say anything. You can create the whole world, the power is such. That which is nothing can make many things. Many varieties come in nothing. How can there be variety when there is only one? Only oneness is there, so there is no variety. People want variety because they are ignorant. What you see is only your thoughts, it starts from nothing and ends in nothing. Gold doesn't say, I'm an earring or a chain. Gold is gold. Understand everything is one and then nothing remains.
Chapter 8. Talks from January 9, 1998.
My son, who was 16, died last year in a motorcycle accident. I now feel lost in the world, and I am looking for the meaning in life because I want to find peace and serenity. I would like to meet my son again by the way of the Spirit. Is that possible? Why is there so much suffering in the world? And why is there no equality between people in the world? Why did my son die so young? He had so much to do in life.
He died by a mistake. Mistakes happen. Why him? The question doesn't arise. One is not born at all. The question of death doesn't come in. An ignorant person thinks, I am born. When you are born, you must die. Birth means death. Suppose one says, why should I have to pass the stools? Because you eat. If you eat, you must pass the shit. Why are people unhappy and why no equality? That which is not true, which is incomplete, how can it give happiness? Why did he die so young? He had so much to do, she says. He doesn't say anything now. Suppose you are in a dream and you want to become a great manager of a company. Where does the wish go? Only thoughts remain. Same way here also, people want to do many things in life and be fulfilled, but they can't complete or finish what they want. Why? It is just not true, that's the main point. There cannot be completion in the illusion. Illusion means nothing. All have different wishes, and if all the wishes are fulfilled, how can the world remain? Nobody wants to be poor, but poverty is there. Nobody wants to die, but still they die. What to do? The world is not complete. Many ideas come in the mind. Suppose one wants to be a dog. Can you be a dog? I always give bad examples. The problem is that the wishes are for the wrong things. What is real has nothing to do with all these desires and fears. You are sleeping and you get the dream. When you awake, you say, it's only a dream. Nothing is there. The world starts from zero and ends in zero, and all you get is zero. She says many things are to be done. For what? When you give birth to a child, he must die sooner or later. And can I see him again? People think such nonsense things. Where is he now? He has become zero. Name and shape have gone off. If you understand that which is not, then the question of death doesn't arise. People are in ignorance. They don't understand, so they ask all these questions. Nobody wants to die. Why should I die? The dream comes and the dream goes. This world is nothing but a long dream. That which is not can never be true. It feels solid to you now due to your gross body and your sensations. In a dream, if someone slaps you, when you awake only your pillow is there. Nothing is there, but you experience it due to the dream. There is no meaning in these questions, I tell you. These questions are correct according to the ignorance of the person. The root of birth is nothing but misery and problems, so how can the fruits of pleasure come? Duality is the cause of all this. There was a man who in Marathi his name translates as dust, meaning no value. Then he got some money and became rich. Then, instead of being called by his given name, they referred to him as Mr. Dust. Then he became even richer and they called him Master Dust. So the man said, the name is given to money and not to me. When I had no money I was called Dust, and now due to my circumstances they give me a title and honor. The root is sour, so how can the fruits be sweet? It's impossible. It's a wish for all who take birth that they have something better in the next life. That's the main point. And this desire is what makes you take birth again and again. You want to be great, but how can you be great? The desire takes a body which comes from zero. The dream is always wrong, it can never be right. And how can you see that boy again? How will you recognize him? He has become dust. It is all simply wrong ideas in the mind. Death is nothing. There is no death for anybody. The 5 elements go to the 5 elements and the power goes to power. The boy hasn't gone anywhere. He didn't exist in the first place. Suppose you have a child in a dream. Do you cry for it when you wake up? pointing to a flower. This is a nice flower, I agree. When it dies and turns to dust, would you like to see it?
Why do we suffer so much when our children die?
It is the love for illusion, the love for nothing. Why suffer? You say you're the body, I say you're not the body. The body is only a covering on you. For 2 or 3 minutes of pleasure, you make a child, and then it suffers for a whole life. No one dies for you, and when you die, you become dust. Christ said, "Thou art dust, you eat dust, and finally you go into dust." The body is nothing but dust. When the body is working, it is working only on the breath, and when the breath goes, nothing remains, not even a thank you or a goodbye. One saint's son died. He was giving sermons and he said the following day, "So many people die in the world every day, why should I cry for one only?" When you say, "It's my child," you cry. One who understands that I'm not the body is happy, otherwise not. When you say, "I'm the body," the ego comes. The body is nothing but flesh, blood, and bones. If the body is nicely finished, you like it. Ignorance is the concept, I am the body. Everything is false, nothing is true. Suppose you have a bundle weighing 10 kilos and you give the contents away. Where is the bundle then? Where has it gone? This body is nothing but a bundle of blood, flesh, wind, and bones. They have all come together and your parents have given it a name. What's a name? All names are false. His name is Bob, show me Bob. So many different names and they all are of no value. If you break this flower pot, it becomes earth. Why are names given? Just to understand and for convenience. Birth and death are only your thoughts. Suppose your dearest dies and someone tells you, you loved him so much, keep him with you for a few days more. You of course say, no, put him in the ground so we don't have to see him again. Nobody wants to be around dead bodies. The only solution to death is to forget. There are many bubbles in the ocean. If one breaks, does the ocean cry? Why don't saints cry? Because they have become the ocean, so why to worry?
Is any of this true, like our being with you?
No, nothing is true. Everything comes from ignorance. Due to ignorance, you say that I am a master and you are an aspirant, but in fact the reality is you. Due to the identification with the body-mind, you think you don't know anything. So, then you are compelled to come to a master and hear what he has to say. It is nothing but a dream. What I speak is also wrong. But I speak for the truth. The address is wrong when you meet the person. There are no words in the stateless state. It really is quite different. All words come back from there. If someone sees an arrow pointing to the bathroom, the pointer is not the place. You can get an understanding through words, but words are no longer true when you reach the destination. What I tell you is wrong, but what I speak about is true. Words are only pointers. Yourself is he without self, absolute reality. Your separation is due to body-mind identification. You say, I am this bubble. Due to mind you have become small, so you need to expand your thoughts and become bigger and bigger. Eventually the balloon will burst and you will become he. Break down the walls of your mind and you become the sky. Bondage is only your thoughts, that's why the master has to change your thinking. You are not the body, you are the power. That is what you must think again and again. Then the understanding will come. Everyone wants to see a picture, a photo of himself, no matter how he looks. But the photo is not you. It is a shadow of the reality. If you focus on the shadow, you can't see the reality. Forget the shadow and you are he. Nothing is happening or ever happens, but still you think so. Take it as a dream. The eyes have the habit to see what is not there, what to do. This is a dead body at the moment. If the power is there, it speaks, otherwise not. If the bulb is bad, you simply change it. The power doesn't go off. And the woman who lost her child, when she sleeps, does she forget or not? Due to the wrong idea in the mind, you say it's mine, and then you suffer. When you are away from the master, you may remember some things and forget others. Take it for granted that everything is nothing. The master is also not the body, so you must churn what the master says. If you don't, then you will forget. That is the practice wherever you may be. Think again and again. He is everywhere, he is not the body, and you are he. When you sleep, you forget everything. Are you not happy? Forget you are an American, or an Indian, or whatever it may be. Understanding is the practice that everything is zero and an illusion. How much time does it take to know yourself? You are he at this very moment. Nothing you see and perceive is true. That should be your understanding. All is nothing. It all depends on your mind and how you accept it. The master does everything you do. He eats and sleeps, but his mind has been converted, nothing else. Then good or bad thoughts may come, but you won't feel anything because it is nothing. If a rich man puts on dirty clothes, it does not make him poor. If you know your own wealth, what does it matter what people say? Know that you are the creator of the world. Make the mind bigger and bigger, and then it will go off. Then only he remains. Doing and not doing will no longer be your concern. By doing, you're not doing. That is the basic understanding. A king gives orders, others carry them out. Accordingly, the king gets the pleasure while others are doing the work. Don't be a small creature. Don't say it's true. That is the mistake people make. Accept what the teacher says and your mind will always be at rest. Don't be a slave of the illusion. Don't give it value. Keep it in your pocket, but don't take the touch of it. Then nothing can harm you. If he says he's Bob, then he's lost. If he says he's not Bob, he's the creator of the world. Overnight, a beggar can become a king, why not? If you say, it's all wrong, you're the king, and if you say, it's true, you're a slave. So be the master, not the slave.
Chapter 9. Talks from January 10, 1998.
A few days ago when someone said, I see, you said, the power sees. Also you said if two people are given the same address, and if one person gets there and one doesn't, the reason is the ego. Could you explain that in terms of the power that is the same for both?
The power doesn't do anything. Power is power. Where you put it, it works. Like electricity, if you put it in a fan or in a bulb, it works. Electricity doesn't do anything, agree. In any contrivance it will work, but without power you can't do anything. So who is the doer? The doer is not found. So for all the good and bad actions, nobody is the doer. Power doesn't know anything. Suppose electricity kills someone, can you file a lawsuit against it? Hands cannot move without the power. Who does it then? That is the ego that says, I do it, I see, and so on. Who is this I? Find out for yourself. He says he's Bob, where is he? He is a name only. A name is not true. But with that power he does everything. If the culprit is not found, then the case is dismissed. You have become the culprit yourself. You say, I do it, I see, I kill, but it is the hand that kills. Then if you say, I killed, the sentence of death comes to you. You consider the ego to be yourself, but you are not that. The seed is one and many fruits come out of it. Some are sour, some are sweet, and some turn out bad. Can the seed be blamed? Due to the mind you say good or bad. The mind is the agent of your power. The mind does everything. The mind makes the discrimination. It's the same way with the creator and the creation. The creator is not found. What to do? The creator doesn't exist as told in our mythological books. He's called Mahamaya. Maha means big, and Maya means that which is not. That which is not is a big nothing. That's the meaning of it. But this which is not, this nothing, can do many things. In a dream you are sleeping. Your eyes are closed, and in your dream you kill someone. Who did it? When awakening comes, who is the killer? You say, how can I kill someone? And then you say it was only a dream. The world is nothing but a long dream. You don't exist, but still you say, I did it. The one who doesn't exist does everything. When you say, I am the doer, then you must get the sentence. Electricity doesn't know, I run the fan. The sun doesn't know, I give the light. If the sun says, I give the light, then it's not the sun. If a mango says, I'm sweet, then it's not a mango. So where is the I? The doer is not found here. The name comes and you say, I'm this. When you die, it is written in a book that so-and-so died. The name which has come has gone. Nobody dies, take it for granted. Still, you fear death because you say, I'm the body, what to do? If you say, I'm the body, then death must come. The body has taken the birth, you have not taken the birth. Power is there, so light comes. And when the bulb goes off, you put in another bulb. Electricity doesn't know if a bulb is good or bad or if there is light. Power doesn't know anything. How can it know? Power is knowledge now, knowledge is power. If power is not there, you can't do anything. With the power, you can do everything. So who is the doer? Who made the dream, tell me? You are sleeping in complete ignorance, agree. Some thought comes and then anything happens. A king dreams that he's a beggar and vice versa. Who did it? From ignorance a thought came and everything happens. So when you awake, you say it was a wrong thing, it was a dream. Here in the waking state, it is a dream also. Your father and mother gave you a name and you became that because you accepted that. What was your name before birth, tell me, and what will be your name after death? Due to the power, you do everything. It doesn't take the blame or credit for anything. Power doesn't know, I'm power. These are all subtle things one should understand. If you say, I see, who is it that sees? With that power you see, the power doesn't see. With the power, all of the senses work. What you do is only in your thoughts. Without your thoughts, can you do anything? Thought means mind. Without mind, you can't do anything. The mind works with that power, I agree.
Where do your thoughts come from?
From zero. When you are sleeping, you are in complete ignorance. Then a thought comes. It's automatic. Both knowledge and ignorance are there in a very subtle form. As long as you are breathing, knowledge is there. Breathing is power, nothing else. It's a sub-power station. Everything is mixed up, so how to find the doer? Nobody is there, why? It doesn't exist. It's an illusion. If it's an illusion, how can it be true? You say the power does it. The power doesn't do anything. When you dry your clothes in the sun, does the sun know this? The sun doesn't know either light or darkness. There is no discrimination in the power.
Is the mind separate from the ego?
The mind is ego. The mind is the subagent of ego. The manager should be there and the clerk should be there. All are required, otherwise the factory can't run. This body is a factory of shit. Agree, what do you produce? So then you say that I am the owner of this shit mill. Ego says, I'm this. He will say, I'm Bob, at once. You must think about these things and maybe go a little further where there is no thought, the final reality. Without thinking, you are not a man, you're an animal. You have the discrimination power to know what is true and what is not true, or what is reality. Who does everything? Who speaks? The I can't speak. Only if the power is there can there be speech. No power, then nothing. Thinking is not myself, knowledge is not myself, and ignorance is not myself. It is all nothing but your thoughts. Knowledge and ignorance are two sides of one coin. If you want to know something, knowledge must be there to ask, what is this? With knowledge you ask, he, the reality, doesn't do anything. But you say, I've done it. The eyes cannot see. A dead man has eyes, can he see? You must go beyond all these things. Knowledge is just a thought. Reality has been forgotten and all this knowledge has come up. From ignorance and forgetfulness, knowledge has come up. How can it be true? If the source is bitter, then what you drink is bitter. Everything is knowledge, nothing else. But knowledge is not true. That is what one should understand. I am talking about the last state now. When knowledge is there, everything is done by that knowledge. But from where does this knowledge come? It comes from zero. You must understand who you are. Christ says, know yourself and you will know the world. You don't know yourself and you still say, I'm that. It creates a mess. If the I doesn't exist, who sees, who hears? Actually, nothing happens, but you say, I experienced it at that time. Just like in a dream, you see, hear, and experience, but when awakening comes, what is true? This world is a living dream, Mahamaya. The Creator is also Mahamaya. It is nothing, and from nothing many things have come. There is no end to it. From 0, 1,000 crores are counted. 100 lakhs makes 1 crore. 1 crore equals 100 x 100, 000 or 10 million. If no zero, then the I cannot come. The reality has nothing to do with all these things. You sing, you dance, you cry, you laugh. What has the screen to do with all these events? The screen always remains the screen. Understand that it is nothing. It all starts from 0. You say it's true because you are in the kick of ignorance. A drunkard says in the kick of the drink that I am a king. And you say, I am so-and-so, pointing to a man who was given an Indian name. To that which has no entity, why should many different names be given? What is the meaning of this? The one who understands says nothing has happened. So nothing can do many things because it is nothing. Reality is real and doesn't do anything. It is not affected at all. When you understand yourself, you can say with confidence that the world is nothing. When you see yourself as part and parcel of the world, you say, I am so-and-so, and he is so-and-so. With understanding, you can erase everything just like writing a wrong word and then erasing it. Up to now, whatever you have learned, forget it. What you say is all wrong things. You never speak the truth. The base is true, that is you without you. It is always there, but it doesn't speak. So now nobody is a seer, nobody sees. But the base must be there, otherwise, how can the world remain? So don't be the seer, and don't be the accused. It is the attraction to the mind's work such as virtue, love, good deeds, and their opposites that creates the bondage. You keep duality as your companion, and when you die, the good and bad deeds remain and are reflected in your mind. When a saint dies, he doesn't worry because he doesn't exist, and he doesn't carry these thoughts with him. He knows that nobody dies, and that birth and death are nothing but your thoughts.
The other day you said that when the body is dead and the mind is dead, only desire remains to be born again. Is there a relationship between power and desire?
Without the power, how can you do anything? Desire cannot come without power.
Is desire and power the same?
No, how can it be? Desire is a thought. Don't mix up these things. Unless the power is there, the ego cannot come. How can you speak without the power? In the final understanding, the power itself doesn't exist. It goes off. Everything gets absorbed in the reality. Say that something comes upon you, you get a boil and you go to the doctor to cut it off. It's part of your body, but still, you want it removed. The power works in you and then you say, I work, I feel pain. But it is the power that does all these things. The body is just a contrivance. Without the power, what can you do? But the power doesn't say anything. It doesn't even know it is the power. It is the ego that says, I want, I do, and it takes the responsibility for what is done. The ego is just your name, and all of your desires and fears come from it. The power has nothing to do with all of this. All of your desires and fears are bodily affairs and the cause of your suffering and pain. And still you say, I am this. This body is an abscess on you and you have to cut it away with understanding. How many times have you cried in this life? For what? A young boy cries, and his father says that he is always crying for nothing. When you cry for nothing, who will help you? Everyone cries for nothing. If it doesn't exist, they want it. Everyone wants happiness. How can you get it? Understand what joy, pain, and pleasure are. Unless you understand these things, what's the use of it? After understanding, nothing remains. That's the main point. When you examine your thoughts and your mind, nothing remains. You say this is a flower pot. It can be broken in a second. It is nothing. That is what you must understand. People ask you, what is your good name? No name is good, but still they ask. Your no name, from where does everything start? Go to the source. If you go to the source, nothing remains. All of the saints say to know thyself. Due to ignorance, you want to be somebody. If one has no name, what to say about him? He is just like the sky, nothing. If you go to the source of I, the I goes off. When your mind becomes objective and says, I am this, then all pleasures and pains are born. Actions don't remain also. Action of what you do goes off in the moment. It dies. Actions become no action. Done is done. It only remains in the mind. The mind keeps everything which is not. The mind accumulates everything. All that you see and perceive and what you understand is nothing. Nothing exists. So the world is a shadow of reality. Come on now. The shadow is not true. When you take it as true, you are lost. All worship God, but they don't know what God is. By ignorance, you say God is there. God is not at all anywhere. That God, that power that is in you and works in you, will also go off. If you really understand God, you will not worship anybody. That same power that is in you is in Krishna and Christ, but still it doesn't remain.
That power you are speaking of, is that the reality? What is power?
Power is knowledge. Knowledge also gets absorbed in the end. There is no knowledge and no ignorance in the final reality. So, what starts from zero, how can it be true? The sky is zero. A big cyclone comes in the sky. Where does it come from? It makes havoc and then it goes away. Where does it go? Back into the sky. The sky is nothing, and yet that nothing is so powerful. Everything happens in the sky, but still it is nothing. So the power and the knowledge are also wrong. I know you say, that is the power and that is knowledge. What comes up is always wrong, it's not true. Sky or space is nothing but zero. Still, everything comes from it and it is so powerful. When you are in zero, you get the dream. You can't get the dream if you're not sleeping. Power is zero, and from that everything starts. This world is created from zero. Then who is the doer of zero? You cannot find the creator of zero. In the dream, who is the creator? You are sleeping, you do nothing, but the dream comes. When awakening comes, you can say it's only a dream. The world is true for everybody, but not for the saint.
So what is real?
Final reality where ignorance and knowledge don't remain. What happens is nothing. It starts from nothing. It starts from zero. You forget yourself, which means zero, and then everything starts. Final reality is forgotten, and that which is not appears. The world is just a shadow of reality, as I said before. The reflection is not true.
In the final reality, there is no power, correct?
Yes, no power and no thought. Where there is a thought, the power must be there. He is there. Yourself is true, but it has no name. Words come back from there. Words come from the sky. You must go beyond sky. If there is no sky or space, can you speak? Knowledge comes from the sky, from zero. From nothing everything comes, so nothing can make anything. Zero has that much power. All what you see and perceive comes from this knowledge, and when you say it is real, then that is ignorance. Knowledge is God. The Creator is knowledge. This is both difficult and easy to understand. Forget yourself and everything is okay. The I doesn't allow you to grasp this.
What is the experience of someone who has grasped the ultimate truth?
He understands that I without I is there. Self without self is there, that is his experience.
So when there is no more ignorance, where is the power coming from?
Ignorance must be there. As long as the body is there, ignorance must remain. Why talk of a realized person? First realize and then ask. The question doesn't arise then. When you wake up from a dream, you say it was nothing. Here, all are in ignorance. What you see is nothing. A realized person says it's nothing. When a body dies, a realized person says that nothing has happened. From zero, all these things happen, so what is true? When all is nothing, then who am I now? You don't remain. I is not true.
1 plus 1 is 2. It's logical. Is the understanding of the reality as logical or as easy as 1 plus 1?
It's easier. 1 plus 1 is a method. For understanding, no method is required. You are he. When you are he who will know whom, duality is gone. 1 plus 1 is duality. There is no duality, only he exists or self without self.
I cannot see that there is no duality. I have no proof.
It is because it is not. It doesn't exist. Oneness is there. There is only one. There is nothing in the world except him. All are nothing but the bubbles in the ocean. Millions of bubbles and you are just one of them. You must break your bubble, nothing else. The Master helps to break your bubble by understanding, that's all. You are he. So to know yourself what you are is more easy or not. You misrepresent yourself, what to do. Everybody is he. Everybody has the same name, so who to call and who not to call. There is only oneness. What to experience and what not to experience since everything is nothing. Why should the sky worry for anything? Things come and go, do they affect the sky? Sky remains sky, be like the sky and say, nothing has happened. Everything comes upon the screen and goes off. If it were true, it would have remained. If good thoughts come to you, you don't become good. If bad thoughts come, you don't become bad. Thoughts just pass away. Past, present, and future are in the mind only. People want to help other people. Who are you to help anyone? When you don't exist, how can you help anyone? For most people, their existence is nothing but money. If one has no money, does he have mercy or not? With money you say, I've done something. With money you say, I've done merciful things. What is mercy? It is just a wish. If you give 5 or 10 lakhs, your mercy is limited. God's mercy is unlimited. So why should you have mercy on anyone? Who are you to do that? You don't exist. When you are not there, who will be merciful? Who will be bad and who will be good? All these things are nothing but the thoughts of your mind. The mind always takes on many colors. Knowledge always wants to grow more and more, but knowledge is the greatest ignorance. If you don't understand that, you will never be happy.
The idea of being born or reborn means nothing, yes.
Nothing, nobody is reborn and nobody dies also. There is no birth and no death. Suppose a child is born to you in a dream, which birth date will you accept for it? This world is nothing but a long dream.
The scriptures talk of rebirth and no rebirth. What is your understanding?
That depends on your wish. You take birth by your own wish. If one has no wish, what birth will you take? Wish for a body is the greatest desire. I want a body is the strongest wish. If a building is condemned and you are living in it, you want help to locate somewhere else. But a saint doesn't worry. The sky is my home, I can sleep anywhere. You want a house or a body. The body is nothing. All these thoughts of birth and death are the mind's work. Understanding these things comes by thinking. Without thinking, you can't get it. Nobody puts you in bondage. You take it on yourself, so it's not difficult to know yourself. You never forget yourself, you're always there. But you misrepresent the I. Don't misrepresent. Say everything is nothing. That's the right way. If you say it's something, you're lost and troubles come. What is true, self without self?
What is grace?
Grace is understanding. The Master gives you understanding, that is the grace, so accept it. That is grace. The boy goes to school to learn and the teacher teaches him. If he doesn't accept, whose fault is it? If he accepts, he can become a teacher too. Why not? Acceptance is required, nothing else. If you put your hand on someone's head, can you learn? Is that grace? It's all nonsense. What a teacher says, you must experience that. Be that, nothing to become, you are he at this very moment. Master takes away your ignorance, you gain nothing.
Chapter 10. Talks from January 14, 1998.
All of my life I have been looking for this inner peace and serenity. Since I have met you, I wonder if the inner peace and serenity are an illusion. Is this correct? Should I stop hoping to get this state?
A state is not the reality because final reality is stateless. When you say, I want peace, that is also a thought. When there is a peace, some interference always comes and then you lose your peace. What is lost cannot be true. Some saints say that peace is the bliss of heaven. That's okay. But still you have to go beyond peace. Peace is of the mind. Something always happens to break the peace. There is no peace or its opposite in the final reality. On the screen someone speaks loudly. What does the screen have to do with it? The screen has nothing to do with all these things. Reality has nothing to do with the world that has come up. Many things happen. He, the reality, has not lost or gained anything. On the basement foundation, you may build 50 stories. The basement has nothing to do with this. When you sleep, peace is there. Does it remain? Peace can be broken. It doesn't remain because whatever happens is nothing. It's an illusion. You must understand that. A cyclone comes from the sky and causes many problems. Finally, it ends in the sky. What does the sky have to do with it? Still, you are subtler than the sky. This cannot be understood by experiencing. It is there, just like the screen is there. In the same way, many things come and go, the screen remains the screen. So you are just like a screen. Everything comes upon you and goes, and you are unaffected. In the beginning, I agree you have to go for peace, but that is not the final state. Why? Because what happens and what you experience is nothing but an illusion, so it is not. It doesn't exist, so how can it disturb you? This world is nothing but a long dream. People are all in ignorance. They have no understanding of the reality, so they want some peace. So people like to go to a peaceful place where there is no distraction. But where is your mind at that time? Is it peaceful? You have to go beyond that. I don't say no, something is better than nothing. No harm. When you say everything is true, you chase it like anything. Everybody chases happiness. Many thoughts, both good or bad, come in the mind, still you are there, you never forget yourself. Self is always self without self. Self is ego, there is no I there in the final reality. Forget the I, and he is there. When nothing is true, then who remains? He remains, he is so natural, people make it so unnatural. When you say, I'm in peace, you are not in peace, it's only your thought, how can the peace be he? He is thoughtless, no thoughts are there. The screen never says, I've spoken loudly and sung, or I killed someone. Nothing has happened to the screen. The screen doesn't take the touch of it. By understanding, one doesn't take the touch of it. When you do, you are in ignorance. How can nothing harm you? Peace is a concept or state. Understand that way. Swami Ramdas, Saint Samartha Ramdas of 17th century India, says doing everything you do nothing. Understand that. By crying you don't cry. You say, I cry, that is the mistake. Crying is a state. Laughing is also a state. Nobody can cry forever and nobody can laugh forever. All these thoughts are nonsense. They don't remain and they are not true. Nothing is required of you and there is nothing to acquire. Whatever happens, are you there or not? You never forget yourself. So I strongly say, when you go to the graveyard, you never forget yourself. The body goes to the graveyard. All of these ideas come in your mind and you take everything as true. In sleep there is peace, and when you get up you say it's not true, it is nothing. You must have the complete conviction in the mind that nothing happens and nothing is true. All the ornaments are nothing but gold. How can it be anything else? The name is wrong, but everyone accepts it. Shape is also wrong. The reality in everybody pervades everywhere. So who will see him and by which eyes can you look at him? So it is very simple to understand. Forget everything and he is there.
Chapter 11. Talks from January 16, 1998.
Today is my last day here. I know that I should feel close to you even when I am away, but I feel better when I am in your presence. So how can I reduce the gap?
There is no time and no gap also. He is everywhere and anywhere. You should not forget this. That is the main point. You are he, you are ever he, so what harms you? Only ignorance of the self, nothing else. One should practice, I am everywhere and nothing else is there at all. There is only oneness, so whatever you see and perceive is he. When you look at yourself in the looking glass, you see your face only, so we call it a shadow or reflection. You feel it is true due to ignorance. It is nothing. And as a result of this appearance, you become something. The name you were given, you become that. So as you have forgotten yourself, you have to go to the master. Otherwise, there is no need. Body is ego, you have become the ego, but the ego has no existence at all. So, one should find out who is God or who am I. God you cannot find, so find out who you are. You have to absorb that I. The I doesn't exist. If you don't, then God and you will remain, and that is duality. As long as duality is there, no happiness is possible. Even with the best of minds, there are mind differences and tensions. Where there is oneness, no tensions remain. When the I goes off, then only he remains. He is so subtle, more subtle than the sky. Space and sky are zero. He is beyond sky, so how can you see him? And who will see him, and with what instrument can you see him? The master can give you the understanding in words only, and words are pointers, nothing else. To say I exist is bondage, you become something. You are never bound by anything, but you say and think I'm something. When you experience oneness, then all that you see and perceive is he. Duality creates confusion in you, so first you should know, who am I? You are nothing, but still you say, I'm this. Can you give me a sample of yourself? Is it written anywhere on you? You say I'm here, but the master says, you are nowhere. You say all these things, but he who says cannot be found. You have become a demon of Ravana. Maharaj recounts the story of Ravana from the Ramayana and how Rama cuts off the devil's 10 heads. One drop of Ravana and another devil comes up. So you're the Ravana. By your thoughts everything has come up. Rama could not find out the death of Ravana because Ravana never existed. Rama himself became Ravana, so how can he kill him? Understand, his name is Bob, but he doesn't exist. When one doesn't exist, how to kill him? Hanuman was Ram's helper. Hanuman means mind or monkey. If you give a ladder to a monkey, he will just go up and down. So the mind is just like a monkey, thinking of everything and then forgetting. You do that every day. You do this and that every day like the monkey. The scriptures give the understanding in a very nice way, otherwise it's just a story. You have forgotten yourself, and you are moving all the time just to support the belly. If no belly, who will care for whom? Tell me, so Rama has made many demons out of himself. By your eyes you have made so many demons. By hearing and tasting and thinking you create so many I wants. Ask your mind what you don't want. The mind wants everything, and mind is nothing but your thoughts. You say something is good or bad according to your thoughts. Only the I thought is bad, but even that doesn't exist. So don't be a Hanuman, a monkey. You do the same thing as him, only in a more sophisticated way. When understanding comes, there is neither good nor bad. Due to ignorance you say, I've got the birth and I will die. The body dies, you don't die, then why should you worry? Everyone fears death, nobody wants to die. The ego doesn't want to die, so you don't have to worry, you are always with the master. You are never away from him. If you say that everything is true, then you must practice that nothing is true, including myself. I don't exist. The house doesn't say, I'm a house, the flower pot doesn't say, I'm a pot. You give the name so you are the demon. You make many, many demons out of yourself. How can you get happiness? Ravana, ego, should be killed by understanding. When you say I am, then the demon remains there. The demon exists by your thought. If you don't exist, then nobody exists. I am everywhere and everyone, that should be your understanding. Even practicing is not necessary. Faith also is not necessary. You are he at this very moment. Why say more? The master has to say these things because you have forgotten yourself and you don't know. The master gives the address and you must follow it or not. Then you get to the place. He never dies, is never born, and never comes and goes. Bondage and liberation do not exist. They are only thoughts. The parrot catcher takes a hollow tube and string and makes a triangle and puts it on a tree. The parrot comes and sits on it. As his head is heavy, he falls upside down, so he holds on tighter as he is afraid of falling. The next morning the parrot catcher comes. He picks up the triangle and the parrot is still holding on. The catcher then puts him in a cage. Then the parrot thinks he is free now while in the cage. I've got support now. Bondage is accepted, even though he knows how to fly. In the West, your food comes in stages: soup, salad, main course. In India, we put everything out at the same time. It is a matter of custom. No need to change these things. What you like is often a question of custom or fashion. In India, it is the custom that when the wife dies, the husband must cut off his mustache. The people then know his wife is dead. When you are he, you are never in mourning. But when there is nothing you mourn, what to do? Scientists say that matter never dies. I have spoken so many words, where are they now? Where have they gone? So many people have died, where have they gone? In a graveyard, are they there? Before you die you say, bury me beside my husband. All these nonsense thoughts are there, where to find anything or anyone. Nothing exists. If you go to the market and say, I want to sell myself, who will purchase you? The barren woman's son has no existence. What name can you give nothing? The body is nothing but a barren woman's son. You may be 100 years old, but you never become old. You are ever fresh. In this way, you should understand that you are never away from anything. When you are he, you are everywhere. Then, no question of separation comes. Separation is of the body only. As you have forgotten yourself, I have to say these things again and again for you. You are he. A man from Europe came into the room late. He has a spiritual name, so Maharaj asks, what is his original name? Both of your names are wrong. Why should saints give more names? No need, one name is sufficient. Names are just names. The two names are both nothing. By two names you become more confused. You are the final reality. Why should names be given? You are nameless, you are thoughtless. Can you show me India? Is a map India? A name has no value. When you are born, what was your name? You give names to that which has no existence.
Chapter 12. Talks from January 20, 1998.
Does the physical suffering of the body help us to realize faster that we're not the body?
Physical suffering is okay, and as a result you can understand faster. No harm. Swami Ramdas says there are 3 kinds of suffering. 1, things that come up in the world. You endure many worldly troubles. 2, when you consider yourself as the body, then bodily troubles come. Many diseases come. 3, when one dies without knowledge, he goes through many, many troubles. God gives you troubles, cosmic or celestial troubles. When one experiences these 3 kinds of troubles or pains, one asks, how can I get some happiness? And there is a turn towards reality. When one has a body, everyone experiences problems. Sometimes you inherit troubles from your parents. These are bodily troubles. Accidents like falling off a horse, these are worldly troubles that also brings you many troubles. If I die, what will happen to me? The mind's troubles are from the worldly life. Your only son dies and you feel bad. You say it is my son, so you have to suffer with the pain. If the neighbor's son dies, you may feel sorry, but it's not the same pain. The wheel of suffering happens because you say that it's mine. It all comes from the mind. It's all the connection with worldly affairs. By your own wish, you have ridden the horse, taken birth. When you ride the horse, you have to hold onto the reins, otherwise you fall down. You have to dance with the horse. What to do? So it is that the one who gets all of these 3 kinds of troubles has a real chance to go to the reality. You may feel bad about these difficulties, but still, it gives you incentive to find the right way. The bodily troubles are helpful to you. Once these body-mind troubles come upon you, you have a chance to get the nausea about the body. Otherwise, you don't get the nausea. People feel bad because they don't understand. If you take the illusion as true, then all these troubles come to you. But still you take this as true, what to do? It is automatic for you. When you say I am this, then everything comes. If you say I am not this, then everything goes off. If you come to a real master, then you get the understanding. I tell you, you can be happy with disease or anything. Take your body as a neighbor and not you. You say, I am the body, and that brings ego, nothing else. And that ego doesn't want any troubles. It only wants good things, the best things. My name should come first. The ego becomes stronger with the happiness of the world. If misery or troubles happen to you, take it for granted that it is for the good. So a realized person welcomes disease, let it come. I am not this. Worldly happiness is not true happiness. True happiness lies in forgetting the world. When you sleep, you forget the world and you are happy. These worldly things are all bondage that you take as reality. If you don't take it as reality, no bondage for you. You are ever he. Let the bodily affairs come, why to worry? When a mother's son is sick, she gets worried, but does she take the disease on herself? She gives only words, nothing else. Many people feel when they are sick that they want people to come and visit them. I disagree. You only remember your illness more. Why to come and see you? Always you see only your own interests everywhere. The interests of your body-mind come first. All people are of this type. Forget all of these things. What is there? One day you say the body will die. It is already dead at the moment, I say. People don't agree. Still, I say it. The self is so open, why to worry? If happiness or troubles come, he is not concerned. Let anything come, one and all. I'm unaffected like a rock. In that way, your worries go off and you go for the understanding very fast. One should not fear anything. Happiness or pleasure may be there, but don't be attached to it. Attachment should not be there. Suppose you are a king. Be on the throne, rule the country, but still understand that it is not true. There was a king. He was with a body, but still without a body. So, he was always within his own self. Body is there, but it is called bodiless, vidhai mukti. Let the body be there, but still you are always free. Body is a bondage, but you are free if you understand you're not the body. Then you are the power that is in you, you are everywhere. The power is open and clear, and you are always happy, and you never fear anything. A saint who was a yogi came to see King Janaka. He knew the king was realized. So the king was told that Shukamuni wanted to see him. So the king sent him a message to leave all attachments and he would be happy. Shukamuni went home and thought about what the king had said. So the yogi decided to throw off his loincloth, and he went back to the king naked. The king then told him to leave all attachments. You are not the body, not a yogi, and not a saint. He left the palace and never came back. He understood the inner meaning of the king's words about attachments. You may be in pleasure also, but never forget yourself. Do things, do anything, no harm, but don't forget yourself. Don't get attached. Attachment is the worst because it is the wrong attachment. Be attached to the reality, and then you become the reality. So when all these worldly bodily troubles come, take it for granted that it is for something good. At least you can get some nausea for this body, and you can go on the real path. Don't say anything is bad, but when you say I'm the body, it is the worst. Old age comes and you want some support. You say, I can't do this. The power that is in you gives life to you. One should understand that I am not the body, and that is the main point. Take the body as a neighbor. All these troubles mean that duality has come. If I is there, then you and he must be there. When you are not, who will be there? Then automatically oneness comes in the mind. Troubles must come afterwards, but it is nothing, so why to worry? You are he at this very moment. When you are not this, why to worry? All people worry for this body and fear death. When you are living, die by understanding. When you say, I am not the body, then you are he. Suppose you lose a leg, then you become lame, why to worry? I am not lame, I am the reality. When you understand what the Master says, that you are not the body and not the name, you are ever free. Be free in that way. Everything is for the good. There was a king and he got a cut on his finger. The doctor put a bandage on it. He showed the finger to his counselor, and the counselor said, everything is for the good. The king was astonished and said, this is for the good. Put him in jail. A few days later, the king went hunting and was captured by some jungle people. They wanted to make a sacrifice out of the king, but then they noticed that he had a bandage on his finger and decided he wasn't suitable for the sacrifice. So the king lived and thought to himself that what the counselor had said was correct. The cut had saved his life. He came home and went to the jail to see the counselor. The king said, okay, I agree with you. The cut was for the good, but what about you? You have been in jail for over a week. Was that for the good? So the counselor said, if I hadn't been in jail, I would have come with you, and I might have been sacrificed instead. When you forget yourself, everything and everybody is yours. When you say, I'm this, you become a small creature and suffer. What to do? You are not the body, one is sure to die. Let it die today. You say death is coming tomorrow, let it die today. In the same way, forget everything, forget the ego and the body, and you get the greatest happiness. When you are sleeping, you forget the body. Are you happy or not? From where does the freshness come after you wake up? It comes from yourself. There is a saying that when you get something good like money, whom do you remember? The goldsmith. When something bad happens to you, a disease for example, whom do you remember? Then you remember Ram, God. Oh God, help me. If troubles don't come, I would say you are not lucky. Ego is the greatest troublemaker. When the ego goes off, you are he. Saint Tukaram said, I gave all my money to him. It is not mine. The body is given by God, I also give to him. What is mine now? I've got nothing. When nothing is there, what remains? Yourself without self, the reality. You are always free.
Please explain the meaning of conviction.
Conviction means having a clear-cut understanding that I am not the body. That is conviction. Who am I then? I am the power that is in the body. Finally, even the power doesn't remain, then you are he. The power is also not true, it gives light then goes off. When you die, nothing remains. So, first one should have the knowledge, and then you throw off that knowledge afterwards. Conviction means that this is all not true.
Is conviction a concept?
Conviction is a concept, a very strong concept. Forget all this and you are he. When you are there, he is not there. When he is there, you are not there. Two cannot remain there. Either you are there or he is there. When you say, I am this, the ego, he keeps mum. But without his power, the ego cannot do anything. So, one should just be and forget this or that. Forget the ego and you are there, and that is called conviction. All these thoughts come from knowledge, and knowledge is not true. All these worldly things, thoughts, and connections come as a result of the body. So when you say, I am not the body, then these relations don't remain. When you take the birth, you come alone. When the body goes, it goes alone and nobody goes with you. In India, the sun must be there. In India, people are more fond of suns. Westerners are not so much for that. When someone dies, they say, it's God's wish, and then they cry, but still nobody goes with the deceased. How can you? Who will go with him? He doesn't go anywhere. The 5 elements go to the 5 elements. The power goes to the power. Power itself is wrong, take it for granted. Then what remains? Only the wish for the body. So then you take another birth. That is the only thing. The ego is very fond of birth. It wants the birth to get happiness. Without the birth, without the body, I can't get happiness. So when you are there, God is not there. If you say, I am not, then he is there. He does everything for you. Don't worry, he is in every body. If you let the ego of the body go, then all is for you. You are everywhere and everybody. It is not easy and it is not difficult. Understanding should come, and that is called conviction. When you are not, then what are you? Automatically, the question comes. When one has gone to a master, he knows that I am he, I am the Lord of the world. Don't be a small creature, be he and be the highest power. You never change, circumstances change. You must change your understanding, that is all. He may be the poorest man in the world in the most ordinary circumstances. Still he is great, he understands it's not true. All of the gods are nothing but illusion. Then the fear of God doesn't remain in you. No fear for anybody because you are the highest power. You are the creating power. Suppose you are building a house. If you don't like it after it is finished, you can demolish it. Who can tell you no? In the same way, God has created, and if you understand that it is my creation, then why to worry? Anything that happens, it is by my order. Be that. That is the main point. Every power is your power. Everybody's power is yourself only. Due to the I thought, nobody can understand. So God is there and you are there. It's like 2 sides of one coin. Change the side, change the mind, and you are he. Why to worry for all this nonsense? For somebody's pleasure you take the birth and you have to suffer for the whole life. Say, it is not mine, and I am not this body that is given by God. And when you say, I am not this, you are always happy. Saint Tukaram never wanted to do anything. His wife always said, do something. He never wanted money or anything. But one day his wife brought chilies from her father's house. She told him to go in the market and sell these chilies. He knew he should not be entrapped in all these worldly endeavors. So he went to the market and told everyone to take as many chilies as they wanted. Don't pay for them, he said. So he went home and his wife said, you have come home so early. He said, all the chilies are gone, and she asked, how much money did you get? He said, the money will come later. He knew that if you do business in this world and show worldly wisdom, you will always be trapped. It's all an illusion. And when you say, "I'm not this," nobody can trap you. All the fears come from the body only. So when there is nothing, where is the wisdom of the world? People want to do something and they want to be somebody. Wisdom of the world puts you in the trap. In this way, one should try and avoid ego, nothing else. Only wisdom for reality is good. Everyone is just running to fill up their bellies. What can money bring you? A good place to sleep. In sleep all are equal. If one sleeps in the street or one sleeps in a palace, they are both equal in sleep. The mind is never satisfied. It's like the tail of a dog. If you try to make it straight by putting it in a hollow tube, even after 100 years, it will still return to its original shape. The mind is never satisfied with what it gets. When you have more, you worry more. You always think something better will come. The best is to understand, who am I? First, I am not the body, I am not the mind. Everybody wants to be so great. Reality is what is great. If you understand, you will be the greatest of the greatest. The mind is simply your thoughts, nothing else. There is no end to the mind, it thinks so much. Finally, even this knowledge is to be absorbed. Ignorance has gone, agreed, but now the Master says to forget that knowledge. Knowledge is dangerous. The wish of knowledge cannot be fulfilled. It is not true. You are without knowledge and ignorance, and that is called thoughtless reality. In a dream, many things come and go, but the dreamer doesn't worry. He doesn't do anything, still many things happen. When he awakens, he knows nothing has happened. In the same way, see all of this as nothing but a long dream. So the bondage of the body should be thrown out by understanding. Then the ego automatically goes off and nothing remains. The ego says, "I have no place to stay." Ego always wants something better or the best. What to do? That which is best the ego doesn't understand. It is confused over what is true and not true, so it is always searching for happiness. Forget the ego first and then forget everything else. When you say, "It is my house," all troubles remain for you. The one who understands reality knows that every house is my house. It is the body that wants a separate place. When you are not the body, you can go anywhere. Ask, "What am I?" and "What I am not." One should try to understand the ego in this way. When you get the bankruptcy of the world, you are happy.
When you are close to awakening, do you face your own death at that time?
Why do you fear death? You don't want to die, so that fear comes to your mind. But when one says, "I am not that," then why to worry? He understands, "I am not the body." Suppose your neighbor's son dies, you don't feel so much. But when this body is going to die, you are so upset thinking about what to do and what not to do. When you are put on the gallows, what is your last wish? You wish that you should not die.
When Ramana Maharshi was a young boy, he went to his bedroom and faced his own death and realized,
These are all thoughts. This is a dead body. When you sleep, you are dead. Saints say many things. It happened like this or that. It's all okay. Nothing has happened. That should be your understanding. But when you sleep, you are dead for the moment, and then you wake up. Didn't he also wake up? When death comes to the body, what can you do? You call the best of the doctors, but you can't do anything. So understand at the moment it is a dead body. Then you become the power. Eyes cannot see, it is the power that sees, but not even the power exists. When electricity goes off, no bulbs go on. So understand now that I am the power. The power works in everybody. When you die, the ego and the power must go off. And by understanding, the ego goes off automatically. The wish of the body is ego, nothing else. You can be out of the cycle of birth and death right now. Otherwise, you stay in the rotation. Birth and death come to the body and not you. You never die. That must be your understanding. The body must die even if you are Lord Krishna, Lord Ram, or Lord Christ. Why to worry? All of these experiences you should understand and nothing else. The body is already dead. Disconnection comes, okay, face it with power. I am not this. When you are not this, you never worry. When someone dies, you never worry. When you cry only for yourself. Everyone cries for his own happiness. Now they are gone, what will happen to me? A neighbor was there before, he was about 57. His mother died. Now who will call me Babu, he cries. For that he cries. Does he cry for her? So you never cry for anybody, you cry for yourself. That is the main point. The world is such, if you understand the self, then nothing remains for you. I am everywhere, the self is everywhere. He always remains contented. But everyone wants somebody's support in life. And that is what makes all the trouble. Take off the support, the ego. Nothing is true, so what support can you get from that? It is only your mind that says it is true. When you are blind, you want a stick, you want support. The one who understands says, my eyes are gone, it's better not to see the world. Forget everything. In this way, one can get the satisfaction. Why not? Satisfaction should be there in the mind, nothing else. Wishes can never be fulfilled, and the wishes are for the wrong things. How can the wish be fulfilled for that which is not? A realized man's wish is always fulfilled. He wants reality, so he is never unhappy, he is always happy.
Chapter 13. Talks from March 5, 1998.
You have said that touching and hugging between master and disciple has nothing to do with the understanding. What is the connection between the master and student regarding thinking or thought?
Master changes your thoughts, nothing else. You've become identified with the mind, so he changes your mind. That connection is required. The boy is ignorant. Why does he go to the school? To learn something. Only putting a hand on his head can't do anything. The teacher has to teach him. He needs to understand the subject. So, what can embracing do for you? What is the meaning in it? If you embrace your child, does that make him literate? He has to go to school.
But we have the feeling when we come to see you that something is alive in us.
That's okay, that feeling is why your thoughts get changed. The thoughts get some food here. The fly goes after the sweet things to eat. It doesn't sit on the bitter things. So the thoughts which you've got, the master gives some force against those thoughts, so you have to go and see him. At first the boy doesn't want to go to school. He cries at first, but later he wants to go. Why? His mind has changed, nothing else. The only reason the master speaks is to change your mind. If your mind gets changed, then you can understand anything. Why not? What the master says is very subtle. You don't know yourself. You think as a body and say, I'm here. The master says that you pervade everywhere, but you cannot understand that at the moment. You are everywhere, so where to embrace and who to embrace? If a doctor puts his hand on your head, will he cure your disease? In India, there is a custom that if you go in a temple and there are some ashes, by taking the ashes you can produce a child. Then nobody will want to marry, no need. The master should take you out of the ignorance of all these wrong beliefs. To take you out of illusion, he has to give you all these examples. Then you are out of illusion. Otherwise, you can't get out. How can you? So thoughts are given to change your mind. If you change, it's okay. If you don't, whose fault is it? The professor gives a lecture. Those who accept get a first-class grade. Those that can't get second or third-class grades. What to do? So the master can give you the understanding by thoughts only. You are the thoughtless reality, but to make you understand this, he has to give you words. All teachers teach differently. Each one produces thoughts in a different way. If you reproduce his thoughts correctly, it's okay. But if you reproduce his thoughts using your own words, in your own experience, will the professor be more happy or not? Not everything can change your thoughts. On the contrary, you often go more into illusion. All of these so-called experiences with teachers, what is the meaning in it? For what? It's just to impress the student with powers. Nothing else. To say I can do anything by touching, that's the wrong way. If you don't eat, will your stomach get full? How is it possible? In a dream you have a very nice meal, and when you get up you say to your wife, "Today I dreamt that I had a very nice lunch." Then she says, "In that case, I won't have to cook today because you've already eaten." Also, attracting students by performing miracles is not correct. Why is it necessary? If you tell them the right things, they are sure to come. One who is thirsty is sure to go to water. Why should the water worry? When you try to attract students for any reason, it's always ego. Does the wind care if you like it or not? It simply moves. When questions are asked, the teacher speaks. Whether or not you accept it, why should the teacher worry? First be out of ego and then teach. Some people came to my master, then left and never came back. So we disciples thought they are ignorant chaps that they should leave him. Our master overheard us and said, "Why to worry? Everyone is para-Brahman. Everyone is the reality, everyone is he." My master never looked on anyone as an aspirant or an ignorant person. The doctor gives the medicine to cure the disease, not to cure you. The doctor cannot cure you. Your habits cannot be changed this way. Only by understanding, by thinking can you change.
You say changing the mind is very important. You say you can change the mind by mind, thought by thought. When my mother died, I had this experience that is without words. I don't say it was good or bad, but it definitely changed me. It just happened and it transformed me. I was not the same thinking mind afterwards. So is there any other method besides changing your thoughts that can transform someone?
No, ignorance came by hearing. It must go off by hearing. You didn't know your name and then you say, "I'm this." This information is given by your father and mother. Your mind accepts it, and in turn it gets confirmed by your mind. By hearing, no. In the beginning, you didn't know if you were a boy or girl. The parents also say, "We're your parents." You again accept it by hearing. Ignorance has come by hearing. You were given a name at birth and you became that. Then the master comes along and kills those thoughts. You are not the body, not the thoughts, not the name. You are something else. You are the power that is in you. You are not even the subtle body, not the mind. Wrong information was poured into you and you accepted it at the time. So new information is given and thoughts get changed. Would you ever say, "I am not the body," unless you heard it from a master? When you say, "I'm the body," that is ignorance. Since you don't know yourself, knowledge is given to take out your ignorance. You say you are so and so, you'll have to prove it. Where is it written? You are not that, you understand wrongly. So the knowledge that is in you is always wrong if it doesn't come from a sage. You have accepted everything. Without knowledge, how can you accept? If I say this is a flower vase, you accept it. It is not written on the vase. It is my thought now, but you can put water in it and drink from it, why not? Why only to put flowers in it? If your father and mother had given you another name, then you would have become that. There is nothing in a name. Everyone is just blood, flesh, and bones. Some say that they are French, American, and so on. This is just written in your mind. What is the use of it? The mind takes you in the wrong direction. You were born in ignorance and then more ignorance is poured in you. So, you say the death of your mother changed you. No doubt, your thoughts have changed. Your mother died and you got some understanding that you may die tomorrow or years later. So, you need to understand something. That change came in you. So she's dead and gone now, why to worry? So her death was for the good. Others don't get that understanding and then they only cry for the dead. A dead body says, "Why are you crying? You are on my same path. One day you're sure to die." The dead body says, "Don't cry for me."
I only meant to say that as a result of my mother's death, other dimensions opened up in my life and my search began, and now I am sitting here.
Okay, the death of the mother was good for you. Nothing is bad in the world. You have to accept it that way. Nobody dies, matter never dies, and thoughts can be changed by thoughts only.
Ramana Maharshi was enlightened, but he had no teacher. Can you explain that? Nobody changed his mind.
The mind has changed the mind. The mind is the guru. The mind is your greatest friend and your greatest enemy. Maybe a mountain was his guru. He had a guru, otherwise you can't understand. The mind is the guru. Make it the guru. People always go to the wrong side. If you go to the right side, then the mind becomes your master or not. How can you understand without a master? A bodily master is essential for understanding. Otherwise, your ego won't go. You have to listen to your own mind. What I speak is your mind. You ask a question and I reply. So, is it your mind or not? Do I become your mind or not? Now tell me. The master is required. You say he had no master. He may have read books. The author of that book can be a guru. Pointing to the last questioner, his mother is his guru now. Death of the mother gave him understanding. What is wrong with that? Any incident can happen, your life is changed, and you can take the turn, why not?
Is life the guru then?
Life is power. The master also has that same power, that is the guru's power. Your mind is not able to accept some things, so the master's power is necessary. You are ignorant, you don't know, so somebody has to tell you. Then your mind becomes your guru, why not? But your mind can also take you to the wrong side, and for that you must be on the alert. Ego is always a factor. Perfection cannot come without the teacher. Knowledge itself is not true. The ego remains up to the last moment as long as knowledge is there. Then that knowledge is thrown off, and for that the teacher is required. That is the most difficult point, and that is what I speak of. It is not a state, it is not peace. It is stateless. It is thoughtless. The knowledge is to be absorbed. You have built castles in the air on that knowledge. You have to go beyond that, where knowledge ends, and that is where the guru is needed. Knowledge is the medicine, not the disease. The disease is the ego, and that must go off. I don't like to comment on anybody, but when you ask a question, I have to say something.
Many teachers I have known have talked about predestination. I would like some understanding of this. Where does our decision-making come from? We have thoughts and we make decisions. If it is not destiny and things are not predetermined, what guides me and what helps me make my decisions?
It comes from the mind. From where does the wind come? From the sky. Castles in the air can be blown up by the master. He puckers his lips and makes a blowing sound. Wrong thoughts can go off. Why to worry? If you make your mind strong, you can blow off anything. The mind is the maker of all these things. Try to understand your own mind, that's the main point. Understand your own thoughts with the help of the master. The wind comes and goes. It comes from the sky and returns to the sky. Sky is zero, and our thoughts come from where? From zero, from ignorance. Zero is not true, and the power is not true, he is he. Power always moves as thoughts. Electricity kills people and also gives light to people. Thought is power, but power itself is wrong, and that is the lesson given by the master. Destiny is nothing but a thought. It's nothing but illusion. Knowledge or thought is the greatest ignorance, and only the master can tell you that. Knowledge is nothing but ego. So both ignorance and knowledge must go off, and that is the real meaning of what is referred to as no mind. You have built castles in the air. Ignorance and knowledge must go off, and that is the real meaning of what is referred to as no mind. Everything comes from zero, from ignorance. You need a master short and sweet, bodily or without body.
In Master Key to Self-Realization, a book by Maharaj's master, he talks about abandoning pride. How to get rid of pride.
The mind always takes the pride, it has this habit. It is simply knowledge acquired by the mind. Still the mind knows nothing, I'll say that. Knowledge is wrong, but to take out one thought, another is used. But the realized person knows that he knows nothing. So, what you know up to now is the source of your pride. You think that what you know is true. When you say, I don't exist, he exists, then all the pride goes. As long as the ego remains, pride remains. So when you are full of knowledge and say, I am everything, I can do everything, I am the creator of the world, you are still in illusion. Everyone says God is great. God makes more illusion. If you say that what he has created is true, then you become a dog, God backwards. Dog becomes God when there is understanding. But in the final reality, there is nothing to understand. Suppose you give something to a poor person. Then you think, I've done something good, that's pride. You say, I've done something, and that makes it true in your mind. Who are you to help anybody? So the master says he never helps anybody. I only speak, and if they accept it's okay. Pride always remains as long as knowledge is there. Does the power in you ever say, I do it? It does everything, and still you say, I do it. If the hands move, it's the power that does it. So power never speaks, although it does everything. It runs the whole world. Electricity never says, I give the light. It doesn't even know it's the light. Knowledge is the greatest demon. It wants to know more and more. It is never satisfied. The mind becomes no mind when you understand that nothing is true. That is the end of pride. I do nothing. That should be your understanding.
Chapter 14. Talks from March 16, 1998.
How do we know we are moving in the right direction? Some people get stretched one way, others another. How do we know what's best for us?
Suppose someone gives the address and says to go this way. Then you are going in the right direction. If you try to understand what the master says, and if you experience it, your mind can take you there. Your mind can tell you if you've understood correctly.
So we just know.
Yes, why not? When you eat, you know how much more you want. Same way, if you experience what the master says, you've understood rightly. The mind always goes here and there, but still, it eventually brings you to the right point. If you understand that this is all illusion, the body, mind, and all that you see and perceive, then I can say you are on the right path, and you've understood yourself. What to understand? You are he, who will understand whom. Only the ignorant should go off, nothing else. If you say this is true, my body is true, and my name is true, that is ego. So one should know one's ego. If you know your ego, it goes off. It doesn't remain. You don't have to search for anything. Who will search for whom? That is the fundamental base. You are he. But the ego says, I'm this. The ego will never leave you. You will have to leave it. If you understand that the ego is just a thought, then it can't touch you. Otherwise it stays in the mind. Suppose you have glasses and you don't put them on and then say, I can't see anything. What to do? Put on your glasses. The master is there to cut your ego. You have the power to accept what the master says. You automatically can feel that you are the creator of the world. Come on. You have made the world due to the body. Don't be so small.
You can avoid being the creator, can't you?
In the beginning, you must make the balloon big since you say, I have no power, I'm the body and I'm the mind. Be unlimited first. Don't try to do anything. When you sleep, you do nothing, you forget the world. Do many things happen or not? Who is the creator? Nobody is the creator. A thought came from ignorance and it created the whole dream. You say, I created the dream, but that's wrong. The creator never existed. The barren woman's son never existed. So, since you have become smaller by mind and limited, you have to expand your thinking. Make the mind unlimited. The master makes you bigger and bigger. You are all. Then you feel you've become enlightened and you feel joy. Then the master says, then you have not understood. Nothing is true.
Before you have said Sat Chitananda could be avoided.
In the beginning you have to be that big, you have to open your mind. But Sat Chitananda is still a thought, a very big thought. First you must understand, I am not a small creature. The mind doesn't want to accept I am everywhere. So be the creator of the world yourself. Say, I've created it. One small piece of salt will never say, I'm the ocean. But when it dissolves, does it become ocean or not? Make knowledge more and more expansive for understanding. Then the ego comes in there, I know everything. Then the master says, you still don't know. Forget this also, you are still dreaming. As long as I is there, it's a dream. Then the master cuts the ego, just like cutting a birthday cake. Each year you say, I'm such and such age. The master says that you were never born, so the master cuts your mind to eliminate the kick of the dream. Eat it. You must get the knowledge, then you can cut and eat it.
Is it necessary to go through this process, as you've described, or can you shortcut it?
Your mind won't accept it. That's the main point. The mind won't accept I am he. Sat Chitananda is everywhere. It's the original seed. Sat means being, Chit means knowledge, and Ananda means pleasure, joy, bliss. First understand ignorance, and then you get Sat Chitananda. Sat Chitananda is not the final understanding, but if you want to go to the 40th floor, you have to go up to the 39th. Even if you know the final destination, do you still have to go through some states or not? Your mind in ignorance fears everything, even a tiny mosquito. Due to the body, you've become so small. The mind has made you smaller. All is illusion, but you take it as true. Even Sat Chitananda is illusion, it's just a thought. And that thought has created the whole world. If that thought wouldn't have come, then no dream. If you are sleeping and no thought comes, then no dream. If one man sleeps, he gets many dreams. The one who doesn't sleep, he doesn't get any. How can he get the dreams? So unless you sleep, how can you get the dream? So unless you forget yourself, how can the world be produced? So you have to say, I'm the creator of the world. The whole world is one thought. Thought means knowledge. Everybody in the world has got knowledge and nothing else. Even if you say, I'm ignorant, do you say it with knowledge or not? Unless you see both sides, ignorance and knowledge, you can't go to the reality. People are all in ignorance. They say I'm a doctor, lawyer, or whatever. They are just murmuring in the dream. In Sat Chitananda you become the creator of the world. What happens is my choice. Everything is by my order. First you forgot yourself, and then Sat Chitananda came up, nothing else. It is the original dream. A dream is always a dream. A king becomes a beggar in the dream and vice versa. You are not a king or a beggar. The Creator has created nothing. I am the creator of zero. Reality is beyond all of this. There is no creator and nothing created. It is just a thought. Knowledge and ignorance are just two sides of one coin. The coin is not true and only emerges when the self is forgotten. It has come up what to do.
How does the aspirant move ahead with the investigation of the I and the four bodies? / see endnotes for Volume 1.
By thinking vichara, inquiry, you have to go ahead. By non-thinking, you have become a body or a demon. By understanding, you have to prove that it's not true. You must think again and again. All people put ignorance in you. The Master says that you are the reality and what you see is not true. He pours knowledge in you. So, with that knowledge, understand everything. Then automatically you will say that I am the creator of the world. Why not? By knowledge you can understand this. Some saints stop at this point only. For final understanding you have to go beyond this. Knowledge is very powerful, but it's still dreaming. Knowledge is the greatest ignorance.
I guess what I'm asking is how to proceed, not to think I am the body.
You have to think about it. Since you take it as true, to make it not true you have to think again and again. If you make a mistake on something, you have to find out where the mistake was made. Come on and find out your mistake. The master clarifies your mistakes, but if you continue to make them, who is responsible? You have forgotten yourself, and all this was created. What to do? You take the touch of everything and you create the whole dream. Follow me. In a dream, if a thought becomes objective, do you get the dream or not? Sometimes you are sleeping and a thought comes, but you are a little bit awake, so the dream doesn't come. But when you take the touch of the thought, then the dream comes and you become knowledge. So you have to say, I'm not this, then who are you? I don't exist. This you have to say. As long as Sat Chitananda is there, the body must work. When knowledge is there, you have to act accordingly. For a saint or realized person, it's the same. He works in the world also. If someone comes to my door, I'll tell them to come in. Should I not say something? But the saint is like the lotus leaf in the water. He lives in the water but doesn't take the touch of it. It's not true. You must think again and again to teach the mind up until non-thinking, no mind, comes. Then there is nothing to think, everything is over. Then yourself remains or not. So there is a saying, to be or not to be is the question. All people think or not. To do this or not to do it. As long as knowledge is there, the question remains. If you understand that knowledge comes from ignorance, then you have to kill that knowledge. Master tells you to forget it, that it is nothing but a dream. Ignorance and knowledge are both in the dream. To be or not to be is the question now. Take it as true and then it has to be. Don't take it as true, then the question doesn't arise. If someone says, take this road, and then someone else says, no, take this road, then the mind enters duality, what to do. This or that, to go one way or the other. On one side, the whole world is there, on the other side, final reality, nothing else. Cut it through understanding. The master gives you the understanding to cut it. As long as you are connected with the knowledge, to be or not to be must be there. Otherwise, how can you understand also? As long as illusion is there, you have to think of the final reality. If no illusion, what to think? What reality? Then reality and unreality both go off. Without thinking you can't understand this. People say to understand and be that, but what to be or not to be? Don't be like a bee and buzz around. By thinking, everything can go off now.
I understand that movement in thought creates something physical or emotional. I've also experienced dropping off of that when there is nothing going on. And now you are speaking of something beyond the nothing going on.
I agree, what is going on is in the dream. Why should you worry? It's not true. When you worry, you take it to be true.
Then what's left when everything falls away, when there is nothing?
You are left without you. A dream comes and you do many things. The dream goes off, then are you still there or not? Do you remain or not? A dream comes, but what harms you? You are sleeping and you've done nothing. And if you understand that here, let the dream go off, nothing has happened. Then no question remains. While doing also say, I'm not doing. That understanding should come. In a dream you do many things, but you didn't do anything. Suppose you kill a person. When you awake, you say, how is that possible? You only experience that in the dream, so when you awake it becomes nothing. It's null and void. It doesn't remain. If it doesn't remain, what value has it got? He knows that nothing has happened, so he says that he's the creator of the world. So, when you awake, you know that nothing has happened, and this is how you stay in the world. As long as the body is there, even when doing, I do nothing. When I eat, I don't eat. Body or mind eats, I don't eat. If a man has a meal in a dream and he tells his wife, she says, I won't have to cook now. He objects and says he's hungry. In the same way, what you do in the world has no value. Otherwise, bondage comes to your mind or not. Why should the body-mind concern you? If you say, I do, you become the smallest creature. So, if you understand what the Master says, you will automatically say, it's not true. So go ahead with knowledge and make the balloon of mind bigger and bigger. But how can what starts from ignorance be knowledge or true? The mind gives the understanding and then goes off. Once you've reached the destination, where is the need for understanding? You're at the 40th floor. What is left to understand?
At the same time, we say we are all and nothing. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, say at first I am all, then say I am nothing, and I do nothing. Unless you pass through the 39th floor, you can't say I'm on the 40th floor. When you reach the 40th floor, then nothing remains to go further ahead. Then you can understand it's not true. Then the I doesn't remain.
What exactly do you mean by being the creator?
You are part and parcel of the world. Knowledge has created the world. If you put a piece of salt in the ocean, in a fraction of a second it becomes ocean. So when you say, I'm this, in order to take out that thought you have to say, I'm the creator of the world. From knowledge everything happens. Knowledge is the creator. So the creator of what is wrong is also wrong and not true. But still you say, I created it. When you awake from the dream, still you say, I got a dream. You don't forget it, but still it's only a dream. Unless you say that, how can you be out of the dream? Once awake you say, it's not true, but first did you take it to be true or not? First you say yes, then knowledge comes, and then you say no. So to be or not to be is the question. That's the meaning in it. First you say yes, then you have to say no. The mind needs to be very subtle, otherwise many questions arise in it. Suppose a man plays a double role, a hero and a villain. At one moment the villain troubles the heroine. In the next moment he cherishes her. Who did it? So which role is true? Duality is the question now. When you're in duality, you have to act accordingly. But the actor is only one person. Duality is nothing but your own role. Everyone is nothing but myself. One understands this. All the bubbles are nothing but the ocean. They break, and what happens? They become ocean. Here everybody has to break himself, and then he's he. Then no one remains, and oneness comes in the mind. Good or bad, everyone is myself. You must have that much courage to understand. The player of the roles is only one, but he plays dual roles. Is he bad or is he good? He's not bad and not good, he's apart from that. He says, I took the roles and I played them. I must play the villain's role, and when I take the hero's role, I play that. This is the same thing here. It's a dual role you are playing. But people are afraid to understand. How can it be so? Suppose you kill somebody in a dream. When you awake you say, I've not killed. This waking state is your dream. It's a dream in the dream of the Creator, and you are part and parcel of it. You killed somebody and then you have to say, I've not killed. How much strength is required to say that? When doing, I don't do anything. By killing, I've not killed anybody. All people here have different names. If you kill the names, are all one or not? If everyone has no name, is oneness there or not? If a father has 4 children and no names are given, all of them will come when he calls. So names are given only to understand. Body and mind does everything, you don't do it. The world is nothing but the connection of 2 wires, positive and negative. When you sleep, the whole world goes off. Nothing remains. You awake and you see the world. When the body dies, the disconnection comes completely and you can't see the world again. Your thought is the world, so you are the creator of the world. I want to say this again and again. Be the creator and then understand. Then automatically it goes off and you're out of it. No doubt should remain. Doubt is ignorance, nothing else. Electricity doesn't know it gives the light. Final reality has no knowledge and no ignorance. When disconnection comes, nothing remains. Where has it gone? As it was not, it disappears. If you touch electricity, you die. If you touch the knowledge, it goes off. If you understand the knowledge, it goes off. So knowledge and ignorance are both not true. So myself is without knowledge and ignorance. Let thoughts be there, but I have no thoughts. You can say that. One should die oneself and then live.
You said this morning, become he and then worship. Is there value in our worshiping now when we go home? Should we do puja, worship, and bhajans, devotional singing at home, or only when we are here?
If we go home, should we eat or not? Do it, why not? The question doesn't arise, should I eat or not? Put the recorder on and sing. You don't have to be realized to worship. Master has given you the knowledge, why not praise him? To not worship is ego. I have become great now, so why should I worship? Ego is the dirtiest thing. It comes in at any time in the mind. It's true that there is a difference between worship with understanding and without understanding, but now you have the understanding. If a student becomes a professor himself, maybe even a better professor than his teacher, still he acknowledges the one who has taught him. As long as the body is there, you do many, many things. If someone comes in, you say welcome, come in. So why not worship the one who has given you this understanding?
There are many ways to worship besides puja and bhajans, isn't there?
Like what?
You can think about your master. You can be thankful about your master, but not necessarily do bhajans.
That is ego.
Are you sure?
You can worship in your own way, I don't say no. But if you say, why should I worship? That is ego. You eat and drink, so where is the harm in worship? But it's also not necessary to make a show of it. Be faithful to the master, that's why you do it. You need to remember what the master has told. Out of sight is out of mind. Keep the touch of what the teacher says. That is what you keep the touch of. You and the master are one, but still as long as you are in body you must worship. If you have full faith in the master, he will take you to the right place. The master is everywhere. He is never away from you. You and he are one.
Chapter 15. Talks from May 3, 1998.
When you initiate people with a mantra, sacred word or phrase given by master for meditation, is that enough to take someone to the reality?
There are two ways to realize. There is the bird's way and the ant's way. By meditation, the ant's way, one can realize. The word or name has so much power. The name you were given by your parents has done so many things. Mantra is given by the master, but the path of meditation is a very long way to gain the understanding. By chanting or living the mantra, you can go to the final reality. There is nothing in the world but words. The whole universe is nothing but words. There are only two things. One is reality, the other is illusion. One word can wipe out illusion. Suppose you have an enemy and you think about him. In a fraction of a second, with a change of your thoughts, he can be your friend. So one thought from the master who has realized is sufficient to help you realize. It is a very lengthy way, that's the only thing. So my master found the shortest way by thinking vichara. Because of a lack of thinking, you have become the smallest creature, and by thinking you can become the greatest of the great. Why not? If you don't have the capacity to understand by thinking using the bird's way, then you can go by way of meditation. But It is the long way, and you have to meditate for many hours a day. People say that they meditate, but most don't know how to meditate. They say that God is one and myself is another, but that is duality. Duality will never end that way. So one word from the Master is sufficient. Words can cut words, and thoughts can cut thoughts in a fraction of a second. It can take you beyond the words to yourself. In meditation, you have to eventually submerge your ego. The one who meditates, the action of the meditation, and the object of meditation become one. It is a long way, and in this world today, people have no time to do that. They have no time to die also. They say, wait, I have some work, then I'll come to you. The world is going so fast now, so my Master found the shortest way. You have taken all this as true in the world because of words. There are only words in this life. If there are no words, then where is the world? If you have no name, then where is the ego? Your father and mother have given you one word and you have become that, and you have become so powerful in your acceptance of that. If what is wrong is accepted, it cannot be made right. What to do? All of your teachers have said that this world is true and you have accepted it. You had no name when you took birth, and when the name was given, you accepted it and said, I'm this. So if the Master gives you one word you can meditate on, you can go ahead and realize, but it's a long way with many obstacles. And in the end, you must submerge the mantra and the meditator, which is yourself, and then be that. It is a long process. The ant moves slowly, and if he climbs a tree, he may die before he reaches the destination, so he will need more births. The bird, on the other hand, can fly from tree to tree in no time. My Master found the bird's way. He was taught the ant's way by his master, Shri Maharaj. My Master's master founded the lineage in the meditative tradition. He left his body in 1914, and people at that time were not so keen on understanding. There were 4 disciples with my Master, and my Master wanted to find a shorter way, but his co-disciples said the meditative way was the way that was given, and no other way was necessary. So my Master went to Bijapur alone and was determined to find another way for the final understanding. He sat for 9 months in meditation without getting up. He said, I may die, but I want to find out the easiest way. He was not a learned person, but the caliber of his mind was so great that nothing could stop him. Before meeting his Master, he was a bodybuilder and could do 1,000 sit-ups without stopping. Then a friend told him about Shri Maharaj and suggested he come to learn something about philosophy. He was with Shri Maharaj for 6 years, but after only 4 years, he decided to renounce the world and became a disciple and began spreading the teaching of meditation. He did that for 2 years, and then decided to leave and find another alternative to meditation. Even though his Master had only taught meditation, his mind and faith was so strong that he decided to go forward. He had a faith with eyes seeing, not a blind faith. Finally, after 9 months of sitting, Shri appeared to him and said, Okay, you understand, and I agree with you, so now you can get up. Meditation is okay, but by thinking one can go faster. So he decided to teach the bird's way. In the scriptures it is said that you should first renounce the world, and then knowledge will be given. But he said no, first give explanations to the people and give understanding. Then if they renounce the world it will have some meaning. To renounce without understanding is meaningless. But when you understand that what you see and perceive is not true, then if you renounce, it will have some meaning. When the world is not true and all is illusion, what alternative do you have but to renounce? So he gave the understanding, and then he told his disciples to go and beg. The whole world is your home now. And after some time, when the disciples came back to the Master, he told them now to renounce the renunciation. When nothing is true, what is there to renounce? What to renounce when it is nothing? Renouncing is ego. Stay as a simple person in the world. Then he gave the final teaching that knowledge is also wrong, and that finally the knowledge must be submerged, then you are he. Then there is nothing to fear. Be fearless, roar like a tiger, don't be a mouse always running away. People worry and fear so much, what to do and what not to do in this world. Even in worshiping they fear. I've committed a mistake, I must confess, what to do. People sometimes ask me if what they are doing is okay or not. You people worry so much over some little thing. So I tell my disciples that everything is okay. You are also so afraid of the Master and of God. When everything is nothing, what is a mistake and what is not a mistake? When you understand, then the power is there and then everything you do is correct. Come on now, have that much courage to say this. Say anything, it's okay. Wherever you put your finger is the reality. The power you get should be that strong in your mind. No need to fear anybody or anything. The mind accepts everything as true and then it fears. That fear is taken out by the Master. He makes you roar like a lion. You take everything as true because the mind has accepted everything. You accept the name given by your father and mother, and you die with that word. If you make your mind strong, whether you do meditation or go by the path of understanding, you can go to the final reality. If an ant concentrates on a bee, one day it's sure to fly. So without wings you have to fly. I say you that are not to question why, but do your duty and die. Duty does not mean helping an old lady across the street. It means to do your duty to the self by understanding yourself. Who am I? When you misrepresent yourself, then everything you do is wrong. You are he, and whatever you do is correct, I can dare say that. Why? Because it is all an illusion. You must have a strong understanding. But your willpower is weakened by your thoughts and doubts. Thoughts make the difference in the caliber of the mind. He means he, and I means I. Understand that way. When you don't exist, only he is there. There is no need to say anything either. When I is there, he is not there. As long as you remain I, he says, I am sleeping. He keeps mum. So the Master nourishes the aspirant like a mother nourishes the child by giving understanding, nothing else. If the understanding is given in the right way, you can understand at this very moment. If you have a log, the mind must have the ability to cut that log in two. But the mind has become a chicken-hearted thing. Don't be chicken-hearted, have a master's heart. Don't be afraid to give bad news. Use your power in the right way. It has produced everything, but still you must have the ability to say that it is not true. That is the caliber, that is the power you must have. You make many things and your power is so strong. But you have forgotten your power. Be strong and say, if I die, I don't care. You say, I am this, so you care. When you say, I'm not this, why should you care? Why care or feel for anything? If an ant is there, you pinch it. Do you feel anything? But if you want to kill a person like yourself, you have to think again and again about what to do and what not to do. So don't be chicken-hearted. Say that what is true, and that what is not true is always not true. Ignorant people often say, God is great, and then they say, but I have to do this. Both are wrong. Let God do what he has to do. Why should you care? Why to worry? So be the aspirant of the real master. I don't say that I'm the real master, otherwise you will say I'm a real master, and that is ego for me, pointing to a picture of his master. He is the real master, and he gave that understanding to me, and an ant became a bee. An ant became fearless and can run anywhere without any fear, so always be fearless. Meditation and thinking are the same. Both require thinking. Mantra is given by thinking, and during sermons you can meditate. Both require thinking. Master then says, it's your choice now. One way is towards happiness and joy, the other way towards troubles and misery. Where you want to go, you go. The Master is a pointer only. He takes you up to door and he's finished. He doesn't remain there. Be strong in the mind and have the caliber to accept what he says. If you put faith in the master, the caliber becomes stronger. If you go to the doctor and you take medicine or vitamins, you become stronger. The master is a vitamin, nothing else. Be strong and forget your body. It's a dead body at the moment.
Is there more to the thinking process than the mantra?
Both are the same, I told you that already. Why are you asking? One is a longer way, the other is a shorter way. Come on now. Now they have email and you can receive mail instantly. Before it took months before you got mail to and from India. You could be dead before you got your letter. So, be a little faster and have the caliber to understand and accept what the master says. What harms you? In the beginning, the mantra makes the mind more subtle. I agree.
The mind is built on fear, and heart and mind are one, you say. Is the heart also built on fear?
No, heart doesn't fear, mind does. Heart gives the impulses to have thoughts. Heart and mind are like twin brothers. A thought comes in your mind and the heart gives force or power to it. Without heart, you can't do anything. What does electricity have to fear? It gives power to the bulb. They are two, but they act as one. Can a dead body have a thought? So heart is power, it is life. The mind discriminates and makes differences. It fears about what to do and what not to do. All this is the mind's work. Power is force, and everything comes up in the mind. Heart is your soul, agree.
Are you saying the power of the heart is love, and that it makes things happen?
You say it's the love. The power doesn't make love to anyone. Love comes to the mind. I like this, I don't like this.
By love, I mean relatedness or communion.
Okay, I agree, but love is not true. So now what do you want to say? If mixing comes, then love comes. When nobody is there whom to love, tell me. Something should be there, a man, a woman, a tree, something has to be there. Where is love? Saints also say nonsense things. What to do? They say to love everybody. If I am everybody, then whom to love? If you love a snake, it will bite you and you will die. If you worship a lion and you touch him, he will eat you. So worship at a distance. Electricity is the power, and if you touch it, you will die. Knowledge has come and it is so powerful, but if you touch it, the knowledge dies, you don't die. Knowledge goes away. Then final reality remains. The understanding should be there, and it all depends upon your mind and your caliber. I don't say that you are wrong. But when there is only one, whom to love and whom not to love. When there are two, then love comes. When there is one, where is the love? How should I embrace myself? Or how shall I love myself? Tell me. You love yourself, yes. Do you love the body, the mind, the heart, or the reality?
But when you love the self,
Then no love remains, self is the self. Then the question of love doesn't remain. He never dies, he never goes away. He is always there. When the body dies, everybody cries. Power doesn't die. So saints, don't cry. Nothing has happened. The power brings life and everything. You can't see it, but still it is there. How can you love what you can't see? Understanding should be given in this way. Break the things and understand what is there. The 5 elements and power are there, all mixed up. All the different parts are there, and they're assembled in such a way that everything works. When the disconnection happens, then the parts separate. So whom to love? Love means love yourself. Love means no duality. Love is understanding, is it true or not true? If you understand this, then this is the love. Okay.
is he love?
Where is God? Self is self. Whom to love and whom not to love. When love comes, then thought comes. Love of what? When there is oneness, whom to love. Since you don't agree, I'll be blunt. Love is illusion. You can love something else. How can you love yourself? Who will love? There is no entity there who can electricity love. Who does the power love? The power doesn't know it's the power. As you are in ignorance, the Master says make love to the reality. Then when you understand that you are He, no question of love comes. Everybody loves themselves. Nobody loves anybody else. You love your body first. Love for others is secondary. It is not primary. What is most lovable? The self. The body is not the self, mind is not the self, knowledge is not the self. Final reality is self. In final reality there is no you, no I, no mind, and no thought. That is your state, you are He. So whom to love and whom not to love? Understand what the saints say, everyone is myself. Those that are the self don't love. If you have a dream, a good dream, and then your wife awakens you, you complain that she awoke you from such a good dream. But when you awake, where did the dream go? It's just a memory now. What is there to remember of that which is not? Where is the love? All these examples are given by the Master for the purpose of understanding, but there is nothing you can do to get him. Since you are all in the habit of doing something, the Master gives these things for understanding. You can't get him. Forget everything, forget meditation and sit in yourself. Only when there is beingness can love be there. In sleep, whom do you love, can you say? A child sees the moon in the water and says to the mother, I want this. How can the mother give it? It's a shadow, so you love the shadow and you don't love yourself. Forget the shadow and you are He, and there is no question of love. Love is nothing but duality.
In the Christian tradition, it is said that God is love, and Ramana Maharshi would say that God is the essence of all religions. Not the love of objects, but true love is the essence of all things.
What is true love and what is false love? You have to discriminate that first. When discrimination comes, the mind comes. When the mind is there, you can't reach the reality. Love is a state, reality is stateless and thoughtless. Love is a thought. Love is nothing but love for others. When there are others, how can you be He? The duality should go off, and that is the understanding the Master gives you. Then there is no God and no love also. Where is God, tell me? Where is the love?
But you could ask, where is He? That could be duality too.
In I am He, the I doesn't remain, the He doesn't remain, and the am doesn't remain. Am is also beingness, then you become something. I is the ego. If I am here, then another is here. That I makes duality. This is a very subtle understanding. I don't say you are wrong, but this, what you speak of, is not the final understanding. In the reality there is no love, there is nothing. You say you are something, the love. If everything is oneness, whom to love? If everything you see and perceive is He, then where is the love? So whom to love and whom not to love? My right hand has 5 fingers, some bigger and some smaller. Tell me which ones are the best. The whole world has started from Sat Chitananda. It is called the root of the world. It is the joy Ananda. But Sat Chitananda is not true, it is a thought, it is your beingness. I am knowledge, I am joy, and I understand. This is all the mind's work. You have to go beyond the mind. The mind gives the wrong understanding. If He, the reality, is not there, then nothing can come up. The screen reality is there so the pictures come up, but the screen doesn't love or disregard anything or anybody. So don't hate anybody or love anybody. The screen doesn't discriminate, the mind does. The 5 fingers are different, but still you say it's my hand. That is oneness.
I was walking by some cliffs and I had a fear of falling. You said earlier that the Master can take away your fear. In that situation, how can you do that?
You are not the body, why should you care? Let the body die, you're not the body. Take the body as your neighbor. If your neighbor dies, you say, oh, the poor chap, but you really don't care so much. Understand that when the power goes off or disconnects, you don't die. When you understand that I am not the body, then you can ask, what am I then? Otherwise not. If you give a boy a rubber snake, he will be afraid until he realizes that it can't bite him. Then he plays with it. What is the difference? When he understands, then the fear goes off. That's the difference. How can I take out everybody's fear? I don't have the time to take out everybody's fear. Understanding takes out your fears. If you were not he, then there would be no chance to remove your fears. But he is fearless. Due to your mind in ignorance you say, I am going to die. Saints say, I was never born, how can I die? There is no death for you, and no bondage or liberation either. Who is he to give you liberation? You are ever free. Since you say, I am the body, the Master says that he can make you free. You create monsters for yourself and then you fear them. The Master gives you understanding. He gives the injection, the cure, that is all.
Chapter 16. Talks from May 5, 1998.
When I think of letting go of the sense of my personal self, great fear comes up, and I wish you could help me to have courage to face it.
The mind always fears what to do. It doesn't want to go off. Even though everything is illusion and not true, still the mind takes it as true. First, mind takes the body to be true, the most true. The mind says, I am the body, and that thought always makes you fear. When you take an airplane and go high in the sky, you pray that nothing should happen. The mind always worries, what will happen to me? The mind always fears its own death. With rich people, the ego is even stronger, and the fear is more. So, one goes to the Master to get rid of that fear. If you go on an airplane, it may fall down. Why to fear? What is the meaning of that fear? Let it happen, there's nothing to fear. The body is going to die, you are not going to die. With this understanding, you become fearless. There is nothing, all is illusion, yet still you fear. Your fear is due to ignorance. The Master takes out your ignorance, that's all. At this moment, this is a dead body. If the power is there, it works. Can the power say how long the bulb will last? Some bulbs last 2 days, some longer, not even the power can know. There are no guarantees, and when it breaks, you all cry. The realized person says to break it beforehand and not to cry. It's a dead body right now, I tell you. The power is there, so it works. Understand the power, you are the power. You are he, but people don't want to leave ignorance. You people worry about what will happen if the body is not there. Understand, I am not the body. If you break this table, what will happen to it? Nothing will happen. You all want happiness from the outside. There is no happiness outside. When you go to a store, you see many things, what to choose and what not to choose. You get confused and ask, from all of these things, where can I get happiness? The mind has created so many things you feel that can't get out of it. If you understand, the mind is my thought, you can forget the mind. If someone dies, what do people say? They say to forget about it and go on with your life. Same way here, forget the mind. The mind has the habit to make many things out of nothing. Out of one point, one thought, the whole world has been created. What to do? You have become the mind and created many things. When you sleep, you become no mind, no. What remains? Nothing remains. When you try to go to sleep, if you hold on to even just one thought, you can't sleep. You must break the mind, cut it. Cut it means to understand, who am I? Know yourself. To the person who asked the question, why fear? What do you fear? She hesitates. You have love for the body and wonder, what will happen to me? The mind always fears. Let it all go and say it's not true. With the mind you give value to it. Like doctors give the medicine and the realized person says, take this medicine. Say that it's not true and you are okay. You have taken many bodies and they have all gone. Now, understand first and then leave the body. When you say that you are not the body, that is the first condition, the first step. Otherwise, how can you go on? Once one hurdle is broken, then you can go ahead. Another hurdle is the mind. At this point, the mind feels a loss of support and looks for something to hold on to. The master then gives the support. Everything is false, only you are true. You are true and all supports are wrong. Is that the greatest support or not? Let everything go to the dogs, or to hell, why to worry? You should not fear the mind. Now the mind is riding you, but you should ride the mind. You are the highest power, the reality. Unless you ride the mind, it makes you a slave. The mind wants everything, so the king has to beg for things. The king has all the power, but still the king cannot get all things, so he has to beg from illusion. You are the king, you have the power, but due to the love for the body, you beg from God, you beg from the illusion. But he keeps mum because he knows that happiness does not come from the body. Happiness is yourself. You have forgotten that, what to do. Does water get thirsty? Water should understand, I'm the water, I have no need to drink. Understand, I am the root of happiness, and the ego is the root of unhappiness. Be the master of the mind, not its slave. Because of the mind you have become so small that you fear even an ant. You create the bug, and then you fear it. In the end, both happiness and unhappiness go off, and nothing remains for you. That is the final reality. He is he, and that is yourself. The ego is such a dirty, nonsensical thing. It makes all of the trouble and confusion in the world. Say to the ego, you are in my service, I am not in yours. The master gives this to you, this power to command your ego. To kill the ego or to not kill the ego is your choice. Due to your fears and love for illusion, you don't kill it. The hammer is given to you, but if you don't beat the ego, whose fault is it? Be strong enough to accept what the master says. Be out of illusion and you are he. The mind is such a selfish thing. It always wants good things for itself. When you understand yourself, you are everywhere and there is only oneness. There is no need to be selfish then. Then you can give blessings to all. Let it come in the mind. Let whatever happens to me happen. Let any troubles or confusion come to me, but I should try to make everyone happy. Don't be shy to accept anything. The master says accept everything with love and gratitude, not just the good things. Say that there is nothing bad in the world. That is love. Why should love be for one person? Why not for everything? When you love like that, no bad comes to anyone. In love, there should be no bargaining. In oneness, there is no bargaining, as reality is always aloof. You people always want to bargain for things. The mind is always a beggar, what to do. The mind always wants. The mind needs a good slap. Why should you want anything when you are the happiness itself? You are the fountain of happiness. An ordinary fountain only gives water, not happiness. This fountain gives happiness. So don't fear anything. Do not fear death. Your body is a dead body at this very moment. The mind fears, and that is its support. Take out that support. If a horse is lame and it can't run, they kill it. So make the mind lame. Forget the mind, how much time does it take? The master says that the whole world is going that way, so come with me to my side. If you are feeling you are going to lose something, don't worry. What you will gain will be yourself, the reality. Illusion can never be true.
How to prevent the loss of pure knowingness. After the understanding, how to prevent the loss of I am that.
You want to keep the I am that. That is not a correct understanding. In I am that, the I doesn't exist and the that doesn't exist. You want to be that which doesn't exist. How can you be that? First be the king. You have all become beggars and then you want to be a king. Who will accept you as a king? Forget the begging and all must accept you as a king. Be the master of the illusion and then give understanding to all in the illusion. Don't put yourself back in illusion. Teachers often put students back in illusion because they fear that students may become greater than they are, or if your son does better than you feel proud of him. Why should the master feel anything? Give everything to the students, and then it is in the students' hands whether to accept it or not. If God comes to you in a dream and asks you what want, first you have to think about it. Many people are afraid to ask for what they want and what they do not want. You may ask for money and all types of other nonsense things. If God comes to me, I should not want to think that He is God. I am God, why should I take anything from Him? Will anyone say that? You are all slaves of the mind. Everyone wants something that is not true. What to do? There is a story in the mythological books about a demon who came to a village and promised to give 2 of the same items in return for every item given to him. So everyone came and gave the demon their possessions to get the 2-for-1 offer. Then he went away after giving everyone what he promised. But he was playing a trick on them, and the trick lasted only for as long as he stayed in the village. After he left, nothing of what he gave remained, so the villagers lost all that they had given. It's the same thing here. Everyone runs only after illusion. You always want more and more. Should more have some limit or not? Everyone wants better and better, but where does better come from? The mind is always that way, so don't go after what the mind wants. The mind takes you on the wrong path. When you follow your mind, you lose yourself, and that is the greatest loss. If you have a strong understanding, you cannot lose it. Either the master is wrong or your mind is wrong. If there is a little rust left in the mind, take it out completely. If you have the correct understanding, the rust will not come back. Love can bring you back. If the boy is naughty, his parents send him outside and then he cries. Then they feel guilty, so they bring him back. Their love doesn't go off. What to do? The understanding should be so strong that it should not be broken by any thought. The master says that all of this is nothing but a long dream. Don't worry for it. But the mind has the habit to worry. You are always the truth. Clouds may come and go, thoughts may come and go, but the host is always the host. So let the guests come and go. Be the host. You are always there, so say bye-bye to what comes and goes. The mind always wants to accumulate things, and then everything troubles it.
I have a question about happiness and sorrow. Why do we feel that other people are happier than we are? Is this only an illusion, or should we try to be happier ourselves?
This is all illusion. If you want happiness, there is still a but in the mind. The mind is the but. The mind always wants something that it has not got. The mind is only happy when it gets what it doesn't have. Whatever it gets does not make it happy. If you ask a businessman, how is business? He will say so. He says that even if it's good, why? He is afraid that if he says, everything is okay, then the limit of prosperity will come. He wants to be limitless. He wants more and more, so he says so. It's not because he fears the envy of others, it is due to his desire for more and more. The mind is never satisfied. Why? Because what the mind asks for is illusion, and the mind itself is illusion. In our mythological books, there is the story of Rama and Ravana. Sita, who is Rama's wife, was taken by Ravana. So Hanuman, Rama's right-hand man, went in search of this 10-headed demon in order to kill him. Hanuman then asked a seer to help him find and kill Ravana. He asked him how to point the arrow and kill the demon. So the seer told him to fill this bucket of water and take it to a particular place. He filled the bucket, but it had a hole in it, so he could never get it filled. What is the meaning in all of this? Ravana is nothing. Rama had himself become Ravana. When he does not really exist, how can you kill him? If Ravana was an entity, you could kill him. Ravana had 10 heads which represent the 10 senses. You are he, but since you become identified with your 10 senses, you enter illusion. So you can only kill Ravana with understanding. An arrow can never kill Ravana because there is really nothing in the world. The world is nothing, zero. How can you kill zero? Rama and Ravana are one, but Rama doesn't know this. So, with understanding you get Sita, which means that you get the peace. Sita means peace. You have lost your peace, and by killing yourself through understanding, you get it back. The 10 senses represent the love of illusion that prevents you from knowing yourself. Books of knowledge must be understood according to their inner meaning. When it is said that Christ will take you to heaven, it doesn't mean that the body will arise and that you will be taken there. It means that when you understand that Christ is within you, that is the heaven. Then you know that you yourself are the King of Kings. It is said that all that glitters is not gold, but still, you take all of this to be true. If you go to the source of it, it doesn't remain. It's not true. Go to the source. You can kill the body, but can you kill thoughts? Only by understanding your soul and the power can you kill the thoughts. If you understand that power, the ego automatically goes off. Thought starts from ignorance, and if understanding comes, then everything is nullified. I am not this, I am not that. That which is there is always there. Don't be anything. If you want to be something, it's a stamp of the ego and you remain in a state. Be nothing and reality remains. In order for the ego to remain, it needs a state. If you remain in knowledge, then ego has a place, a support. But without knowledge, the ego doesn't remain and you are he. If the house is demolished, then what remains? The base, the foundation remains. When the coverings go off, then reality remains. When one becomes old, only the body becomes old. The power doesn't become old. You never die. You are always true and you always remain. For you there is no birth, no death, no sin, no virtue, no joy, and no displeasure. God and His creation are not true when knowledge goes off. So if it is not true, then just let it be. Why try to harm or demolish that which is not? Don't worry for anything, just say, I'm not the body. There is nothing to renounce when nothing is true. Then nothing can't touch you. Let everything be there, but don't take the touch of it. If you touch it, attachment remains. Take the body as my neighbor and not myself. You are the power, you are not lame. The whole body exists on the power. The power doesn't need crutches from the mind. Why to cry for the body? Does the power care if one bulb goes off? Be like the rich man who says when something breaks, don't worry, I'll get another one. With understanding you won't fear anything. When nothing ever happens, what is there to fear? If you rent a house and something happens to it, is it your responsibility? It's the owner's responsibility. When you say, it's my house, then all of the troubles come on you. Say, I'm not the body, I don't exist, and there is no me in mine. The boy asks, what is this? He is ignorant of what this thing is, so he asks. Does he ask with knowledge or not? Tell me. He accepts the reply because prior to the knowledge, he was in ignorance.
When the screen is all white and there is nothing left, what then?
Yes, there is nothing left now. Now, what do you want to know? Knowledge is also wrong. Whatever you saw, everything there disappears. Why did it disappear? Because it was not. If it had been something, it would have remained. When you sleep, does everything go off or not? And when you awake, from where does it come? Knowledge brings everything. So go a little beyond knowledge and you are there. It is so easy, but you don't want to cross the line. The mind cannot cross it, so how can it cross it? The mind always wants something to understand. If when a young boy sees the ocean he says, that is water, Papa, the father will say, it's not water, it is the ocean. Who is right? You give it the name. You are in the habit to give yourself a name and to give many names. Afterwards, you create many, many names. When you were born, you didn't know anything. You got a name and then you start giving names such as Mama, Papa, etc. All this comes from you. Where is Papa and Mama? Where are they? They are only your thoughts. So understand that knowledge itself is wrong. Knowledge has made all confusion. So Adam told Eve that when the world was created, don't touch it. If you touch it, you create all of the confusion. The mind has this habit to always touch. If a boy sees fire, he will want to touch it. Even if you say don't touch it or go near it, he will, and then he burns himself and then experiences it. Due to ignorance, all these things have come up. Knowledge accepts all things as true, what to do. Both knowledge and ignorance are one, and knowledge accepts everything as true. So first, the master always increases the knowledge more and more. Knowledge should be increased so that it can understand that myself is wrong. So, the master gives more and more knowledge to you. He tells you many, many things. It is written in the scriptures, I am he, you are he, and then everything is he. And finally, it is said that knowledge is he. But still, the scriptures say that nothing is true, so you have to go ahead a little farther. Where knowledge ends, at the end of knowledge, he is there. What you see and perceive with the mind and the eyes, the scriptures say neti, neti, not this, not this. This means that what you see is not there. Everything that you see is not there, it is space, it is zero. But still you say, space, what to do? You are in the habit to take on your name first. You have no name. Your father and mother gave you the name, and you took it on and started giving names to others. You gave good names, bad names, whatever you liked. You say, he's a bad person. The mind has the habit that what it likes is good and what it doesn't like is bad. Really, he's not bad. It is understanding that is given by the master, nothing else. He gives you knowledge, so take more and more. If a boy fills up a balloon too much, he cries when it bursts. When death comes, everybody cries what to do. You have accumulated knowledge. Money is knowledge, everything is knowledge. Without knowledge, what is there? Suppose you have 10 million in the bank, can you take it with you? No, it is only in your mind. Knowledge shows many things that are not true. You see a rainbow, the 7 colors, are there really any colors there? Is it true? In a fraction of a second it goes off. The world is the same. As long as the eyes are open, you see everything. When the eyes are closed, everything goes off, and that is called death, nothing else. So the power is there and everything works, but still, it's not true. It starts from zero. So go beyond zero now. So, how to do what the master teaches you. You can't know, how can you know? You yourself are zero. Knowledge is zero, and I am also is zero. It all starts and ends in zero. Everything ends in zero. You see the dream and you say, it's not true. It all starts from ignorance. Knowledge comes from ignorance. So then who will know what? There is nothing to know. Where knowledge ends, you are there. You don't go to see the reality. Who are you to see the reality? How can you see the reality? It is so subtle. It is more subtle than space. You feel the wind, but can you see the wind? And where does the wind come from? It comes from the space. You feel space, but there is no color there. You say, the blue sky, but it really has no color. It's colored only in your vision. So your question was about knowledge.
I think you answered it. Is that knowledge a capital K?
How can it be capital K? When knowledge ends, how can it be capital K? It is not there. Capital assets or wealth always ends. What to do? When you sleep, your capital ends. Capital means what you've gathered. When one dies, everything goes off. Nothing remains because it is not true. When you take the birth, you don't bring anything. Do you bring anything?
Some say you bring karma.
What is karma? Karma is a thought only. I agree with you. You only bring thoughts when you take the birth. Where do thoughts start from? They start from ignorance. You come with that knowledge, but that knowledge you don't know. People talk of karma, but do you know your karma actions from the last birth? Can anybody say? Even with a great saint who knows your mind and everything, can you ask him what karmas you have done? If you don't know, how can he know? It's a foolish and wrong thing people say. If you really don't know, don't give out wrong ideas. Say, I don't know. Teachers often put bundles on people. Bundles mean wrong things, wrong ideas. Know first and then tell. Okay. If you know, you can speak, no need to be silent. But if you don't know, don't give the address. So it is told, give thy ears to all, but to few thy tongue.
Is this your advice to me?
It's your choice to accept or not.
Thank you, I'll do my best. Are these teachings good for children?
Why not?
Should children not learn?
Learn it, but understand it's not true. Children's brains are very mild, so if you put these things in their mind, they can become the greatest of the great. But you teach them the wrong things. Still, the mind doesn't want to go to the self. A young boy can learn very fast, but his mind is not as strong as your mind or others around him. You give him names for everything, so strong impressions are given that are difficult to break. You people pour more and more ignorance in the child. He says water, you say ocean. Who is right? Your minds are so objective and his is not. You make more and more trouble. A boy draws a picture, but you want to make the finishing touches. Be like me, you say, but differences are there, minds differ. The mind is thought, thought differs, nothing else. There are two brothers from one father. One becomes knowledgeable, the other illiterate. What is the reason? The mind doesn't accept, nothing else. Sharp minds can accept very fast. Once the mind accepts one side, it's difficult for it to go to the other side. Your question was very good. People are grown up, but the mind is still in ignorance. What to do? You can earn many degrees, no harm, but you don't know what reality is. You don't know yourself. The knowledge that you have accumulated is nothing but ignorance. Who says? The realized person says, say like Socrates, I know that I know nothing. What you know is nothing. If it is true, you cannot know it. The eyes see everything that is not true. That which is true, you can't see. Knowledge is power, but it is also zero if you understand. Call it a table, no harm, but know it is not true. As long as you've taken the part, you have to play it. If the hero dies in the picture, the heroine cries like hell, but she knows that her real husband is asleep in his bed at home. If you understand that everything starts from zero, then you are beyond zero. Otherwise, you are in knowledge only. Then you want fame, name, and many, many things. Knowledge takes you to death because it's not true. Ignorance takes you to hell. Knowledge also takes you there. What I speak is all wrong, I tell you. Words are wrong, but I speak for the truth, the reality. Words cannot go there. Forget everything and you are there. Where are you not? You don't want to forget all of this. Forgetting brings you to the right place. So teach the children. This is not a fable. It's the reality. Reality is difficult to understand. Fables can be understood by children. Big children don't agree with what we say, so how can small children agree with me? It's not a fable, it is a true thing. Truth always remains the truth. That which is not true never existed. Make your mind that way. The mind can take you to hell or heaven. Think and then finally forget everything. You can give knowledge to children. Because of mind, all are children. They don't know the truth, what to do. Okay.
I counsel about 20 children in high school. I'm confused and they are confused. Sometimes I try to share with them the principles and teachings of a priest from Bombay. He died about 10 years ago. His teaching is very simple and you can use it with children. Sometimes I walk out of the sessions thinking maybe I've added more confusion. You have given the example of the poisonous snake. My question is, do you set the work aside and first take out the tooth of the poisonous snake and then do your work? Or do your work, and try to take the poisonous tooth out at the same time.
Both at the same time. As long as the body is there, you have to work. The body always wants something. There are 5 senses of knowledge and 5 senses of action in everyone. The senses of action have to do their work. They are the laborers. Suppose you want to see something, so you tell the legs, "Come on, let's go." The legs have to obey. So with these 10 things, everything is going on. You've taken a part, so play your part, but say, "It's not true, I'm not the part." You were a priest, now you're not a priest, so do your job, but understand, I'm not this. When you were a priest, you were not a priest, I tell you. Whatever you are, say, "I'm not this." Do no harm in doing. Why take out the poisonous tooth first? If you give a boy a rubber snake, he is afraid at first, but later on he knows that it can't bite. Then he will play with it. So do everything, but don't take the touch of it. The screen shows all of the pictures, but it doesn't accept them as real. Be the screen yourself. Don't accept anything. If you accept, you become the smallest creature. Many things come and go. Why to worry when they are not true?
Sometimes I teach things that are contrary to what we are saying here.
Teach that everything is wrong. Understand that what you say is wrong. Just now I told you that my words are wrong. Words cannot be true. What to do? Why do you worry for that?
Habit.
Leave the habit. Habit is mind. You are untouchable. Habits may be many, but can one change habits or not? Understand, I am doing all wrong things, but I make money. In fact, I even told someone to be more dishonest and make more money, no harm. Understand, I don't do this, I am the reality, I've taken on a part. Act well on your part, and therein the honor lies. All are He. Do all play their parts or not? If you don't take the touch of the part, you are always free. So it is told, you are not to question why, you are not to make a reply. Don't ask anything, carry on, but do your duty and die. Your duty is death, so do your duty. What is there? Why should you take the touch of anything? Be a thief, but don't commit a theft. You are He, you produce the world, so why to worry? If you take something from your own house, have you committed a theft? It's all mine. When you understand you are He, everything is yours. The world is yours. Commit a theft, no harm. So I told him to be dishonest and to do more wrong things. But know that both are wrong. Money is wrong and your body is also doing wrong things. Why to worry? Understand that it's all wrong. It's not true, but who can do this? Only one who understands, otherwise not. You always fear you are cheating people, but say, "It's my money that I take from them." Do your duty, but don't say, "I'm a priest," or "so and so." Say, "I am He." You show many things to others. Ignorant people are tricked and they come, "Follow me." They pay money and finally they go away. Everything happens on the screen. Many troubles happen and the screen shows it all, but it doesn't worry. Be the screen. Don't worry for anything. I always say don't worry. Why? Because it's not true. Everything is my choice. Everything is your choice. You are the power. The king does what he wants, so he has no law. There is no law for you if you understand. Be out of the law. Law means the society that has been created by people, ignorant people. How can laws be true? Ministers, prime ministers, all of these people are all ignorant. They make the wrong things. Don't tell them, there is no need to tell them. Why to tell a mad person that they are mad? If you tell a mad person he's mad, he'll tell you, "Your father is mad." Nobody will agree with you, especially if they are mad. Do everything, but don't agree that it's true in the mind. Know that you do wrong things, but say that you do right things. You have to put your fingerprint on it. The mind is the fingerprint. It can solve anything in any way because it's not true. If you know that it's not true, you can do anything. You can do any trick there. Why don't I mind to say these things? Because I know everything is wrong. It's your choice whether you are dishonest or not. So do everything but be out of it, nothing else. Be in it but be out of it. You take the touch of everything and you create confusion. Do your duty with the body, but you are not the body, so why to worry? The body does its job, but no, I'm not the body. Knowledge does, the power does, but I'm beyond the power. Then what harms you? Because of ignorance you accumulate everything, and with understanding you throw it off. Understanding is realizing.
I was thinking that this teaching was true, but what I hear you say is that even this teaching is not true. But now I am thinking that none of this is true.
I told you that the words are wrong. Words cannot reach him. But you have to point reality out with words. Somebody asked me last year in San Francisco, if everything is illusion, you are illusion too. I said, yes, I am a first-class illusion. What I say is wrong, what I speak is also wrong, but for whom I speak is true. That's the difference. How can I show the truth? You are he, how can I show you? I pointed out to you, forget everything and you are he. Everything is not true, illusion is not true, so how can I be true? So don't be a master also. In order to take out wrong ideas, I say what I say. The master is just a pointer, just like an arrow pointing you in a certain direction. He takes you to the door of reality, and then he says, you know yourself now, I don't know anything. I don't exist here. He, the master, is not there at all. If the master says, I'm the master, he is the most ignorant person. How can you give reality to anybody? Reality is yourself. Show them the way, nothing else. You can give the address and then you become the owner of the house. Always think this way. Don't be a master. My master always said, 23 hours of the day I'm in myself. For 1 hour, I step down and take you as an ignorant person, my disciple, and I teach you. The master sacrifices himself by coming down, what to do. Coming down is a sacrifice or not. But whom to tell and whom not to tell if it is all illusion? By words you have become bound, and by words you can be free. By thoughts you have become bound. Your mind or your thoughts result in bondage or liberation. You're never in bondage, so how can I liberate you? You have forgotten your liberation, so I say I give it to you. If you lose your purse and I give it back to you, what have I done? Nothing, so why should you be a master? Say, I know nothing. If you know, then all troubles come to you. Don't know anything. I don't know anything, I know him only. So understand with your mind. The mind takes you to church or to the bar what to do. Both ways it takes you, it's your choice. You are the master, you are he, don't forget that. There is no bondage on you, you are always free.
Now that I have found you, I wonder if I should wrap up all my affairs here and go and be with you in India. What to do?
If you feel like that, it's okay. Keep in your mind what I've said and accept it. What I have told you, accept it. Then, wherever you may be, whether India or America, what harms you? Don't worry for that, understanding is given. Understand and stay like that. Wherever you may be, you are he. If you want to come, come, I don't say no. I live in one room, 10 by 10. You can come and stay in India, I don't mind. Experience what I say. Then you are ever free. The mind always thinks about what to do. The mind always thinks wrong things. If you are serious about this, we can discuss it afterwards, not here. This is a personal question, and not all are interested in this question.
You have spoken before that the master can only take you so far, and the rest is our responsibility. What is our responsibility?
He takes you to the place, then you open the lock. That is your responsibility. Open your mind which is locked. He gives the key, you open the lock. You fear to open the door wondering, what will happen? Don't fear, nothing will happen. The world is not going to change because it doesn't exist. So what I say is the key. Open the door and you're the owner of it. Why should the master come with you? Who is he to come with you? He doesn't exist. Why should the master come with you? You are he makes you he makes you what he is. Don't think that you have to go somewhere. Understanding is required. Wherever you are, you can understand. Wherever you stay is heaven. Open your mind, nothing else. The mind should be changed, nothing else. So I told her that I stay in a 10 by 10 room. I don't feel anything. When I go to India in June, I won't feel anything. Why should I feel anything? There are many, many things here. There are no different things than what is in India. There is a kitchen and a toilet. My 10 by 10 room in Bombay has everything. Everything is there except my bathroom is outside. Where I eat is my dining table. My Arati worship is Maharaj's Arati. What to do? Whatever is there is okay. One should not feel anything. So the master takes you up to that point and then he leaves you. Understand for yourself now. Make your mind understand, nothing else. When the mind accepts, everything is yours and nothing is yours. Both things come in your mind. Everything is mine and everything is not mine. You can become so big, but your mind makes you small. Break the walls of your mind and you are ever free. You're a free bird. Why to worry? Be prepared for anything. So, in this way the master gives you the key, nothing else. Why should he come there with you? You are the owner. How can he come with you? Yourself is he. There is no duality at all. So keep in mind what the master says and act accordingly. Worldly bondage and society's bondage doesn't allow you to accept. Forget them and try to understand that you are he. Any more questions?
Why not I am she?
Why is he not she? He is gender, she is gender, nothing is there. What you call a rose smells the same by any other name. Now I say she is he. Come on. You are she, what harms you? In the body of a woman you become she. It's a cage, so she says, I am she, but she is he when she's out of the cage. What to do? Leave the body, you stay in the cage, so you say, I'm she. Be out of it, understand yourself and you are he. He is the power, nothing else. The power is always he. Everyone has the same power. You say, I'm she, what to do? Forget yourself and you are he. Why to worry when there is only oneness? Whether to say he or she is all nonsense. Forget those thoughts, forget your mind. The power in woman is not woman. The power in man is not man. Both are nothing. Forget your body and say, I am he. You are always he. This is just fighting over words only. Don't worry for the words. I refer to the reality as he, that's my choice.
There are certain saints who have attained knowledge, but they don't go further. Why do they get stuck at knowledge?
Ask them, why ask me? It's not my concern. There is nobody there but him. Whom to tell and whom not to tell, to go beyond knowledge is your choice. Who am I to ask anybody? It is my duty to tell what I know. To do or not to do is your choice. In the military they say, not to question why, not to make a reply, but do your duty and die. So, here also, do your duty. Death is your duty. You have to die when you are living, then you get the heaven. Don't die, and then you are in hell. Die, and then you are in heaven. How much time does it take? Right here is heaven or hell. It depends on your thoughts. To be or not to be is always the question for the mind. So don't be and also don't not be, and you are he. Okay.
I am unclear about what is honest and what is dishonest. What is right? I don't understand.
When the world is not true, what is honest and what is dishonest? Everybody is dishonest. I can prove it. That which you say you are is not true. Are you honest? When you say your name, is it anywhere written? Is that honest or dishonest? The one who says, I'm not this and I am not anything else, is the only true person in the world. All are dishonest. It's only a question of a small dishonesty or big dishonesty. How does someone become rich? only at the expense of others. Money is not more, it is just a matter of circulation. When you yourself are not true, how can you be honest? Understand I am He. That is honesty. Then everybody is He, and there is nothing to worry about. Then the question of honesty or dishonesty doesn't remain. In a dream you were dishonest. Are you dishonest? This is also nothing but a long dream. Try to understand this point, nothing else. Understand what is at the bottom of all this. It is zero. In zero there is nothing, no honesty or dishonesty. Both are the same. You say this is a table, I say that in a moment it can become ashes. Are you right or am I? Go to the root of it. What is there when everything is zero? What is true? When you say it is true, you are in bondage. Honesty and dishonesty are taught to satisfy a child's mind, that's all. Reality is always true, it never changes. How can it be honest or dishonest? When all are dishonest, why to worry about being honest? That honesty is also dishonesty. You cannot prove that honesty is true. It is not there, so then how can you say that it is true? Both are wrong. I don't say to be dishonest. Just understand that honesty is not there, and then do whatever you like, it's your choice. To be or not to be is always the question. The mind is always that way. This is all the mind's work. Understand that it's all okay. In this world you can make more money by dishonesty. An honest man says he's poor because of his honesty. There is more profit in being dishonest. An honest man says, I am an honest person so I can't do anything. I can't fill my belly. So, is honesty or dishonesty right? Both are wrong, forget everything. Nobody is honest and nobody is dishonest. When you pay for something, it's your choice. It's just a trick to make money. Some people have the trick. My uncle had a clothing store, and just when he was closing for the day, a rich man came in. My uncle showed him the best cloth as requested by the rich man, but the cloth wasn't good enough. The man was of that type, so he asked for even more expensive material. So my uncle went to the back room and brought out the cheapest fabric, and told the man that this was his finest cloth, and the man bought it. So my uncle got the highest price for the cheapest cloth. Whose fault was it? Was it honesty or dishonesty? If my uncle had said that he had no better quality, then he wouldn't have done business, so he did the trick. Can you prove whose fault it was? Was it the purchaser or my uncle? The world is not true, so anything can happen. Don't be honest and don't be dishonest. Understand yourself.
Chapter 17. Talks from May 14, 1998.
When I am in your presence, I am very touched and moved, and I feel less attached to the world. But that brings me some sadness, and then I feel like I know something, and I sense the ego.
So when you forget everything, you feel sadness because you don't know yet what you have to do. Everyone feels this emptiness, this sadness. They go up to zero and then they come back. You have to go beyond zero. You have to go beyond the space. Yourself is so subtle. When you don't understand, you feel the emptiness, a sadness. When you understand that all is illusion, then everything goes off. You feel, what should I do? You want to know something there. The mind is always in the habit of wanting to know something. But who is there that will know? So sadness comes in the mind. It requires a master at this point to take you to the right place. You should not feel the emptiness or sadness. It is due to ignorance or the zero state. You have forgotten yourself, what to do. So you have to take yourself beyond zero. Zero is nothing, and yet you feel sadness over it. You are afraid because you want something there. The mind is dying and it naturally feels some danger. At this point, there is no entity at all. As long as the mind is there, duality is there. So you have to understand without the mind. The mind wants something objective, but the master points you towards understanding, not to objective knowledge. In this understanding there is neither joy nor sadness. Yourself alone is there and nothing else is required. That is called oneness. No duality is there, and that means no sadness and no emptiness. When you awake from sleep, you feel a freshness and you can do many things. That freshness comes from forgetting all this, and then real joy comes in your mind. The sadness does not remain. It is natural to feel okay in the presence of the Master and ask, how I can manage without him. The Master takes you to the right place and your mind must do the same. Then when you are away from the Master, everything is okay. The mind does not want to die, so it goes towards worldly objects. The mind wants something tangible. If you understand that everything you have done is nothing, then what can more give you? So the Master cannot give you anything because everything is nothing. You are He. You have forgotten yourself, so the Master says these things. The reality is that you and the Master are one. When nothing is there, what remains? You yourself remain. Forget the ego, the I, and you won't ever feel any sadness. Everything is the reality, nothing else. It is called the stateless state or the thoughtless reality. You want joy and pleasure, but nothing remains there. Joy and sadness is only the mind's work. Forget the mind. Unless you leave the mind, you can never be happy. You don't have to achieve anything. You just have to know yourself. So knowledge brings all these states, but knowledge itself is only a thought. When you feel something, it means that the mind has not yet completely gone. Illusion must be eliminated. What is not must go off, and then it is very easy to understand. Everything has come up on him, the reality. The whole world is nothing but his shadow. If you understand this, then what to achieve and what to get. The shadow is not true, the host is true. Sadness comes from the love of illusion. When you want something more, you have forgotten yourself. Nothing is to be acquired. At this very moment, everyone is He. Once the wrong thoughts are taken out, a clear-cut understanding remains. A strong master is required to take you to this place. When you go away from your home for a long time and then you return, you feel happy. Same way, over many lifetimes you have forgotten yourself, and when you return to yourself, do you feel happiness or not? Say, I am not this, I am not that, I am He. Then there is nothing to worry about. When you are working, you want to be retired, and when you are retired, you worry about how to fill up the time. The mind always wants another state, and what the mind does not have is what it wants. Death of the mind or ego is what is required.
What do you mean when you say that you are the creator?
You say, I am the body, and make yourself into a small creature. So in the beginning, the Master says you are the creator, and you have created the universe. The power in you is the same power that has created the world. For example, a 50-watt bulb gives less light than a 100-watt bulb, but the electricity is the same. The power has come into the body, and then you say, I am this. That makes you a very small creature. Lord Krishna says that the power has entered the body, so I call it a part of me, and that part is my original self. You are He, but due to the body you say, I am this. Instead, you should feel that I have created the world when that power or knowledge comes to you. When you are sleeping and forget the body, you create many worlds with just your thoughts. You are so powerful that a plane can come into your room. The power can do anything. The whole world is your dream, nothing else. This power has no limit. Your wish makes everything. Yet everything you see and feel is not true. You say that yourself after you awake from the dream. So this world is created by the Creator and you have created it yourself. Understand that. You have taken a part as an actor in this dream. It is a dream in a dream. Reality has been forgotten and the whole world has been created by God. Now you have taken a birth and become an actor in this play, and you have created your own world in the world. This world is nothing but a long dream, so you must understand who am I. First, then you can feel the joy. But the understanding that I understand is still only a thought, and although the Master makes you bigger and bigger, finally he says that the Creator and his creation is not true, and that you are beyond even that. Everything starts from zero and therefore cannot be true. The Master makes you the greatest of the greatest, and then he tells you that what you know is all wrong. Then, when one dies, what remains for him? Everything is there, but what is the use of it? The whole world is just moving on the breath. When that stops, where is the world? Breathing is just the wind, and you have made all these castles from that wind. If you understand this, that all is illusion, then you will be out of the clutch of ignorance.
Chapter 18. Talks from June 12, 1998.
If I understood correctly yesterday, you said that heaven and hell are equal in the illusion. I was under the impression that a sattvic mind, pure and harmonious, was a requirement for attaining reality.
You need a subtle mind, but what is pure and what is impure? Purity and impurity are concepts of the mind. When all is illusion, what is pure and what is impure? So I say they are equal. Suppose you have bad thoughts in a dream, does that make you bad, and can you not get the reality? If you think that only purity can take you to God, that is a nasty blockage. If a man says, I don't believe in God, does that make him unfit for the reality? The one who says that is himself God. You people in foreign countries where it is cold wear your shoes in church, and Indian people never wear shoes in the temple. So who is impure and who is pure? Does God accept the prayers of one and not the other? There is a story of a Maulvi. A Maulvi is a Mohammedan priest, a realized person. He refused to wash his hands and feet in the mosque before he prayed, so the people in the village threw him out. They refused him water and fire to cook with. After a few days, he became hungry and went into the jungle and caught a deer, but he had nothing to cook it with. What to do? So he asked the sun to come down and cook the deer so he could eat. The sun came down and everything became extremely hot, so the villagers prayed to God to make the sun go back in the sky. But God told them that the Maulvi had ordered it and they would have to ask the Maulvi to do it. He said, I can't do anything. It is said in Marathi that even God has troubles. So the villagers had to go to the Maulvi for help. The Maulvi said, okay, but first accept that God will accept your prayers even if you don't wash your hands and feet. Everyone has the reality in him. To be pure or impure refers to the body and mind. You are quite separate from that. Now, I don't say be impure, but just don't say that only certain people can get the reality. When it comes to the body, how can it be pure? The body produces shit and piss. It is nothing but a shit factory. It's a dirty thing, and as long as the power is there you worship it, but when the power goes off you want to get rid of it as soon as possible. The body is the dirtiest thing, and yet you say, I'm this. You people think these nonsense things. Suppose you are on a plane and you are in tourist class, and someone else is in first class. You both are going the same way and can reach the destination. The difference is in your thoughts, so God doesn't know purity or impurity. This is nothing but a long dream, and purity and impurity are part of it. Reality is quite different. So whatever state you are in, it is nothing but a dream. Lord Rama was the 8th incarnation of God. His motto was, one word, one woman, one arrow. He always spoke the truth. Lord Krishna was the 9th incarnation and he had many queens, and he always told lies. Lord Krishna is considered the perfect incarnation of God, and Lord Rama is considered a half incarnation. People say to always have good thoughts, like compassion and mercy. Good and bad thoughts come and they go, why to worry? Forget the thoughts, they are nothing but the mind's concepts. The power is neither good nor bad, right nor wrong, pure nor impure. I don't say to be corrupted or to be bad. But everyone is he and due to the attributes, gunas. Everyone is in a dream and nothing is true.
Chapter 19. Talks from December 14, 1998.
Last year in Sedona you said, "Do your duty and die. How can I know my duty in this life?"
You have taken the birth, you have taken a body. The body has to do many, many things. The body requires many actions and you have to do it. You have to eat, sleep, see, hear, smell. One day this body is sure to die. This is a mortal body. It is not immortal. Reality has no duty. Electricity, the power, has no duty. If you push a button, it gives the light. This body has a mind, and mind has to do its duty. The mind brings duties and everything. She is a young girl, referring to someone in the room, but she knows she has to go to school and learn and get through. If you become a soldier, they say you are not to question why, and not make a reply, you are to do your duty and die. Everyone is sure to die one day. There is no alternative for anybody. Whether you are a king or a beggar, this is sure to happen. Both are beggars, one begs for taxes, the other for alms. Duty is the same for both. Everyone begs for food to fill their bellies. The body is such a rascal. It eats every day but still gets empty. If you eat a big lunch, you say, "I won't eat in the evening." When evening comes, you want something more. So to fill up the belly, one has to do his work, his duty. If your mother makes your lunch, you have to put it in your mouth. Suppose she puts it in your mouth, you still have to chew it. You have to do these things. Everyone wants that this body should be immortal. The power that is in you is immortal. Without the connection of the power, the body cannot work. When you take the birth and the power is connected, duty is always there. One should do one's duty and die.
Duty of the body is easy to understand, but what about social duties? Sometimes people want me to do something and I want to do something else. This is a conflict for me. These are my conflicts in ordinary life.
The mind always creates conflict. The boy wants to touch the fire. His parents say no, but he touches it anyway and he gets burned. Let people say anything. Why should you worry about other people? The world is always fighting. Realized people never care for what people say. Let the dogs bark, the saints are not afraid. The minds always differ, so conflict is sure to come. If you understand your own power and say, "I am he," then you'll never be defeated by anyone. Yourself is immortal, so the body dies, you don't die. That which works in you is immortal. That is the power. When you go to the master, you ask many, many things. Otherwise, you can't understand. That is your duty here. If you say that you are the body and death is the end of everything, that is ignorance. And in that ignorance, you take another body or birth. Understanding should come. When you know everyone is myself, then whatever you do, whether you eat nice food or stale bread, it's all the same to you. What is there? Nothing is there. To die means to forget everything. So when you are living, die in that way. Say, "I don't exist." That is the death. To die doesn't refer to the body. When you are living, die and see what happens. Do your duty and die means to die here. What does the master do? He puts the knowledge in you so you can understand that you are he. Knowing is your duty. You do everything, but you don't know yourself. You don't know who am I. You are the power. That power makes a dead body speak and sleep, etc. Know yourself as that power, not as a body. To have a body is a mistake. Say, "I am not true." To say that I am is wrong. Have that much courage to say this. Denial of oneself is not easy, but duty belongs to the body and not to you. When your body goes, what duties do you have? You say, "These are my duties." It is the body's and the mind's duties. You are beyond knowledge and ignorance. Knowledge must know, and that is the duty of knowledge. But you are beyond that. You are nameless and formless. The beginning of the world is Aum. When knowledge comes, you say, "I am there." When you take the body, Aum comes in it. Forget that Aum also. Then what is your duty? Then nothing is your duty now, agree. There is no duty for you when you understand yourself. Saints never care for the body. My master's master, Bossaheb, wanted to leave his body, so he stopped eating and stopped drinking water. He did his duty to make people understand, and then he wanted to die. One day he clapped his hands and said, Narayana, and he died. Say that you are Narayana and that you are not going to die. The body goes off. Why to worry? People worry for the body. Think in this way. Right thinking is your duty. Then you are he. The master takes you to the right side. He says everything is illusion and everything is a dream. Forget everything. Let everything be there, still forget it. Have the understanding in the mind that you are he. Say, I don't do anything, the body does it. Do everything but say, I don't do it. Okay.
Is he beyond zero?
He is the father of zero. He is beyond zero.
That is difficult.
The one who says that's difficult is he. You don't want to say that zero is zero. That is ego. Nothing is yours. Be bankrupt in the mind. No need to throw off anything. That way you will feel rich in the mind. Have that much courage in the mind. Don't care for anything or for what will happen. Say, nothing is mine because I don't exist. Nobody wants to go to zero. Be zero and then act. When you sleep, what do you do? Nothing remains for you. Be he and remain. Be rich and not have a single coin in your pocket. Who can stop you? Don't worry for anything because it is zero, nothing. When you are zero, that is the real bankruptcy, and then you are he. Be naked while you are living and say, I am not this. Then you are the reality.
Chapter 20. Talks from December 29, 1998.
Could you speak about the relationship of guru and disciple?
If you are an aspirant, then you must have the faith in the master. That is the first thing. If there is no faith, then it's all useless. When there is no faith, then doubt always remains in the mind. When the doubt is there, how can you be he? Anything may happen to the aspirant, but still, you must have the complete understanding that everything is for the good. One should not worry about the illusion. The illusion always troubles you. Illusion always comes in the way to break your faith. Many things happen against your wish, but you should say that whatever happens, it is all for the good. Whatever happens, happens to the body, but the master says that you are not the body. That much faith you must have. You have to submit to the master. Why to worry for the illusion? You have taken yourself to be a body, and that ego always goes against the teaching of the master. The ego doesn't allow you to keep the faith. Faith means full faith. Suppose the master says to a disciple, tell that dog outside to go away, and he goes outside and finds only a cow there. Still he tells the cow to go. Why? It is because of faith only. The master tests your ego there. You must be faithful to the master, but he must be a real master. If he is realized, then whatever happens, let it happen. After all, it is only an illusion. Nothing has happened, that should be your understanding. In a dream, many things happen. Do you worry about that? Because you know after awakening that it was only a dream. So when awakening comes here, by the grace of the master, then what is there? Don't worry for anything. The mind always requires support. The mind has got the curse not to hear the master. The master says, you are he, but the mind doesn't accept, so the mind always makes that mistake. The mind always worries and has the dilemma of what to do and what not to do. The mind fears, and that is the nature of mind. It thinks of both good and bad. It has got that habit. It thinks bad first and then good. If someone's husband is late, the wife thinks, oh, what has happened? Maybe an accident. One thinks bad things, one never thinks that something good has happened. The disciple of the master doesn't worry for anything. Anything can happen, let it happen. Why to worry? Say it's something always for the good. But the mind is short-sighted, and cannot think this way. When you have the understanding in the mind, then it goes to the right place. Whether the Master is with you or not, the faith you have in him takes you to the right level, and then you do the right things. When I was in Rishikesh at a young age, I was very sick, passing 150 stools a day. I wrote a letter to my master that I wanted to come home. As I was walking to the post office, I remembered what my master had said. He said, "If death comes, it comes to the body, not to you, so don't worry for that." As I tore up the letter, why? That is the faith. If death comes, let it come, the body has to die, I'm not going to die. The Master makes you understand that. That is what you should feel in the mind, and that is the relationship between the Master and the disciple. I finished staying 4 months in Rishikesh and then came home. If I had feared death, then I would have died and gone. The body-mind is such a dirty and a fantastic thing. It doesn't allow you go to the reality because its death is there. So, one should try to understand what the Master says. Even if he says anything wrong to you, accept it. Sometimes he can test your faith, why not? With that faith, your problems will be solved without doing anything. The Master does everything for you, but faith is required, nothing else. So you have to kill your mind and say, I don't exist, he exists in me now, and that brings everything to the right point. Tell me, what can a disciple do? But if a master has the final understanding, then he can give the correct advice to the disciple. Try to understand the master first. The master must also understand that he is not the master. Then he is the real master. He is everywhere. Why to say that I am a master? You have forgotten your things and I give them back to you. Have I done anything? You all have forgotten your own liberation. He liberates you. How can he liberate you? Only if you have faith in him. Otherwise you are more and more in illusion, take it for granted. He never says anything to you. He says, who am I to tell anything to anybody? My own master was giving discourses and some people came to ask him questions. He said, I don't say to them do this or do that. It's always their choice. Don't blame anybody when things go wrong. The mind has got the habit to blame others. Those who have understood don't say to anybody, it's your fault. Say, it's my fault. If you can know your own thoughts, then you can know everything. Put the blame on your mind. It is your mistake. If anything happens, say nothing or that it is my mistake. Be able to say that everyone is myself, then you have the right understanding. A woman committed some mischief with somebody, and they asked Saint Tukaram who had done it, and he said, Vitthal, a name for God. They asked him if he had not done this, and he said, Vitthal. Saint Tukaram understood that everyone is he, what to say and what not to say when everyone is he. Nobody is at fault, why should you find fault with others? He, the reality, has not done anything, he is always free. Vitthal means he, nothing else. So everybody is nothing but he, and there is nothing else in the world but he. Always say, I do not know anything, everything is he. Then, if you see it that way, he protects you everywhere and anywhere. You worry because you take the entity of this body as true and say, I am this. The mind makes all this mischief, and then it puts the blame on others. There your faith is needed in the Master. He says everybody is myself. So I say, when a realized person sees someone killed, he says, I don't know anything because the killer is he, and the one who is killed is also he. So who to blame? That should be your understanding, and there will be no quarrel with anybody. If a madman comes to a master, he never says that he is mad. He says, okay, come with me and have understanding. When the understanding comes that all are myself, the ego doesn't remain. Who is bad and who is good? So one should not say anything about anybody. Everybody is okay in his own way. If doubts come in the mind, ask the Master. If you don't, then doubts will remain. Be doubtless, no doubts. And if you still don't understand, then ask him again. So what is the relationship between the master and the disciple? They both become one. There is neither disciple nor master in the final understanding. Saint Tukaram went with some thieves to a house, but he didn't know they were thieves. He went with them with the attitude that everybody is he. They all went through a window and entered the house, and he went with them. He saw an idol of Vitthal, and he began praying. At that time the woman of the house got up and said, "Oh, thieves are in my house." But then all the thieves began to sing bhajans with Tukaram. Her husband woke and said, "Oh, no, it's only Tukaram here. There are no thieves here, so don't worry, he is just praying to God." So, can a saint change many things or not? Tukaram was a simpleton. He says everyone is okay. Whoever you are always he. For those who come to the Master's feet, he gives them understanding. He doesn't say, "I can do this or that." No advertisement is required. Water never says, "I am water." When you are thirsty, you go to water. So, the realized person should not have any ego or fame or anything. Who should bow down to you? When everyone is he who remains. There is only oneness. My master always told us that if anybody bows down to you, say that he bows down to my master and not to me. Otherwise, ego comes in the mind. And finally, faith is not required because you and the master are one. There is no need for faith afterwards. When you sit on a throne, you are a king, no. Why should you doubt you are a king? So we called Maharaj the King of Kings. Why are these words used, King of Kings? If you have that faith and understanding, you yourself are he. How much time does it take? Don't worry for all this nonsense. The body is nonsense, mind is nonsense, ignorance is nonsense, and illusion is also nonsense. All these things come in your way. People often make offerings and sacrifices to God. God doesn't want any sacrifice. What is God lacking? So why should he worry? In one thought he can prepare the world, so what would he want from the world, tell me? He doesn't want anything. He wants your ego to go. Ego means that I am and that I know everything. Let your ego go to hell. Indian people put prasad before God and we bow down to him. But God doesn't eat, you eat. What to do? He doesn't want anything, be like that. Your mind should be like that. I don't want anything. I am not this body, I am something separate from that. If that understanding comes, then you're he always. It is the faith in the Master that brings you there. One is ignorant and doesn't know the way, so the address should be given by the Master. If the aspirant doesn't go to the address, then whose fault is it? If he goes to the address, he says, "I am the owner now of this." He opens the door and enters the room and says, "I am he." It is very difficult to accept. How can I be he? The mind always brings in objections. The mind always creates problems for you. If you win the lottery, or win a big case if you are a lawyer, and you get a large sum of money, you offer only a small amount to God. Are you cheating God or not? Offer him everything, say, "Nothing is mine. By his grace I got it." So offer the Master everything. He doesn't want anything from anybody, but by his grace you have understood. He makes you he. What can you give the Master when everything is nothing? Ignorance prevails in you, so take out that ignorance by accepting what the Master says. That is the grace. Only by full faith in the Master can you get the understanding in the mind. Without this faith, the ego won't go off.
In the book Amrit Leya, it mentions that God has fear. The questioner then reads a passage from the book. It is true that God has created the world, but the world exists only as long as this perishable body exists. God exists only as long as the devotee exists, and vice versa. So long as the dream lasts, the dreamer is present, however. The basis of all of this is Parabrahman, the reality. God has intense fear of getting destroyed. Only whatever is without fear is Parabrahman.
Yes, God does have this fear. When the body dies, God goes off. The connection with God is gone. Where does it go? Nobody knows because it is nothing. God says, "Oh, I bless you and I do this," but everything goes back to zero when you awake what to do. If God comes to you, say, "Why have you come?" "I don't want you." God may say, "But I am happy with you." And you can say, "But I am not happy with you." The creator of the false or illusion, how can he be true? He has created and his curses and blessings are on you. But you are also not true and God is not true. Both are untrue. When both who are cheaters meet, how can they cheat each other? When two cheaters meet, then nothing happens. Both are wrong, so God has the fear. Where does the power go? It goes to zero. Power comes from zero and ends in zero. The body dies and everything goes off. What remains? Nothing remains, and this is the understanding you must have. You, yourself, have become God. You have become something, then the fear is there. When you understand that you are He, then you don't remain and neither does the fear. Now, nothing can touch you. You see with the eyes and then say that everything is true. Close your eyes and what remains? For a blind person, the world is not true. Understand this way. Reality has nothing to do with all these things. If one or two floors fall down on the basement foundation, the basement remains the basement. Reality is just like that. Everything comes upon him and then goes off, including God. In complete darkness and ignorance, the world has been created by him. How can it be true? All that you see and perceive is nothing but God's dream. It is the magic of God, and it's all wrong. But the magic of God does not work on a saint. Saints don't take the touch of anything. So, saints have more power than God or not. God is perishable. If God is perishable, how much power can he have?
Chapter 21. Talks from January 26, 1999.
You have told us that will is necessary. What is will? How can I find it when my ego is so strong? How can I strengthen my will for the reality?
What is will? Will means desire. Whatever is your desire, that is your will. When desire becomes stronger, then will is stronger. If it's for worldly things, then the ego is there. It must be there. When the desire is for reality, the ego goes off. Ego doesn't remain. It is the death of the ego. If a real king comes, the false king will be found out. No. Will is yours and it comes from knowledge. The wish for the knowledge of reality is a good wish, then the ego doesn't come. Ego means nothing. It is just the shape of the self. It takes the place of the self. What is ego? It is nothing. It has no entity at all. As long as the reality is hidden, the wrong king can sit on the throne. If your desire is strong for the illusion, then the ego comes. But when your wish is for the reality, it is not called ego. If you understand the reality, the ego can't stay and won't remain. Everything is will, nothing else. Desire, wish, and will are all one. It all depends on you and how you tackle the problem. Some desire for worldly things, and others say that the world is an illusion and don't care to know anything. What to know and what not to know when it is nothing. If you understand that everything starts from zero, then the ego doesn't remain. When you are sleeping, everything goes off, the body, mind, and thoughts. But the power is still working in you. You are breathing, you are not dead. That breathing is ego, breathing is knowledge, and knowledge is ego. It is the ego of the knowledge. You are sleeping, no, and you forget everything, but still knowledge remains in a very subtle form. Follow me. From that knowledge, ignorance comes and you see the whole dream. Here in the waking state, it is the same. Knowledge comes and you see the whole world. Reality is forgotten and the dream of the world comes. Otherwise, there is nothing. Everything was zero when you were sleeping, but you were near the reality. You were reality at that time, but you didn't know it. But even knowingness is in the mind. The mind is a thought. The mind sleeps, I agree, but subtle mind remains there. When that subtle thought takes on objectivity, then you see the dream. Sometimes when you are a little awake from sleep, a thought comes, but if it doesn't materialize, you go back to sleep. If it materializes, then the dream comes. Many times that happens, then awakening comes, but you are not attached to the thought, so ego doesn't come. Pure knowledge is not ego. Pure knowledge is he. Pure knowledge means no knowledge. When a flower dies, the scent remains and the essence has nothing to do with the flower now. Same way here also. Ego remains there. You say, I am sleeping, and that is ego. But you forget that in sleep, and then when no one is sleeping, you go to the reality. There is a very subtle difference there. So the realized person's sleep is called samadhi because they don't go to zero. They go to themselves. Everyone goes there, but they don't know it. When we went to Pathri on the pilgrimage, Nandu asked, "Where is Pathri?" We were 3 minutes away. We were there, but he didn't know, so he asked for it. So, knowingliness lasts up till the last moment. Forget that knowingliness and you are he. Knowingliness is so strong, knowledge is so strong that it has made the whole world. Animals, birds, even ants all have knowledge. Everything is nothing but knowledge. But only humans have the power of discrimination to know what is real and what is ego. Where there is a will, there is a way, it is said. It applies to the reality also. The will and way is there. Forget this and you are there. It is just like if I am in America and I say, "Where is America?" You are he always, but you don't know due to ignorance. What to do? The will is there, but you don't know the way. You are stopped because everything is zero. How to find out when all is zero? All of the scientists have failed. They have discovered the black hole, where there is no sunshine and nothing is there. No mechanism can go there because it all starts from zero. They can only go to zero, they can't go beyond. Many saints have also failed for the same reason. Zero is knowledge now. From zero, knowledge comes. Knowledge has no entity at all because it comes from zero. No zero, no knowledge. So you are always in zero, and that is ignorance. Everything is nothing, so how to find the way? You must know the final stage. My master has taught this. Go beyond zero. When you understand that thought is wrong, that is the thoughtless reality. Without a real master, you can't find the way. Suppose her name is Anne. If her name is not there, then who is she? She is he. Follow me. All have got the names and all are fond of names. Let Anne go and the reality remains. How much time does it take? Forget yourself. First, though, you must know yourself, and then you go a little ahead and then forget yourself. Knowledge makes everything true. Has that which you are not become true or not? Does Anne have any entity? Tell me. If you understand that Anne is only a thought and that thought is wrong, are you the thoughtless reality or not? It is so easy, but you all make it so difficult. The master must have the final understanding, otherwise he can't give you the address. Some masters give their disciples Indian names. What is the use of it? They only pour more ignorance in them. Why give names to anybody? Is one name not sufficient? It is accepted with love and it is given with love what to do. People just don't understand. People should know themselves. Who am I? How can you know yourself when you have two names? All is wrong, nothing is true. Everyone is running in the wrong direction. The ego is so cunning. It works here and there. Cunning people are difficult to be with. They say one thing and do another. The ego says, I am Brahman, I am he. So try to understand your ego. The ego brings will or desire. If the ego or mind goes to the wrong side, it brings the world. If it goes to the reality, then everything goes off and reality opens up. There the cleverness doesn't remain. How can you be cunning when there is no duality? Only oneness is there, and you remain he.
Sometimes my wish for reality is strong, and sometimes it isn't strong. Is it in my control?
Why not? If you drive a car, you have the power to stop it. You can go fast or slow, that depends on you, and you have brakes as well. When you ride a horse, you hold onto the reins and you can stop the horse at once. Ride the mind. But you are always ridden by the mind, what to do. The mind means wish or thought. In the same way, have the brake on your thoughts. It is said, for the illusion always be carefree, but the wish for reality should be great. Then you can ride the mind. As long as the body is there, eyes must see, ears must hear. But when you hear a song, understand that I am writer and the singer. You are everywhere and in everything. Have that much power in the mind to say that. But you don't use your power correctly, you use it in the wrong way. Nobody is right and nobody is wrong. Nobody is good and nobody is bad. All this nonsense comes in your mind. Nobody dies, but you say he's dead and gone. What to do? Who dies? No death is called death.
Yesterday I lost a very good friend, and I went into a very deep pain. I understand what you say, but still I feel all these things.
Illusion always remains in the mind. Your love for illusion doesn't go.
I understand, but it doesn't go.
You may understand, but you don't follow. What to do? You understand that there is a right and wrong way, but you take the wrong way. Nobody dies, I tell you. 5 elements go to the 5 elements, and the power goes to the power. What is gone? Only the name. On the record it is put that so-and-so has died. The strong wish for the reality has not come in your mind. Reality is always true. Somebody dies on the screen, do you cry for them? He may be the most lovable character, hero or heroine. You don't cry because you know he is not dead. Only the picture shows that he is dead. Same way here, the picture shows that she is dead, and she is dead and gone now. Breathing has stopped, why to worry for that? Why feel for that? So if death comes to you, then you'll cry again and forget the reality. Have the courage to oppose all of these things. Nothing is true. Once you understand that correctly, you'll never cry for anything. Someone told me earlier that she had died. A thought came to me, and a thought went away. That's all. You should feel that nothing has happened. Why to care or cry for anything? Everything comes and goes. So, you are not posted in reality when you react. Nothing is bad, nothing is good, because it is not. This is a long dream, there is nothing to worry for. If you are killed in a dream when you awake, do you cry for that? When we were with Siddharameshwar, a dead body passed us on the way to the crematorium. He asked us, "What do you feel?" We answered, "A dead body is taken away, that is all." He said, "If your dearest dies and you feel nothing, be assured that you are realized. The dearest is your body, the most dearest no. When someone dies, you don't die with them. Don't feel sorrow or anything. Be brave enough to accept whatever happens. You worry and think like this because you're only on the way and you don't have the address up to now. When your mind is stronger, the address is there. You are he, you are always he. Every minute 3 people die and 5 are born. What is God to do? Does he cry or laugh? God knows that he can create or destroy a life with just one thought. Accept what happens. There is no need to worry for anything. I can die in 5 minutes. Don't worry for that either. Love for the body and mind is so strong that you forget the reality. Reality never worries for anything. Be the screen. The screen never worries for anything. When the master dies, you may feel something. But understand that in the mind and in the body you are limited. And without the body you are unlimited. You are everywhere. The problem is that all you see is the figure and shape. If golden bangles are broken, the shape goes. Does the gold worry for that? Many other shapes can be made. Why to worry? Understanding should be of that type. Don't worry for anyone's death. Death has no value. The body has come from 0 and it returns to 0. Many names and figures have gone. Where have they gone? Has anyone sent a letter from there? You don't exist, so how can a letter be sent? Nobody dies and nobody is born. What is never born and never dies is the reality. Everything is null and void. Nothing is true. This is all for fun only. The foreigners say, eat, drink, and be merry. So, if someone dies, they drink just to forget the death, that's all. But when the kick wears off, they remember again and then cry. When the understanding comes from the master, that kick is everlasting. Nothing comes and nothing goes. Zero has gone to zero.
What did you feel when your master died?
At the moment I felt it. He is gone now. I did everything for his body. I was very young at that time. He gave the reality so his death should be felt. My elder brother and younger sister died. I went to their funeral and I didn't cry. Everyone else was crying. Why to cry? Accept what happens, but when it is nothing, what to accept? My brother was nothing, and my sister was nothing. So nothing always gives you a cry. Forget nothing and then are you happy or not? How can you get to sleep otherwise? Forgetting must always be there. Dust has gone to dust. Only what is true remains. Reality is always there. When you praise the reality, you become the reality. Reality is here at this very moment. The body goes, you don't go. So never worry for anyone, and don't worry for your body either. You worry, and then all troubles come. Whether one dies in a good or bad way, it is only thoughts. Forget all these thoughts. Suppose one says at the moment of death, Christ, Christ, does he go to heaven? No, or at the moment of death if someone says bad words, does he go to hell? A realized person can say anything at the time of death, but his final understanding is, I am not this. It all depends on the final understanding in your mind. If your understanding is, I am not this, then you don't go anywhere. The body is a combination of things as long as the power is connected. At the moment of disconnection, does the power cry? It doesn't care. Understanding should be like this. When my master died, at that moment I felt something. One should feel something, but the next moment I changed myself. He put the reality in our hands. This is the reality, so go. It is not wrong to feel something, but he made us the reality, so why to cry? You are he, your friend died and now she is in you. Before there was some duality there and now there is not. Change your mind. The mind is such a nonsense thing. It makes all mischief. Your friend is dead now, zero went to zero. Don't be affected by the circumstances. Understand and be out of it.
Maharaj, on the way here today I saw an accident and someone died. I was affected by it.
Because you took the accident as true. A dead body died, that's all. What was dead has died now. This is a dead body at the moment I say. If the connection is there, it speaks. Unless you leave the body-mind, you can't be he. You are not the body. An accident happened, so what was not is gone now. Don't be affected in the mind.
What do I do now that I am affected?
Don't be affected, he has become reality now. If this pot breaks, do you worry for it? It is earth now, it was earth before. Nothing has happened, dust became dust. There is no entity at all in the mind. You don't die with the person who is dead. Nobody dies with anybody. If a package weighing 10 kilos is there, and if you disperse the contents, does the package remain? In the same way this package, the body-mind is opened by the master. The package doesn't remain a package. It is no entity at all right now. This understanding should come in the mind. Whatever happens, let it happen. The realized person says it is my choice. When you understand your own power, you will say that everything is your choice. If a plane is late, say it is my choice, it is my order. Then unhappiness does not come in the mind. If someone dies, say it is by my order that they should die. When the judge gives the death sentence, does he cry? If you have no mind, then what has happened? What happens is only your thought. Everyone is he, the reality, so what is there to cry about? Reality doesn't worry for all these things. All things happen due to what you see and perceive. That is mind. As long as the body is there, things are sure to come, good and bad. Be out of it. You are all affected by ignorance what to do. Forget that nothing is happening. Understand that, what happened yesterday. Can you repeat that? Gone is gone. That which is not must go. Only reality remains. Forget the picture and you can see the screen. Then you become the screen yourself.
Does the mind have to be fully convinced that nothing is happening before the understanding comes?
Yes, the mind should be convinced that I am he, the reality, then the mind goes off. The mind remains only as long as you say, I am this. The mind is your thought, so you have to erase your thought. Be out of your thoughts, then you can understand the reality. The mind will never allow you to go to the reality because its death is there.
Do you have to check your mind all the time?
Yes, check your mind, and that habit will be developed and you will be okay. If you get engrossed in the world, it will overpower you and there is no limit to it. But if you turn your back on it, you become the highest power and then you can understand. Why to worry for anything? Everyone worries for today, tomorrow, and what has happened before. Someone came to my apartment and wanted to sell me life insurance. But the money comes after death. What is the use of it? Be worry-free. If someone has died, say that no one has died. Why worry for this body? Say that whatever happens is for the good and don't know anything. Be out of knowingness. Then you are always with yourself, so you don't care for anybody after understanding. That is the master's teaching. You should be that. One has to carry on with things that don't suit him. Otherwise, does the ego go off or not?
Why are we sitting here with you, Maharaj?
Greed for the reality. When one hears the understanding of reality, one should be very greedy for that. He should leave all his comforts. Suppose you have a fever. Don't worry about that. Come and sit here. Say, I want to know something. Forget everything else. Pointing to the body, it's such a dirty thing. Leave the body and be greedy for the reality, no harm. If anybody says there's a good show, say, oh, I'm sick, I don't want to come. They want you to do that, but they don't want you to go to the master. The mind is of that type. People say, oh, you're sick. Why are you going there? You'll get more sickness. But he has the greed for that, so he goes. Nothing happens. What will happen? Nothing will happen. The body is a dead body at this very moment. Why worry about it more? In this way, be out of the circle of ignorance. People are very ignorant. The one who comes here, I dare say his fever goes off. Nothing happens, why worry? If your mind has the greed for reality, that makes you okay. But mind stops you there. Tell the mind, enough. The master is responsible. He knows that he doesn't do anything. The power in him knows these things.
End of volume. I have illusion versus reality.